Good morning, Madam Chair. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, Sue?
Doing well, thank you. It's a beautiful day here. I hope you've got the same.
Oh my God, it's absolutely gorgeous. You know, it's amazing being a place that's green and has water.
That is kind of amazing.
But I understand where our monsoons have started early, and
They have.
the good part of that and the bad part of that, huh?
So true, so true.
Yeah,
But
but
we're ready, so.
good. Well, I know we're getting ourselves ready, that's for sure. And
Yep.
we've certainly done a lot since the museum, fire and of course tunnels. So now we have pipeline to deal with. So it's always something.
Always something for sure. The bounty of our environment gives us so much. Also, sometimes some not great things.
That's right. So, well, I know we have, how are we doing in terms of board members on?
We have you right now, Madam Chair. We are waiting for others to join.
Okay. I did just get off the phone with Supervisor Begay. She, unfortunately, there's a family issue and she's not sure she's going to make it at 10 o'clock. So we'll see what happens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also spoke to her and yeah, she told me about the illness in her family. And I will also let you know that Supervisor Fowler has also a family illness. Not sure she's going to do everything she can to make the 10 o'clock and the 6 o'clock, but she's not sure of her connectivity.
Okay. I wonder if I can blur my background. I don't know if I have a virtual background on this blur. Here we go. All right.
There it is.
Yeah, I need to download some of my some nice backgrounds. And I download them, they're on, then something happens, they're off.
I know. Change computers, do something.
Well, and I haven't even done
Everything's
that. It's just, I think it's just the universe changes.
Madam Chair, you've been joined by a stranger from Iceland.
Oh, no, he's back.
He is back.
He's back big time. So it sounds like his headphones aren't back yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, we're here. Can you hear us? Okay, good. Yeah. Well, good to see you, Supervisor Ryan. I've missed you.
It's good to be back. And to have the rain. Wonderful rain.
Yeah, that's nice.
Oh my gosh. What a beautiful day. A lot of important stuff today, huh?
It's a lot. This is a going to be a long board meeting, but an important board meeting. And we got a lot to get done because this is it. So, and although we'll have to see what happens, we may have to have a special meeting if things change, but we'll see. At this point, we're going to think positive, right, Sue?
We are thinking positive right now, Madam Chair. We're checking in with everybody to ensure Vice Chair will join us.
Oh, I beat Geronimo here? Oh, I'll have to make sure he's aware of that.
You beat Geronimo.
Yeah, come back. At least I brought the computer up yesterday. I'll come back and all these goofy security things. It's like, okay, it took me 5 minutes to get here, but I'm here. I am.
Did you forget all your passwords while you were gone?
No, it's just going through the process. It's like,
yeah.
I was able to actually get out and do a slog. It's a shuffle and a jog, combination.
Yeah. Well, and you were really, but you were really away. In other words, you were out of pocket. It's not like you could check on your emails, check on your phone calls. I mean, it's kind of like being on a Colorado River trip. You're just gone.
I'm in a different time zone right now. 7-hour difference. And,
boy. Well,
Madam Chair, you have quorum.
I love
it.
Cool. And if you fall asleep, Supervisor Ryan, we will ring the bells to wake you up. So
good.
So hi, Vice Chair Vasquez. It's great to see you.
Good morning, everyone. Great to see you too.
All right. So and today, what time is it? Have we?
It is 10:01, Madam Chair.
Oh, I love that. We are almost starting on time, and good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. This is going to be a very long and important day today for Coconino County, and I'm so glad that I have two of my supervisors here, and we hope the others will be able to join us as we move forward. Today is a special session. Actually, we're now going to be doing the special session of the board at 10 o'clock. We then have a regular session at 6, which is going to be our budget hearings, and a very important part of what we do here in Coconino County. My name is Patrice Horseman. I am chair of the Board of Supervisors, and I'm also the supervisor for District 1. And let's do roll call. District 2.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez, and I am supervisor for District 2 and current vice chair. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to see you. And we have District 3. District 3.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Matt Ryan, District 3. Excited to be here and look forward to the rest of the day with everybody. We have a good group here. Don't let the others know. You guys are my favorite supervisors.
We know that. And I know District 4, Judy Begay, and District 5, Lena Fowler, have indicated that they have some family issues and they are not going to be able to make the start of the meeting. Hopefully we'll see them as we progress, and we sure hope we're going to see them at our 6 o'clock regular session for the budget. So having said that, good morning. I'm sorry, Sue, did you have something?
I did, Madam Chair, just wanted to make one adjustment this morning. At 10 o'clock today, we are in regular session, and then at 6 p.m. we are in special session. Just a slight adjustment to that.
All right, I have the chair's agenda. I guess it must be the draft version. Sorry.
I apologize about that, Madam Chair.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. So with that clarification and getting us on the right track, to get us on, continuing on that track, let's please do the Pledge of Allegiance. For those that can, please stand and face a flag. And if there'll be a flag here on the screen momentarily with the pledge by Lindsay. So Lindsay, could you please put that up? And those that can, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. And members of the public, we are now at a point in our agenda that is called the call to the public. And the reason it's called the call to the public is it's an opportunity for you, members of the public, to address items that are not on the agenda, but are important to you and important here to Coconino County. So this is your time. We ask that you keep your time to 3 minutes. Also that, of course, you be respectful and civil in your comments. This is a public hearing. Or a public meeting. And with that, I am going to turn this over to the clerk of the board to explain how you can join us here at our board meeting today. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if you would like to make a comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen if you hover towards the bottom, and it looks like a hand. So if you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you're on the telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand to notify us that you would like to speak.
Members of the public, now it's your time to talk with us.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
Thank you. And we're going to give one last call to the public. Members of the public, now is the time for you to address the board on items not on the agenda. You've gotten the information on how to join us. So we're going to give you another minute to see if there is anyone out there that would like to address the board.
And there are still no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
All right. Well, with that, I'm going to go ahead and proceed with our very long agenda today. And we have some very, very important recognitions. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Deputy County Manager Sue Brown. Is that correct, Sue? All right. Sue, you're on mute.
Apologies already. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. Today, in our first item today, Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm very privileged to talk to you about a recognition of the appointment of Andy Bertelson as Deputy County Manager. We are so thrilled to have Andy back with us. He was an employee of the county for 12 very active years in the county's history. He left us for a little while, and we were able to lure him back just a couple of weeks ago. And we could not be happier that he has rejoined us. He's brought with him a tremendous amount of skill and a true commitment to public service and to the county with him as well. And with that, Madam Chair, if I can, I'd like to turn it over to Erica Philpott to fill in any of the blanks.
Absolutely. Erica, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Horseman, members of the board. Good morning, Deputy County Manager Sue Brown. Good to see everyone today. I am also very honored to participate in this recognition of the appointment of Andy Bertelson. As you are aware, Andy has come to us from the city of Flagstaff, and he had nearly 12 years of county experience before leaving us to go to the city, and we are excited to have him back and to have his leadership and his skill set on our leadership team here. And very excited for his partnership, his communication, his collaboration that he brings with him.
All right. Thank you, Erica. And I know Andy's here, but before we give him an opportunity to speak, this isn't a roast. Remember, everybody, this is supposed to be a recognition. But I would like to indicate just, Andy, I'm so glad you're back. It seems like you were never gone. And I just so pleased that you're again part of the Coconino County team. And you certainly bring not only an incredible expertise and history with you, but you're just a really nice guy. And it's really great to have you around. So thanks for coming back. So any other members of the board like to make a comment?
Sure.
Sure.
I'd like to say something, Andy. Congratulations. Welcome back. It was good working with you in the city, and it's even better working with you now that you're with the county. So look forward to working with you moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Ryan.
And I will be good, Madam Chair. I'll try not to roast Andy, but it's been wonderful just being together with Andy, watching him grow in his career. He came on once upon a time as an intern for Paul Babbitt, and I became Dora Harrison's intern, and then gradually progressed through the county ranks, eventually becoming our budget director. But actually, Andy also went off to Sedona and had worked in administration in Sedona for a number of years. So I had an indirect catch up with Andy and keep an eye on him and watch him grow there. He's been here through the Schultz fire, so he brings back that experience, and then his growth in the city, progressively growing in the ranks of the city and establishing a great relationship. One thing we all know of Andy is that he's got a low-key personality, a very intelligent individual, always watching, analyzing, but often way ahead of what the issue is, on top of it. And he brings back just a wonderful, part of Northern Arizona, but he's back to the family, and I'm so glad to have him back here. And but we haven't voted on this yet, so we have to. No, it should be an easy vote here.
There's no action necessary. This is
totally. It's appointment. Yeah.
It's our county manager who makes these decisions, and we approve of this decision. How about that, Supervisor?
Okay. Yeah, usually directors we've had coming through, but okay. But with that, welcome back, Andy. It's great to have you here.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Thanks for that history. That's wonderful. So, Andy, I'm turning this over to you for a few words.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. If it were to be a roast today, it would be absolutely appropriate. And, It's Supervisor Ryan had mentioned I did venture off to Sedona for a bit, and then worked with the city of Flagstaff a bit. And to that, I would say it's good to leave home sometimes, but it's great to come back home. And my home in northern Arizona is with Coconino County, and with Erica, Sue Brown, Steve Peru at the county manager helm. I just couldn't ask for a better team of people to work with. It's the best group on that management level, and then you, the board, getting to know you through the fires and subsequent flooding, and just made my decision. I'm very excited to be here. So thank you for the opportunity, and I just appreciate you. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy, and great to see you in the halls of Coconino County
Yeah.
again. So with that, we're going to move on to another important recognition, Christopher Tressler, who has now been appointed as our Public Works Director. Another person we've been lucky enough to have with us for a long time. And Sue, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a wonderful appointment as well, Madam Chair. We're so pleased to welcome Christopher Tressler to the Public Works Director, County Engineer. It's funny, 12 years on, we're still talking about the Schultz floods.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the first place that we met Christopher in the private sector. And we were able to lure him to Coconino County, which is probably one of the better decisions the county has ever made, to bring Christopher in, where he has been county engineer for quite some time. And he has proved to be one of the greatest assets in our battles with floods post-wildfire. He's taking on a new adventure in being the Public Works Director, and we have every confidence that his abilities will shine there as well. Christopher, so glad to have you. I'm going to turn it over to Erica to kind of fill in those blanks again, but congratulations, Christopher. It's well earned.
Thank you,
Erica.
Sue. Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisors. It's a really good day today to have two recognitions like this. And I also remember when Christopher was hired in March of 18 as our engineering division manager, and he brought such great strength in engineering to our county, but also brought great communication skills, great interpersonal skills, and is able to remain calm in all situations, is very approachable, and really just embodies the values of the county in so many ways. And so it's so great to see Christopher continue to move up in our organization, to grow, to be promoted to this director level position, and to have such a positive impact on our communities and with our partners. So thank you, Christopher, for continuing with us, for joining us, and very excited to continue to work with you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to invite Andy to make any remarks he would like as well, if you don't mind.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, let the roasting begin. No, I first met Christopher, actually, we were doing what we're doing now with the tunnel fire. And I say we, large collective group of with the tunnel and the pipeline and Haywire, large collective group of engineers studying the watershed and how this post-fire burn scar may react to a monsoon rain event. That's happening right now with J.E. Fuller and Associates. So Christopher was at that time, sorry to roast you a little bit, Christopher, but an engineer in training with Natural Channel Design. And Stephanie Yard was the principal of Natural Channel Design. And so I first met Christopher. We were having a public meeting at Cromer School talking about the potential impacts of flooding and how we need to prepare. Christopher was out in the field that had started to rain, and he comes into the gym soaking wet with his muck boots on, was out studying the watershed, and actually was able then to talk to residents saying, okay, I was just up in the watershed, and this is what we think it's going to look like when we get this major rain event. And that's just been his commitment to his profession of being a professional engineer, but as Public Works Director, his commitment to the profession of public service and the vocation of public service. And so he brings all of that. And there are days I wish I were Christopher because he's that talented. And so, Christopher, thank you for working with us. And I just look forward to many years of working together in public service.
Thank you, Andy. And I know probably some of the board members would like to say a few things, and then we'll turn it over to Christopher. And just comment I want to make is I had a wonderful opportunity to get to know Christopher, unfortunately, under the most extreme circumstances. And really that was the tunnel fire flooding, and how much I appreciated his expertise. He was absolutely right there to fill in a new board member on what was going on and what I needed to know, and how much I appreciate that, Christopher. But really, I got to say, the way that you worked with the residents, I want you to know how the compassion and care you showed to these residents during some extremely difficult times in their life. You know, really I knew that we had a good one. And Christopher, congratulations on your promotion, certainly well deserved. And I know Public Works is in good hands. So thank you. And thanks for being part of the team and being the great person you are. Really appreciate that. So, and other comments from board members?
Sure. I'd like to say something. Christopher, thank you for all your hard work. I too had the opportunity to work with you hand in hand during the museum floods of last summer, and I really appreciated how you helped coordinate as we were trying to get services to folks. You were always available, always sending information to folks, giving me updates as needed, especially as a new board member, and I really appreciated that. And that continued all the way through in these most recent fires as well. I wanted to let you know that yesterday I was with some constituents out in the Timberline area, and they had lived through Schultz, and they mentioned you and Andy as two of the folks that came and did their assessment, and they spoke highly of you, you know, and that means a lot, because that was 12 years ago, and here you guys are, and you have that institutional knowledge with what we're dealing with over there in Fernwood Timberline area with the potential floodings from the new fire. And so, you know, I'm really, really pleased that both of you got this promotion to where you're at, and we're really excited to continue working with you, and it's well deserved. And thank you for all your service.
Supervisor Ryan.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. And ditto. Yeah, all that they said and more. Yeah, you're capturing Christopher, and what's special about him seeing the big picture and dealing with people. When again, go back to Schultz, when you were working with natural channel design, you know, it was a unique proposal that came through, and it was a team. But Christopher was a key component of that team, and you know, Lucinda's wisdom to lure him away and lure him to us. But what was special about that, and what we continue to do, is we had we put it out there for all engineering firms, 10 different engineering firms at the time, and everything was hard construction except for your guys' proposal that came through and took a look at the natural conditions, the flow, natural flow down, modification of flow. How do you stop the down cutting you can't put concrete on the entire mountain. So what do? And you were instrumental, all of you, in implementing it. But again, Christopher was the boots on the ground. He was in the middle of all this. And helping guide this and make the recommendations and get us to, you know, quite honestly, to where we are today with everything we're doing with flood control mitigation. You know, it's just so wonderful that you continue to grow and watch you and stepping into this role. It's going to be a tough one, but you're really the right person, Christopher. It's a new era. And I think it's a great opportunity, and I look forward to working with you. But you know, you got to prove it to me. You show me how it works first, okay? This is a little tease that we have going back and forth. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Ryan. So Christopher, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, I'm really grateful for this opportunity to serve as Public Works Director and to continue to serve as County Engineer. And I look forward to expanding into more of our road maintenance and our transportation infrastructure areas, and learning to balance between our emergency response to flooding and addressing our transportation needs. And I'm excited to look at our partners with with ADOT, with the BIA and the Navajo Nation, and the things we do in those areas as well. But really grateful for this opportunity again, and I look forward to proving it to Supervisor Ryan. I'll convince you. Thank you.
Thanks, Christopher. It's great to have you on board, and thanks for being with us this morning as well. So we know we're going to see you in the field a lot. So there's a lot of work yet to be done. So great to see you. Thank you. All right, we're moving along. We have another recognition, and this is a recognition of someone that I've known for a long time. It's been a longtime friend, and has been a longtime friend of Coconino County, and has certainly been very involved in so much of Coconino County and public service here to Coconino County. And I'm so pleased to have a recognition of Susie Garrettson. And I know we're all going to have things to say about Susie, but before we do that, I'm going to turn this to Sue Brown. And I also think Mandy Metzger is going to join us. If you could please put her on as panelist as well. So good morning, Susie. And Sue.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Lindsay, I'll also note that Supervisor Fowler has joined us, and if she could be promoted to panelist, that would be great. And I don't know if we've found Mandy Metzger, but if we can promote her as well. Madam Chair,
she was calling in, Sue.
She was calling in. Yeah, great. Yeah, thank you.
So.
Madam Chair, thank you. It transitions today. One of them is that Susie is going to be going to retirement, and we are so very lucky she has chosen to stay with us for much longer than we expected we could keep her. So thank you, Susie, for all of those tremendous years. I have to note that every board I think that I have ever joined, I joined it with Susie being on that board. She gives of her time to this community. She has given of her time to public service through the county. And she is someone who cares deeply about the community of Northern Arizona, about Coconino County, but she does not see boundaries, and she contributes across the spectrum of issues. She is involved in cultural things. She is involved in environmental things. She is involved in the county in so many different ways. And so she has been a great representative as a citizen. She has been a great representative as a member of the county, and we have been so lucky to have her. So a huge thank you, Susie, from the organization for all that you have done. And if you don't mind, I'd like to turn it over to Trey Williams, who has been able to work with her for these last 9 months, and have him tell you about her.
Very good. Thank you, Trey. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors, Sue and Susie. It's great to be with you today. Many of you will know that when we walk around the halls of Coconino County, there is a great picture that says public service. It's what we do. And I can't think of someone who embodies that ethic in the county more than Susie Garrettson. I met Susie when I began as Public Affairs Director at the end of last year, or towards the end of last year, and it has been an absolute pleasure working with her and learning from her. She started at the county in 2009, believe it or not, as a temp, and then moved into serving then Supervisor and Chair Mandy Metzger, and did that until Mandy Metzger retired from the board. And then from there, almost, believe it or not, 5 years ago, she started as our Diversity Council Coordinator. And so she has served the county in many capacities, and every project she's worked on, every interaction she's had, she's really embodied those core values of Coconino County, which is diversity, public service, and a commitment to community. So Susie, it's been an honor and a pleasure to work with you. We do have something to present to you today, which is a certificate of appreciation. And if I may, Madam Chair, I'm going to just read that.
Please.
So this just says Coconino County, Arizona Certificate of Appreciation is hereby awarded to Susie Garrison for outstanding service to Coconino County, presented on this 28th of June, 2022. So Susie, congratulations. I wish you the best in your retirement. Like Sue said, you do so much. So we know that you're still going to be a friend to Coconino County. You're still going to be involved. We look forward to working with you and seeing you in that capacity. And congratulations on your retirement. And it's been a pleasure working with you. And so Sue, if I may, or Madam Chair, turn it over to anyone else who wants to say some remarks regarding Susie.
And I think that if Mandy Metzger is on the phone, I think we should turn it to Mandy next.
Mandy, if you could raise your hand on the phone, I believe it's a *9. Is that correct, Lindsay?
That's correct. Then I will be able to identify. There she
There
is.
she is.
Thank you.
All right. Mandy, we're turning this over to you. So thank you for being with us this morning to honor Susie.
It's showing her right muted.
There she goes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, supervisors. All of this sounds so familiar, and I promise I'm not going to roast Susie, although I could. Good morning, Susie. With your permission, Madam Chair, I'll just launch right into this.
Please.
All right. So when I first met Susie, it was some 20-some years ago, I think, and she had leadership roles in the community. And I asked her how she would describe herself. And she said, well, she was an adventurer. But she was also thinking at that time about perhaps driving the airport shuttle to Phoenix, because she loved talking with people and learning about them. We became friends, and Friday night movies for years and years, actually almost till COVID, was a must on our agenda. And then when I ran for office, Susie was there to help. And when I became supervisor, after I'd been supervisor for a while, Susie said, well, why don't I just help you? And I said, that would be great. And that was the beginning of almost 8 years with Susie, as I guess you now call him. She was my executive assistant. Now I think she's a director, or would be a director. I'm not sure what the title is now. But Susie used to tell me, I'd say, Susie, can we do this? And she'd say, that's a project. And that's going to take several days. And I said, no, just today. No, it's a project. And I would describe Susie's dedication and her determination. And she's so dogged. And people in the communities and in Northern Arizona loved her, and she loved them right back. And you could see it in her work and her care. And I'm sure she's carried that through. So, you know, Susie, I wish you many, many happy adventures. And I don't think you ever really go away. So I'm sure the county will still benefit somehow. So congratulations. And I look forward to an adventure.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, former Supervisor Metzger. Thank you for joining us this morning. And I'm going to turn it over now to the other supervisors to make some comments on Susie. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes. Hi, Susie. Congratulations. Thank you for your service. I most got to know you through the different diversity councils and all the great work that you did and have done there over the years. And so really appreciate all your service in helping promote and preserve diversity, equity, and inclusion in our county. And so really appreciate all that work that you've done. And, you know, I always seem to run into you at all kinds of different events, and you're always at a different table for something. And so I'm always impressed at how much you give back to our community. And so thank you for your public service. And I hope you enjoy this new era in your life when as in retirement, that you enjoy that well-deserved time off to go and do things that you love. But as was stated earlier, I'm sure we'll see you around town being involved in different nonprofits in some capacity. And so I look forward to seeing you in those new capacities. But congratulations and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ryan.
Well, hey, Mandy. And hey, Susie. It's good to see you. And actually, I can't believe, I'm hearing Mandy say 8 years there, and I'm hearing 5 years on the Diversity Commission. And it's like, Susie, you already did a lifetime of stuff before you even came to us. And so you were pretty much in retirement then, only to move on to the next, And, my piece on this is, Susie, you've just been a real person, a nice person. That's where your success lies. Your engagement with everybody has been wonderful. When you were working with Mandy, it was always good to see you right outside the door and have regular conversations. When we transitioned the diversity councils into management, you were the right person to really help us move into a smooth transition to help each of the councils grow in their own capacities. And so, that was a critical piece. But in the meantime, you've been engaged in all these different PACs. The most recent one, CCC, finally over that hurdle. Really appreciate that behind the scenes work that is so critical to make things a success. And you always have, Susie, FLP, everything you've done with the leadership program, and many more beyond that. You're not going away. You're just transitioning to something else. When somebody said retire, Susie's not going to retire. She's just going to do something else. So. Thank you, Susie.
Thanks, Supervisor Ryan. And I know Supervisor Fowler has now joined us. I'm not sure if her connection is stable enough, but Supervisor Fowler, would you like to say something?
Thank you for your service. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for everything that you've done. You've really worked hard on behalf of the county all these years and really molding and I just helping this Diversity Council become a real committee and just molding them to who they are today. So great to hear you, Mandy. Just really appreciate everything that you have done for the county and the community. I know you're very involved with the Coconino Community College and other organizations. So your dedication and your volunteerism and just your heart is in this community. So thanks so much. And I know that we're gonna keep on working with you and look forward to that and really enjoy everything that you do, which I know you do. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And just to kind of ditto what everybody has said, and yet you certainly exemplify public service, Susie, and I know that's going to continue. So you may be leaving the county, but you're going to be there in our community, and we so appreciate that and look forward to that. And, I can't tell you how many times I get a Susie Garrison email. And let me tell you, those are emails I read because I needed to know what was going on here in that community, in our community. And I know that you always had your finger on the pulse. And I just so appreciate that and look forward to your continued involvement and looking forward to my continued involvement with our community activities. So again, Susie, thank you from all of us here at Coconino County. It's with great appreciation that we recognize and honor you today. And with that, Susie, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. First, I'll make sure I don't cry. That was just amazing. I didn't expect all this. So thank you all very much. And, I've been so proud to be able to work with the county. I really like to be a part of a machine, that works. And first, I love Coconino County in general, but our county is so unique. And one of the things that makes it unique is the diversity councils that the Board of Supervisors created. I don't think other counties have this. And they're not perfect at all. There's always going to be needing to be revisions and improvements, but just the fact that we have them is fantastic. And I asked for this job. I really wanted to make them work under one person, coordinating them. so that they were more cohesive. And I loved it. And so I think that they've become a little more solidified, but that, there's always going to be a ways to go. So anyway, I just want to thank all of you for your wonderful comments. My gosh. And I'm going to miss it, but I'll be around like everybody says. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. With that, we are on for a proclamation, and we're moving along on our agenda. And I want to thank all of those that were recognized here this morning. And so next, we're going to kind of go out of this world a little bit. And of course, we all think Coconino County is out of this world, and Lowell Observatory has always been a great part of, and Meteor Crater have always been a great part of not only tourism and bringing folks into Coconino County and a recognition of who we are here in Coconino County. So this is a special proclamation designating June 30th, 2022 as Asteroid Day. And I just love that. And here to start the proclamation and introduce those that have joined him is Kevin Schindler, who many of us know, a great Lowell historian and another very active community member. So Kevin, welcome this morning. We look forward to the proclamation and for you to introduce those that are with you here this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair and supervisors and fellow residents of our great county. I'm joined today by several people. Matt Kent, CEO and President of Meteor Crater and Behringer Crater Space Museum. Faith Tuzinski, Vice President of Operations of Meteor Crater and Behringer Space Museum. And my colleague here at Lowell Observatory, Dr. Daniel Adams, our Chief Marketing and Revenue Officer.
Very good.
I believe Matt and Danielle are going to talk a little bit about what Asteroid Day is.
Very good. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. What a pleasure it is to be here today with you and talk to you about Asteroid Day. It's an exciting time in Coconino County for astrotourism. And this particular event and occasion was originated by an organization called the B612 Foundation. And this is a nonprofit organization made up of world-renowned scientists and astrophysicists and astronauts. And it's based on a need to protect Earth from future impacts. I think most of the science community agrees that the impact that happened at Meteor Crater 50,000 years ago, it's not a matter of if it will happen again, it's a matter of when it will happen again and where. And there's a concentrated effort to protect Earth and protect our way of life and protect the inhabitants of this planet. So this organization has come together and they are behind a lot of the research and science and technology, studying asteroids, tracking them, and protecting us from future impacts. One of the exciting things they came up with in 2016, one of their members is Dr. Brian May, who some of you may know as the musician and guitar player for the band Queen. But some people don't know that he's really a well-respected, well-regarded astrophysicist. He, along with astronaut Rusty Schreichert and Danica Remy, who's one of the founders of B612, came up with Asteroid Day, and it's designed to raise awareness about asteroids, their threat, their impact on our universe, and how we can be aware as a civilization of what's out there and what can happen. So it sounds ominous, but it's actually a really cool science, and there's a lot of study on it. This day is a global event. It's United Nations sanctioned, and every year on June 30th around the world, different museums and universities and clubs come together and they have lectures and they have concerts and various things just to recognize and bring awareness and communication to the public about asteroids and the potential of impact. And while it's very big globally, what we're seeing is that there's not a big awareness in the United States. So we're hoping that Flagstaff will become a landmark event venue for this every year. My colleagues there at Lowell and I have come together, and I'm going to let Danielle tell you why Coconino County and our astrotourism destination is really exciting for this. So I'm going to introduce Dr. Danielle Adams. Danielle.
Thank you, Matt. Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. Again, I'm Danielle Adams and I'm with Lowell Observatory. Lowell and Meteor Crater are delighted to partner together to bring Asteroid Day to Northern Arizona for the first time this Thursday, just 2 days from now. We have a long history of partnership between Lowell and Meteor Crater, and it's the perfect situation for recognizing Asteroid Day. As Matt said, astrotourism is growing rapidly, and Arizona, and especially Northern Arizona, is really one of the world's best places for astrotourism. And we are very well positioned for Asteroid Day. Lowell Observatory, over our 128-year history, has discovered over 30,000 asteroids and continues to find and study them to this day. Meteor Crater is the best preserved meteorite impact site in the world, and through Gene Shoemaker, revolutionized the study of meteorite impacts on the Earth. So together, this really makes Coconino County and Northern Arizona an amazing place to recognize Asteroid Day. And as Matt said, we intend to make this an annual occurrence. So for everyone listening out there, please do join us in 2 days for Asteroid Day. You can go to asteroiddayaz.com and see the full schedule. Overall, we'll have talks and events at Meteor Crater in the daytime, with talks occurring from 1 to 4 p.m. and other events starting around 11 a.m. And then we'll transition to Lowell Observatory in the evening for more talks from 7 to 10 p.m. and of course observing through telescopes, providing that the monsoon clouds allow us some space there to look. So we're also really looking forward to seeing Vice Chair Vasquez at Lowell Observatory to read the proclamation pending its acceptance here, designating June 30th as Asteroid Day. So thank you very much. I'll turn it now over to Kevin Schindler to read the proclamation.
Thanks, Danielle. Okay, here we go. Coconino County Proclamation designating June 30th, 2022 as Asteroid Day. Whereas asteroid 2939 Coconino, discovered in 1982 by Lowell Observatory astronomer Ted Bohl, is named after Coconino County. And whereas longtime Coconino County resident Gene Shoemaker is considered the father of both planetary geology and the study of near-Earth objects. And whereas Gene Shoemaker and his wife Carolyn co-discovered more than 500 asteroids and 32 comets. And whereas the Near-Earth Asteroid Rendezvous space probe, which landed on an asteroid to study it in 2000, was renamed Near Shoemaker in honor of Gene Shoemaker. And whereas scientists have used the Lowell Discovery Telescope, which is one of the world's most powerful telescopes and located 40 miles southeast of Flagstaff near Happy Jack, to study asteroids, and in fact earlier this year confirmed the youngest pair of asteroids in the solar system. And whereas upwards of 500,000 people visit Meteor Crater and Lowell Observatory each year, and the income generated from this visitation provides jobs and stimulates the economy of Coconino County. Now therefore be it resolved, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim June 30th, 2022 as Asteroid Day in Coconino County. And we encourage all county staff and community members to join the county in celebrating Meteor Crater, Lowell Observatory, and exploration of our universe.
Kevin, thank you so much for that and for the information that's been presented on Asteroid Week, really, and all the events that are taking place. And I'm really glad you mentioned Gene and Carol Shoemaker, you know, obviously two incredible residents here of Flagstaff that have done so much for Lowell and for the world, quite frankly, and for their various discoveries of asteroids. So it is truly wonderful to see this partnership between Meteor Crater and Lowell. I mean, not only we now have asteroid tourism, which who knew that was a thing, and so that's really cool. And also just thank you so much for making really Coconino County a center for learning and astronomy and really inspiring awe, not only here in Coconino County, but throughout the state and throughout the whole world. So it's just tremendous to be part of the proclamation and to be part of Asteroid Week. So thank you so much. And if there are any other members of the board that like to say a few words, otherwise we'll proceed with the agenda. Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, actually, I'm thinking of, I'd love to make a comment, but I was thinking Supervisor Vasquez might want to make a motion here.
Yeah, but I'd like to make a comment if you'd like to go first, and then I'll make my comment.
Why don't we make comments and then I'll entertain the motion, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Madam Chair, you said it well, but as we look at our guests and prestigious guests, what dark skies are to us in Coconino County, what Lowell has been from the very beginning, the contributions that the Shoemakers have made throughout the years. This is most apropos. I'm really excited that you're bringing this to us, and I certainly do want to support everything, the full intent of what you're doing with this, but all the other work that you've done. It was fun to watch. I was representing Blue Ridge community once upon a time when you were searching around for where are you going to put that Discovery telescope, and it's been neat to see its use over the years. See a lot of the relationships, international relationships that you have established, and much that we don't see that happens. I always say that astrophysics and astronomy are a soft industry that has always been present here, and it's because of our care for our natural environment that it can exist in such a quiet way. But I want to thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments, members of the board, or we'll entertain a motion?
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for bringing this to us. It's really exciting to be able to have this proclamation and honor and recognize all the hard work that's gone into making astronomy an important part of our county. We're blessed with some beautiful skies, and the opportunity to see those skies through both of your institutions, both Lowell Observatory, but also through Meteor Crater, and getting that sense of what it is in outer space, and then using those spaces as learning opportunities for children so that we continue this love for the sky and love for understanding of what it means to us. It's really a beautiful
I think you went to mute, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Thank you. I apologize. I accidentally muted myself. I was just saying it's a great opportunity to recognize and honor the work that's been done by everybody who's been a part of Lowell Observatory and Meteor Crater since their inceptions. And I'm just grateful and thankful that you brought this to us and that we have the opportunity to recognize it today. And unless Supervisor Fowler has any comments, I'll entertain a motion, or I'll put out a motion to approve the proclamation.
Supervisor Fowler, do you have some comments?
Yes, thank you. Apologize, I can't turn my camera on, but how cool is this? Thank you so much for bringing it to the board and to the county. I would really like to have you join us at the Navajo Bridge Star Party in October. And we're restarting it. So it's really a great year, really happy. It's become such a really great event, and we have presentations. So I'd like to include you in on that. All right, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to say thank you, Vice Chair Vasquez for reading that proclamation. Lowell Observatory has been near and dear to my heart for many years. I've been a member of Lowell since I was a student at NAU, and that's a lot of years ago. So, and really appreciate you reading that proclamation. Sorry, I'm not there to celebrate, but I will try to make something on Asteroid Day or Asteroid Week, I promise. So thank you. Vice Chair, can you make a motion, please?
I motion that we accept the proclamation to make June 30th Asteroid Day.
Very good.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, it is unanimous. So thank you so much. Kevin, it's always great to see you. And thank you for Danielle and Matthew for being with us today and reading the proclamation. Really appreciate being a partner with you on this. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
Madam Chair, just real quick, my 8-year-old grandson's coming up, and the one place he requested to go was Meteor Crater there. Just to let you guys know, you're number one on his list. So he's coming up today.
Fantastic.
That's great.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you so much.
all right. Thank you all very much for being with us.
Thank you.
All right, members of the board, do we need to take a 5-minute break, or are we going forward with our consent agendas?
Madam Chair, I would suggest for the sake of staff to take the 5 minutes.
Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be right back.
Lindsay, can you promote Chris Pastors, please? Thank you.
Okay. Are we back?
We are waiting for Vice Chair and Supervisor Fowler may be there. She is muted.
I'm here.
All right, great. So it looks like our quorum is in fact back. And with that, let us proceed with our agenda. Members of the board and members of the public, we are now at the consent agenda item. And by the way, I made a copy of what the chair's agenda, which I guess is a draft. So if I've mixed up some of the numbers, I'm assuming Lindsay will come on board. She just sent me the final on the chair's agenda, but so I'm going back and forth. So if I miss something or miss a number, please just let me know, Lindsay. So members of the board, members of the public, this is a consent agenda. These items are mostly routine in nature or administrative in nature. They can be made and enacted by the board through a single motion. If there is going to be any discussion, however, on a particular item, they need to be removed from the consent agenda and they will be taken individually and there'll be discussion individually. And so now is the time to ask the board members, are there any items that you, the board, would like to remove from the consent agenda for individual discussion and individual consideration? I will state for myself, item 14 and 16 that have to do with and I'm going to mispronounce this, Intelitex Digital Economic Recovery Dashboard are 14 and 16. And I'm going to remove those from the consent agenda. And I've asked Chris Pasterix to talk about that a little bit. Any other items that members of the board would like to remove from the consent agenda? Anybody? It doesn't look like it. And so with that, we have items 5 through, oh boy, this is a long consent agenda, 5 through 51 on the consent agenda, with the exception of removing 14 and 16. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Very good. Supervisor Ryan has made a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. The consent agenda has in fact passed. And now we have items 14 and 16. And I believe that these can be discussed together. Obviously, we'll take the vote individually. But 14 is consideration of possible action to approve an RFP for Intelitech to provide website development work for digital economic recovery dashboard. And 16 is the approval of a contract with Intelitech to perform developmental services for equitable economic recovery dashboard for Coconino County. So if I could turn this over to Chris, and if you could kind of present and give us a little background on both of these action items.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Madam Chair, thank you for bringing this item out of consent and allowing a little bit of time of discussion and awareness on what we're working on here with the Equitable Economic Recovery Plan and the subsequent digital dashboard for our county. If it's okay with you, I'd like to share my screen. I know everybody kind of likes to have the visuals as we talk through this. There'll be some times for questions. Do I have your permission to share my screen?
Absolutely, Chris. Thank you. And thank you for presenting on this.
Lovely. Let me move this out of the way. Now, as far as our equitable economic recovery plan for the county goes, what it is it's essentially getting our hot hands on the data that often drives decision making. And when I say our hot hands, it's not just the county elected officials or the leadership team, but the idea here is to publish our economic recovery data across our county. And in order to do that, we've been working on this for quite a while. We presented to the Board of Supervisors in October of 2021, and that was a long time ago. It almost seems like another lifetime ago. But in terms of where we're getting our funding to do this work, it comes through a NACO, so National Association of County Organizations, and it's through their Economic Mobility Leadership Cohort. And there was a grant that was awarded to Coconino County. This grant and this work we've been doing with NACO has been introduced to the county by Supervisor Fowler. And I was wondering, Supervisor Fowler, if you'd like to share a little bit about the origins of where this NACO Economic Mobility Leadership Network came about, your part in it, and then I'll take it back and kind of go through the next steps so we can really dive into that dashboard. Supervisor Fowler, are you able to provide that?
Yes, thank you, Chris. Thank you. The Coconino County has been involved from the establishment or creation of the NACO Economic Mobility Leadership Network. We've been involved since 2019. We work to really look at our economy and seeing how we might be able to learn from each other. There are about 20 counties that are involved throughout the country, and we really look at how to improve the next generation economy, and in learning how other counties address certain issues and how they've been able to improve their economy. So that's this network that we've been involved in. It is funded. The network is the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. That's where the funding comes from. And Coconino County has been involved since 2019. From that, we have another grant that that they were able to secure, and that's where this 100% of this $100,000 was granted to Coconino County, and we've been working with the Brookings Institute to be able to work with Chris on this dashboard that we're working on, to be able to really track where our economy is throughout the country. And one of the things that we've done on this dashboard is at the national level, sometimes even in national data, sometimes it leaves out the tribal lands. And in our county, we have 6 tribes that we work with. And sometimes some of I will ask a question every once in a while when there's a presentation that's being made is, does this include tribal lands? So even from the state, we always question that. And in this dashboard, we're making sure that tribal data is also included in there, so that we have a more accurate data that we will be presenting, and other partners may be able to use when they're writing their reports or writing a grant. So that's the whole idea behind this. But I know that Chris will be able to really share more about that dashboard. So thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Fowler pointed out that we were a recipient of this NACO grant. We were actually one of 8 counties in the entire United States to receive funding for this. So we sit in the top tier of access to unprecedented experts. And one of the experts that Supervisor Fowler mentioned is the Brookings Institute. They're the world leaders in research, and they provided all of these 8 counties, us included, with some data about how our counties are performing. That data was then taken, and everybody has seen this over the months. I hold up a printout because I don't have it's not live. It's static data, but the Board of Supervisors looked at this data and says, hey, we'd like to dig into this a little bit more. We'd like to know a little bit more about some of these metrics. And so we developed an RFP that went out to market to say, hey, web developers, we've been working with our IT department as well to say, hey, independent contractors that are web developers, help us bring this data so we can all see it, access it, use it as we need to. And so Brookings has been instrumental in this, but more so than just giving us the first set of data, Brookings has also worked with us and shared with us the algorithms that they used to get this data. Now that's a big deal because what we're talking about here is we're talking about comparing apples to apples over time, not using different sets of research. We've got the formula from Brookings. So I want to appreciate what NACO and the Brookings Institute has done with sharing that with us. I also wanted to share a visual of what a dashboard for a county looks like that's actually in use now in a neighboring county, and then kind of talk a little bit about what we're going to be tracking and kind of set some expectations as far as what kind of information we'll have at our fingertips ongoing. So this Brookings data, this might be a familiar slide. You've seen this a few times in the past, is really they're looking at when it's equitable economic recovery, there's bits of that talk about inclusion, racial inclusion. We're also talking about the connections with our community, as well as job growth and business growth. So those are some of the kind of the overarching areas that this data will slot into. But when we want to talk about a usable dashboard, how do we see this stuff? Erie County in Pennsylvania has been a pioneer in this work. And so what they've done is they've created a dashboard. They've used a few different indicators, but it's specific for their county. And now this is their data is aggregated by county, but we're going to go a little bit further than that. So NACO has recognized Erie County as a benchmark as far as using this data visually and having it presented. But so I just wanted to share a visual example of what it can look like when we're looking at this data over time. So in terms of what we are looking to measure here in the county and keep a track on, has to do with poverty rate, changes in housing prices, percentage of rent burdened families. We're looking at some of the low income job lost and how many jobs are being created in these industries. We're also looking at small business, how they're going in terms of revenues. We're looking at some GDP measures, so real GDP for our county. We're looking at business ownership fair share. And this was a particular one that the Madam Chair and Vice Chair brought up, is they want to know, hey, how are we doing across our demographic, not just overall businesses, but tell me what our Latin business operators look like. Tell us what our different demographics within those businesses starting. So this is one of the things that we're looking at. We're also looking at the share of households without broadband access. So seeing that change over time. We all know broadband's very important, but unless we're measuring it and seeing the access for our residents, it kind of just, it's improving, but how much? And then we're also looking at new business applications. So those are the 10 measures. And the reason we kept it small with 10 measures is something that we can get our hands onto that's not going to be too much, too crazy. There's plenty of websites out there where you can get lost in the data. But this is the data that's going to show how we're going overall as a county over time. But one of the unique things about what we're doing with this dashboard is we're tracking it for 5 years. So we've got a data or a starting point, but also we can see that progress that we're making. We're also looking to have meaningful visual displays, so graphs, charts, people just don't like numbers. They want to see trends. They want to see areas of coverage. And so we're working on that. This is obviously going to be a publicly available data set on our official county website. And when I say that, all the work that's being done is being vetted through our IT security. We've got a lot of measures in place to make sure that what we're doing doesn't compromise anything, but just adds to the access of information. One of the things that I really want to point out, and this was one of the things that Deputy County Manager Sue Brown and Supervisor Fowler pushed for, is they says, let's break this down by census tract. If we're talking about equity, how are different census tracts within our county going with these measures? And so that's one of the things that we're going to tease out. We're going to have the measures by county, but also by census tract. So you know that many of your districts have, 2 or 3 census tracts, or perhaps a few more, but you'll be able to look at those census tracts that are the residents in your district and be able to compare that against the county. One of the things that we're doing is we want to be able to see how we are going. But this isn't about us compared to other counties. It's about us viewing ourselves, tracking ourselves, and seeing how the plight of our citizens are going over the time of this. So that concludes the presentation as a refresher, and it's over to questions or discussions for the board.
And Chris, thank you. And, I think these are an incredibly important tool that we will have here in Coconino County to help with tracking, as you say, our economic development and to see where we are and make decisions as we go forward. So I think it was important to do a brief overview of something that happened about a year ago. And but I have a question, and that is, now that we're taking action on this, when do you think that this will be up and running here on the county website?
So what we're looking at for development is we're actually looking at development is it's been underway for a while in the background, but we're looking at implementing this so you can see it and type into it and get access to it in November. So the end of this calendar year, this website will be fully available.
Very good. Thank you for that. Any other questions or any other comments?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. I just want to thank the prior board members for really supporting this project and having been involved in the NACO organization and having an opportunity to be involved with other counties and having Chris be part of that as well. And it's a really great opportunity for our county to be involved. And I just want to thank our board for a continued support as well as the county management. Thank you.
Absolutely. And it takes a village, and sometimes that village takes a lot of years to get it done. So it's wonderful. And thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for your leadership on this as well. So it was, this is a wonderful opportunity here for Coconino County. So thank you again. And any other comments? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion for item number 14. And Supervisor Fowler, I'm sure you would like to make that motion.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to move that we approve the award of RFP 2022-5105.
Oops, do we, Supervisor Fowler, did we lose you?
Madam Chair, she captured the RFP number with that. I'll second the motion, and just noting that it's to Intellectics, probably. Pardon me if I didn't pronounce that correctly, to perform the website development work for digital economic recovery dashboard.
We do have a motion by Supervisor Fowler, second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Item number 14 passes. Number 16, and did we lose Supervisor Fowler, unfortunately?
It appears that we did, Madam Chair. She
All right.
does have a troubling connection today.
I know that she does. Number 16 It's consideration of possible action to approve the contract with how do you pronounce that, Chris?
I think there's no wrong way to say it, and that's part of their appeal is intellexics. It's all correct.
That's the right answer. I love that. Just whatever way you want to say it. So, okay. And number 16, with Intellects to perform development services for the Equitable Economic Recovery Dashboard for Coconino County, the amount of $74,000 with authorization to expend up to and not to exceed $80,000 for the total project amount on completion of the Equitable Economic Recovery Dashboard project. Do we have a motion? So moved by Vice Chair Vasquez. Do we have a second?
I'll second it and note that if Supervisor Fowler were here, she would be proud to go ahead.
I'm sure she would. I'm sure she'd be proud to make the motion. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. It is unanimous. So, members of the board, we are moving on. We are done with a very long consent agenda. And we now need to resolve as the Board of Deposits. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Deposits?
So motion. Okay.
Supervisor Ryan, do I have a second? Vice Chair Vasquez seconds that. All those in favor say aye. Aye. It is unanimous. We are now the Board of Deposits. We have item 52, 53, and 54 under the consent agenda for the Board of Deposits. Again, this is a consent agenda. Members of the board and members of the public, we can consider this under one motion and one vote unless a board member would like to remove it for individual discussion and individual action. Do we need to remove any items under the Board of Deposits consent agenda? Seeing none, do I have a motion to accept the Board of Deposits consent agenda?
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and move for approval.
All right, Supervisor Ryan moves for approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. The consent agenda for the Board of Deposits has been approved. Members of the board, we now must resolve we're going to be doing this all day, by the way. We all must resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
A motion.
So Vice Chair motions. Do I have a second?
I'll go ahead and second it.
Supervisor Ryan seconds. Do all those in favor say aye?
Aye.
Aye.
It is once again unanimous. We're the Board of Supervisors. Now we must resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
Oh, hold out. I'll go ahead and make that motion.
All right, Supervisor Ryan, do we have a second?
Second.
Vice Chair Vasquez, all those in favor of resolving as the Flood Control District Board of Directors signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I made it back.
I'm
I
glad you're back.
apologize. I apologize. I think I'm going to be going in and out. Thank you.
All right, very good. We're glad to have you back, Supervisor. Okay, we are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Members of the board and members of the public, we have a number of items on the Flood Control District agenda, items 58 through 59. Again, these are rather routine or administrative in nature, can be decided on one motion and one vote, unless an individual board member would like to remove them for individual discussion. Any removal of items 55 through 59? Seeing none, at this point, I will entertain a motion to approve the Flood Control District consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
A motion.
Motion by Vice Chair Vasquez. Do I have a second?
I'll go ahead and second, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Motion and second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Flood Control District consent agenda has passed. Members of the board, we must now also resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Supervisor Ryan moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vice Chair Vasquez, all those in favor of resolving as the Board of Supervisors? Aye.
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 It is once again unanimous. So members of the Board of Supervisors, we must now resolve as the Health District Board of Directors. Do we have such a motion?
Oh, go ahead and make that motion. Oh, I'll second that motion, Madam Chair.
You're seconding it, so Vice
Yeah.
Chair, will you make that motion?
I will make the motion.
All right, boy, I tell
No,
you,
second.
you're just trying to throw a wrench in things, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
We have a motion and have a second. All those in favor of resolving as the Health District Board of Directors, say aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We're now the Health District Board of Directors. Again, we have a consent agenda. There's only one item in that consent agenda. Do we want to remove it from the consent agenda? Seeing now removal, members of the board, is there a motion to accept the Health District consent agenda?
I'll go ahead and move for approval.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Members of the board, we must now resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Vice Chair Vasquez has moved it and Supervisor Ryan has done a second. All those in favor of being the Board of Supervisors again signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, unanimous. We now, Board of Supervisors, must resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors?
So moved.
Vice Chair has moved. Do I have a second?
I'll go ahead and second, Madam Chair.
Second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Members of the public and members of the Jail District Board of Directors, we have a consent agenda before us. These are administrative or routine in nature. Does anyone want to remove an item, either 61 or 62, for individual discussion and action? Seeing none, do I have a motion to accept the Jail District consent agenda?
Motion to approve, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Ryan, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right.
It is unanimous. It looks like we may have lost Supervisor Fowler. Members of the board, we must now resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Vice Chair Vasquez, second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Once again, it is unanimous. We are on our agenda for a public hearing. This is a public hearing for consideration and possible recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding an application 198244 for a Series 006 bar liquor license for Timberline Tavern. The agent is Grant Joseph Gardner, located at North Highway 89 and Silver Saddle Road in Flagstaff. Lindsay, our clerk, I'm going to turn this over to you to present this item. And I don't know if the agent is here, but he also may want to present and answer any questions before we open this up for a public hearing. So clerk of the board.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. And Mr. Gardner is here if there are any questions. He is a panelist. This application we received from the state, this is for an owner transfer, and a liquor license has existed at the location previously. This is located at 9001 US 89A in Flagstaff, which is Supervisor District 4. It's for a Series 6 bar liquor license. And we have sent the application out to our departments, community development, risk manager, sheriff's office, and health, and they do not have any concerns regarding the application. I went out and posted the application. It has been, and the notice of hearing, it has been up for 20 days. It's still there. We have not received any comments or concerns regarding the application. And just as a note, Mr. Gardner was impacted by the fires and had to evacuate some of his business and during the evacuations for the fires as well. So he's been working off of an interim liquor license application. And the board may make a recommendation to approve, not approve, or offer a no recommendation to the state The board does not issue a license, but makes that recommendation based off of knowledge of the area. Thank you.
Very good. And before we go to the public hearing, are there any comments or questions from members of the board?
Just, Madam Chair, if I could, just quickly, and as noted, I believe in the report here, we've had the review by our staff on this one, Lindsay.
That's correct, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, and I'm just asking for the sake of the public record on this one. Thank you.
Very good. And I assume there have been no responses calling in any kind of concerns or questions on this application. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair Horstman. We have not received any comments or concerns or questions regarding the application.
Very good. And the statutory requirements for the application to be made to the Board of Supervisors for our consideration and recommendation for approval have all been met. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair Horstman.
Thank you. Any other questions or Grant? We're going to turn this over to open this up to the public, but would you like to make some comments at this time before we turn this to the public?
Sure.
Very good.
Is it live? Okay, I'm not sure. I'm Grant Gardner. I am born and raised Flagstaff boy. I have been here obviously for my whole life. I just turned 38 on Friday. I opened El Capitan when I was 20 years old, so I had that for 16 years. Recently closed that down due to COVID. Ended up opening a bar in Phoenix last November. I still have that going, and then I just to make a successful place coming up shortly. So I'm in my past community, and I love it, and I want to be the first to say Happy Meteor Day or Asteroid Day because I got my 5-year-old in the back, and we're going to have a good time on that on Thursday.
Well, we're excited about Asteroid Day too. So I'm glad we're with your son in the back. So that's great.
Yeah, I got it confused by saying meteor and asteroid. So an asteroid's still in the sky, a meteor's once it hits, right?
Yeah, once it hits.
Okay.
Then we have a meteor crater. We have an impact crater. So.
Yeah, I'm glad I still got it.
Members of the board, are there any comments or questions for Grant, or we're going to open this up for a public hearing? Seeing none.
Just quick comment. Appreciate your circumstances and your perseverance through those. I think we all are on that. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been very difficult. So, I'm scared to say the least, but I'm excited to keep pursuing the only thing I know that I'm good at.
Well, thanks, Grant. And that's the kind of spirit we have here in Coconino County. We appreciate that. And I know Vice Chair Vasquez has been out in the neighborhood quite a bit and will continue to be there. And quite frankly, the board's going to continue to be there for you. So thank you.
Well, I love it. And thank you. And thank you guys for putting your heads together to try and figure out how to deal with all this flooding. It's unbelievably heartbreaking. So hopefully we can figure it out. And the fires, my son said.
And the fires, he's right. So
yeah.
All right. Well, members of the board, now is the time. This is a public hearing. Members of the public, this is the time for you to be heard on an application for the governing board to approve and recommend the approval, I should say, to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control, an application for a Series 006 bar liquor license for the Timberline Tavern. We've heard from Agent Grant Joseph Gardner. It is to be located at North Highway 89 and Silver Saddle Road. Members of the public, that now is the time for you to be heard, and I'm turning this over to the clerk of the board to tell you how you can join our meeting here this morning. So Clerk Daly.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if you'd like to provide a comment regarding this public hearing for this liquor license, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover at the bottom of your screen. And if you hit that icon, it will notify us that you would like to speak. If you're on the telephone and you would like to provide a comment, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Very good. Members of the public, now is the time to be heard.
And at this time, we have no hands raised.
Thank you. And one more call, members of the public. This is a public hearing on a possible recommendation of approval for the Arizona Department of Liquor Licensing for the Timberline Tavern. Any other questions or comments? Members of the public, now is your time.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Horstman.
Very good. Well, then I am closing this public hearing. At this time, members of the board, are there any other questions or comments from the board? And if not, at this time, I would entertain a motion for a possible recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control regarding a Series 006 bar liquor license for Timberline Tavern. Do I have a motion? Vice Chair Vasquez?
A motion that we approve or recommend the approval of the liquor license for the tavern.
Very good. Do I have a second for that?
Madam Chair, I'll second that motion.
And we have a second from Supervisor Matt Ryan. All those in favor of making the recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control signify by saying aye. Aye. It is unanimous. So Grant and your son, thank you for your appearance here today. We see him in the background. It's wonderful to see you. And happy Asteroid Day and good luck to you on your latest adventure. Really appreciate what you do for our county. All right. Take care. All right, members of the board, we are now at item number, I have to make sure I've got the right number. We are now at item number 64. This is a light round table discussion. It also, I'm going to note, will be the last time before some of us are going to NACO. So I know that Trey Williams will probably talk a little bit about the upcoming NACO conference in Colorado. So we are now at item number 64, discussion and possible direction to staff regarding state and federal legislative priorities, legislative and administrative update. I know signing die has occurred, but can we get just the light version of this, Trey Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely. And so I have a presentation later in the day. I just wanted to let you know, I'll cover the NACO annual conference during that presentation and the resolutions we submitted. So for this one, I'll keep it light. It's hard to keep it light with this particular, can you see my screen? One second, I'm going to go into.
There it is, Trey.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay, so I just wanted to go into a state and federal legislative update. I will try to be as quick as I can. However, it's hard to summarize a $15.8 billion budget in about 5 minutes, but I'm going to do my best here. So good news, the legislature completed its work and adjourned sine die early on Saturday morning, June 25th. It was basically Friday night, but they went a little bit into Saturday. They also passed a $15.8 billion spending plan for fiscal year 23 the day before. Friday was the 166th day of session, meaning it was a pretty long session. I don't have to tell you all that. We all lived through it. And so we, by rule, the legislature has to complete its work by 100 days. And so we ended up going over 2 months beyond that 100-day mark. The governor has signed 397 bills into law. There are still some bills on his desk. The governor has 10 days after the adjournment of the legislature sine die to act on those bills. For the bills that he doesn't act on, they become law. So far, the governor has issued only one veto, and that is HB 2617, which I told you all about last time. This bill would have outlined additional reasons that a voter registration could be canceled, and the governor vetoed the bill on the grounds that the guidelines were vague for canceling legislation for canceling voter registration, and he'd like to see more specificity there. Also, as a reminder, laws go into effect 90 days after the legislature adjourns. So that means the general effective date for laws passed for the 2022 legislative session will be September 25th, 2022. Today, because we have that truncated time, I won't have time to go through a report on all the legislation we tracked and outcomes. I did provide updates at each of the board meetings based off of the high line items that you wanted to hear about, but we are compiling a report that we will submit to the board. We'll work on it over the July break, and we'll submit it to the board prior to the August 9th Board of Supervisors meeting, and then present that at that time to just give an overview of the bills that passed. Also, just a quick heads up that we'll do the full presentation on legislative outcomes and then the legislative proposals that have been submitted to public affairs for the 2023 legislative session, as well as for NACO resolutions or any federal policy priorities. And then we'll also start talking about the CSA Legislative Summit, which will occur in August. Right now, the plan is to review legislative proposals in September. And just as a reminder, the Legislative Summit is October 5th through the 7th, and that's that first week of October. Very quick fiscal and budget update. As I said, the legislature passed a $15.8 billion bipartisan budget. It was bipartisan on Thursday of last week. As part of this, you will all remember the $5 billion plus surplus that the legislature had as part of their budgetary considerations for this fiscal year. So that included $1.5 billion in one-time spending and $1.6 billion in ongoing spending above the JLBC baseline. So essentially what you're seeing is a budget with about $1.6 billion in additional spending. The major expenditures in this budget for fiscal year 23, transportation, airport, and parks infrastructure, that totals about $1 billion. There is funding for higher education, that's a significant amount, as well as state pension reduction. There are also targeted investments towards border security. This budget also included a 10% salary adjustment for state employees, and it also included provider rate increases for access and DES. Moving into the county expenditures in the budget, many of you will remember the sheriff, deputy, and detention officer stipends. That's $53.4 million, and that $53.4 million in deputy sheriff and detention officer stipends is the result of great work that was done by our partners at the County Supervisors Association, which we participated in. So they did a great job there in addressing one of the bills that we were opposed to and negotiated over the course of this session. It also includes $10 million in rural county attorney diversion funding and $20 million for county sheriff interoperability for school safety, which does, I'm going to go into the Coconino County impacts as well, but that actually does impact us. And then there were several one-time appropriations for election security related grants to counties. That didn't impact Coconino County directly, but we wanted you to know those were out there. And then there were also $75 million in various law enforcement and prosecution related grants for border enforcement. One thing I'm very happy to report on, you may recall earlier in the session, I was concerned, or we were concerned about the removal of budget flexibility language. I'm happy to report, due to another great example of the work done by our partners at the County Supervisors Association, counties with a population of under 250,000 may use up to 1.25 million of any countywide special district funds to meet any county fiscal obligation. So we do have some of that budgetary capacity. It is limited. So just note that total dollar amount there, and there is a requirement to report to JLBC. And then of course, this also continues ongoing payments to counties to maintain county essential services and defray the increased cost of EORP contributions. We've seen this language and this appropriation included in the budget for, many, many budget cycles now. So it was good to see the appropriation for essential county services continued in this fiscal year. I'm just going to go into some of the county budget perspective. Madam Chair, would you like me to take some questions now if there are any, or keep going?
Why don't we go ahead and keep going? I know we're kind of running low on time here, so why don't we keep going? We'll take them at the end.
Great. I'm going to be very quick then. I just wanted you to know about our budget perspective. There's also an email has been sent to you with the one pager of this particular information. So look out for that. I can flag it for you again if you need to. So this isn't a one pager that has been shared with you, but I wanted to just quickly go over it so you have an understanding of the Coconino County budget perspective as you go into your special session tonight. So I wanted to organize it by exposures, relief, that sort of thing. So some of the exposures, meaning some of the costs to us, There was an increase from 1.9 million roughly to 2.583 million in fiscal year 23 for the LTACs, that's the Arizona Long-Term Care System. The acute care contributions were maintained at $742,900 for Coconino County. And I'm just going to be quick here, so I can talk fast, so bear with me. It continues the language added in fiscal year 22 for probation officer salaries, which requires counties to cover the cost of salary increases for state probation officers that exceed 2.5%. It does provide $1.2 million, which is 2.5% statewide, in funding to the AOC for fiscal year 23 probation officer salary adjustments. And then that results in some county general fund exposure for any county that increases to pay above 2.5% in fiscal year 23. So that's just something to note moving forward. Another exposure is the judicial salary increases. It was enacted a budget, a phase-in of the proposed change to the Superior Court judges' salaries. The salary for a Superior Court judge went from $149,400 to $164,700 in fiscal year 23, and then $180,000 in fiscal year 24. Increases for these salaries for Superior Court commissioners and justices of the peace, so that will apply for Superior Court commissioners and JPs as well. In terms of relief, there is some relief here. I don't want to go through each one. The one thing I will say is the Law Enforcement Boating Safety Fund, there was an appropriation to that. Coconino County benefited from that. The amount that we received is unchanged from last year. We were also part of the counties that will receive the $2 million ongoing to the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission for grants. So that's a potential opportunity for us for juvenile dependency proceeding cases. And then there is the direct appropriation to counties. I just mentioned this. This is the $7.15 million that goes to each county, including Coconino, for essential county services and maintaining those services. Then there's also a continued elected officials retirement plan relief. There's a $3 million appropriation for counties with a population of less than 300,000 persons. And then continued flexibility language, which I already mentioned. The one thing I wanted to just note for the board is that if we use this tool, there is a requirement to report its usage to the Joint Legislative Budget Committee by October 1st, 2022. In terms of criminal justice funding, there's actually quite a bit that will benefit Coconino County. The Coconino County Sheriff received $1.25 million as part of that County Sheriff Interoperability for School Safety. There was $20 million overall in fiscal year 23 for all county sheriffs. We were also beneficiaries of the Rural Attorney Diversion Funding, which appropriates $10 million to the ACJC for county attorney diversion programs in counties with fewer than 900,000 persons for the purposes of establishing evidence-based diversion practices. Then, of course, the sheriff, deputy, and detention officer stipend I mentioned. As part of that, sheriffs are required to report to the ADOA. So that's just a report to keep in mind that the county will have to submit as part of receiving those funds. And then for that $5,000 stipend, the ADOA will distribute the funding on June 1st, 2023, based on actual hires. If the amount is insufficient, then the Department of Administration will distribute a prorated amount. There's a significant transportation project for our area. There's $5 million for the US 89 and North Lake Powell Boulevard Traffic Circle in Page. There's $6 million for the Flagstaff Downtown Connection Center. There's $50 million that's been appropriated from the State Highway Fund to create the new State Match Advantage for Rural Transportation Fund. And that's to assist in federal grant applications and matching assistance for more of Arizona. And then, of course, there was a total infrastructure investment of about almost $1 billion, with $317 million going to what they dubbed Greater Arizona, which will include this as part of our report, our summary report that we're working on with all the legislation that we tracked. And then just some water issues to note. There's a $1.2 million for rural water studies, as well as a $1 billion investment in the Water Infrastructure Finance Authority. Of course, Madam Chair, there was nothing in the way of rural management areas this session. I know that you and your colleagues worked very hard on that. However, that's something to keep in mind for the next session. And in the meantime, the legislature and governor did invest $1 billion in the Water Infrastructure Finance Authority and also invested in some studies that will allow for us to continue that work. And then lastly, Forest Health. $250,000 to the state forestry for county environmental projects, $3 million to the Department of Forestry and Fire Management for hazardous vegetation removal, and then $2.9 million in additional ongoing funding to the Department of Forestry and Fire Management for 19,000 acres of U.S. Forest Service land thinning, and then 5 additional FTEs for fire marshal staff. There's also $65 million in one-time non-lapsing appropriations for wildfire expenses, including $3 million for the Woodbury fire. And then lastly, just wanted to make you aware of the Coconino Community College state aid amount, the STEM and workforce program state aid and rural aid, as well as NAU. They got $26 million for operating and capital funding, and it specifies that $5 million of that must be used for UMA program expansion. So just wanted to note some of these perspectives from our partners in the state budget. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
And thank you. And that's very clear and concise. And thank you for your hard work on that. I know you were probably working well into the night to try to get the updates on this. So we really appreciate that, Trey. Members of the board, are there any questions or comments one wants to make on the update we just received from Trey on state and legislative priorities and budget? Hearing none, it's because you did such a great job. So thanks, Trey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I may, kudos to my team as well, who helped out. It's a team effort here, so I can't claim all the credit. Thank you.
As always, thank you, Trey. So next is the planning calendar. So, and Sue, I take it you're going to do this real quickly. Is that correct?
I am, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, just a couple of quick notes, mostly about.
Just Madam Chair, if I can interrupt real quick. If we can get everybody to consolidate, I'm supposed to, on behalf of us, attend Paul Kimes' lunch. And since we need to keep me here for the quorum, the more, just the key points, if we could.
I'm sorry, I missed half of that, Matt. Was there a problem?
Yeah, I'm supposed to be attending a lunch honoring Paul Kime on behalf of us in a few minutes. So just hoping that we just get to the key points here.
You know what? And you're right. And we did ask you to do that on behalf of the board, and I forgot that. And I don't. So we will break. What time are you supposed to do that, Matt?
It's at noon. It begins at noon. So
well, you probably
10 minutes over there.
You probably need to leave now.
ASAP. So quick points and then.
Well, I tell you what, the other 2 items, why don't we go ahead and I don't want you to be late. I really appreciate you doing this on our behalf. Why don't we at this point, unless there's an objection, let's take a break so that Supervisor Ryan can fulfill the responsibilities for the board here with Paul. And please give him our, I know that on behalf of all of us, you'll extend our congratulations.
Absolutely.
So why don't we take a break, and we will be back at 1:15. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sue Brown, are you with us?
Madam Chair, I'm always with you.
I love that. So, and I know members of the public and also those that are panelists that are waiting to present. It is in fact 1:15 when we were expecting to restart. Two of our board members were able to attend an event honoring Dr. Paul Keim, one of Flagstaff's best and brightest, and he received a wonderful award for all of the years that he has spent as a Boy Scout and Boy Scouting activities. So we are waiting for them to get back so that we have our quorum. So I'm very sorry about the delay, but we're hopeful that we can just have a delay for about 10 minutes and hopefully we'll start just a little bit late. So why don't we just stand? We will continue our being adjourned until, let's say, about 1:25, and hopefully they'll be back and ready to start our board meeting. So thank you all, and very sorry for the delay, but obviously this was an important recognition for Dr. Keim. So just one moment, we'll be with you. Thank you. Are we? Oh, there they are. Oh, he's still got his sunglasses on.
Good job. Other side. Did Geronimo make it? We're about on same schedule.
I think so, yeah. So,
Yeah.
and thank you both. Geronimo, thanks for going as well. So I'm sure that was a very nice occasion. So well deserved by really one of Flagstaff's finest. So thanks for being there for us. All right, so members of the public and board members and staff, we are back and running just a few minutes late. We left where last we left off this morning was discussion of possible action regarding Board of Supervisors planning calendar. And with that, I'm going to turn that over to Deputy County Manager Sue Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate a few moments and I won't take much of your time. I just wanted to note for the public that the board will be on their break from June 29th to August 8th. And that's extended by 1 week because of the election that's going to happen on August 2nd. That is an election day, so there is no board meeting on an election day. But I did want to note two things, or actually several things about that. July 20th through the 24th, of course, will be the annual NACO conference in Denver, Colorado, which several members of the board will be attending. And then on August 4th, we do have a training scheduled for the board that we request that the board members do take. It's a situational awareness training and anticipation of some change in our security profile here at our building. So I just wanted to remind everybody of that as well. And then finally on August 9th, we will come back together again for a 4 p.m. special meeting and a 6 p.m. regular meeting. And you can rest assured, Madam Chair, members of the board, there will be lots of items on that particular agenda. I assure you, we will stock up for you while you are gone. But other than that, I think it's too far out to really talk much more about the calendar unless there are any questions. Great.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I know that for NACO, I know I'm planning to attend. I believe that Supervisor Fowler is planning to attend. Vice Chair Vasquez, are you planning to attend?
Which event? I'm sorry.
The NACO conference in Colorado in July, the 20th through the 24th.
Yes.
And Supervisor Ryan, are you planning to attend?
I had not been, but I've been asked to moderate a Reppy County piece. So I'll go up for that, but I'm going to be a back-to-back going in and coming and leaving after handling that particular item there. So I'll be there just a little bit.
All right, so it sounds like you're coming up and coming back, huh?
Yep.
All right, and then
Madam Chair, I do think Supervisor Begay is thinking about it. I have not heard conclusively whether she's attending or not.
So at least for part of what days are, Matt, do you think you're going to be up there?
I have Tammy just and I just connected on it yesterday, and it's only a day. I don't know. I'll have to give you that answer later on.
Yeah, sure. That's okay. It just was, just for planning purposes and when we're all there and all that kind of good stuff. So let us know as soon as you know, and thanks for that heads up. So at least for part of it, we'll all be there. So that's important, I guess, to note. And yes, I guess that's a long way out, although I will also note for the public and for, staff, et cetera, is if need be, and we try to give our staff as well as our board a break during the month of July, which is very important. And we know how important that is. It takes a lot of time and energy to, quite frankly, prepare the packets, right, Lindsay and staff. And also just a lot of time and effort for our board meetings, which of course are important for the public and for notification to the public of what's happening. If necessary, of course, and as the events may require, we can always call for a special board meeting. It certainly is not our intent at this time to do so, but obviously, if necessary, that to do the public's work and to provide the input to members of the public, we always have that as an option. So thank you for that planning calendar. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we are going to proceed then to discussion and possible action regarding the Community Regional Administrative Matters, and that's listed for County Manager. Is there anything further on that?
Madam Chair, just one note. Yesterday, the board was sent an email regarding elections litigation that had been pertinent and some rulings had been made on that. We sent you a very brief summary of those items and let you know that they are no longer, or at least right now, are not in contention, but they may be appealed at some point. One of them, an appeal has been filed.
Yeah.
We suspect the other one will as well, but we will update you as soon as we hear more on those.
Thank you. And I think that you're going to be providing just our legal counsel will be providing an updated letter for all members of the board just to provide a summary on matters. But at this point, no further action is necessary from our board. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that email did go out yesterday with that short summary.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you. And so now we are at the round table. Remember, this is round table light, and we all kind of know what we've been up to here the last 2 to 3 weeks. But I'm going to go ahead and ask that we keep our comments as members of the board brief. But I know there's some important matters to discuss or at least to report on. So Vice Chair Vasquez, we'll start with you.
Sure. First off, I'd just like to update about the pipeline fire and let the community know how saddened I am by having to endure this fire and now post mitigation flooding. I've been working with constituents trying to make sure we get folks connected with resources, with the call center and concerns about sandbags and potential barrier placements. Let's see, trying to make this light. I had more notes than I thought, and now all of a sudden I have to cut it down. We did have an opportunity to replace the sandbags on the Main Street Trailer Park on Cedar, just south of Cedar, and on June 18th, and that was a great event organized by the city. So that was good to see, and we're moving forward, cleaning up and getting ready for any potential flooding. Also with the museum flood, we did have our first test of the siren system 2 Fridays ago, and that was a success. And every time I hear the warnings of rain or hear raining, I'm just praying that I don't hear that siren system. You know, it's I'm glad to have it. It's reassuring, but at the same time, we don't want to have to use it. I also had the opportunity attending the Juneteenth events, and the county Board of Supervisors were awarded a plaque for their work and donation to the Juneteenth event. And so that I was able to receive that award on behalf of the board. I was able to meet with a representative from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who's a supervisor, and talk a little bit about how Milwaukee approaches diversity and equity, their budget through a diversity and equity lens. And it was also interesting because there's 18 supervisors in Milwaukee County. And so some of the things that they have to do is very different than what we do. And so it was really neat to see how they do different things differently, but also get a perspective on the things that we do really well. And then I had the opportunity of attending the NALEO conference, the National Association of Latino Elected Officials. I was able to attend the White House Latino Economic Development Summit and had the opportunity to watch a panel discussion where my predecessor, Liz Archuleta, was one of the panelists talking about small businesses in Northern Arizona. So that was a nice treat, nice surprise that I hadn't expected. We also got to see on the second day, the main speaker was the vice president, and we had the opportunity to listen to her speak. And it was a great networking opportunity. I was originally supposed to stay out and meet Supervisor Clancy in Milwaukee during this week, but due to the potential flood threat, I came back early, and so have been back since Saturday, being available for the whatever potential flood issues we have to deal with. Other updates, Arena had the opportunity of being out there for sandbags on that Saturday. I was traveling, coming home, but it was great to see families and community members reach out and really support each other through this trying time, trying to get ready for as much mitigation as possible. One really cool thing that's coming up is working in conjunction with our supporting NACOG's Head Start program in the Ponderosa Head Start building. We're working to start a mural that will be help meet compliance by September 1 for their federal audit. And I was one of the original artists on the first mural. And so it's really exciting to work with other original artists to repaint this mural that we did 18 years ago. So that's kind of exciting. And then tomorrow I'll be touring the Kindercamp site with United Way and be touring sandbag stations and checking in with folks in the pipeline flood area. As mentioned earlier, I attend the Asteroid Day event Thursday evening. And then just want to let folks know that Tuesday, July 5th is the next Timberline Fernwood Neighborhood Watch meeting at 6 o'clock at Station 33. So I tried to breeze through that. I appreciate the time, and I hope everybody enjoys their 4th of July weekend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Vice Chair Vasquez. I know you've been extremely busy with everything that's been going on with the Timberline, Fernwood, Wapatki Trails areas, and really appreciate your leadership on that. Supervisor Ryan.
Well, actually, Tammy sent me this, so I'd be aware. In answer to your question, I'll be moderating Connecting Counties and Military Installations, Supporting National Defense and Strengthening Local Communities. That is Saturday, not September, Saturday, July 23rd, 8:45 till 10 a.m. Okay, and then, there's more details associated with that I'll need to work on and coordinate. As far as this month, as you had noted, Chair, and hopefully we don't have a special meeting unless, it's critical. Obviously, we're in emergencies, but with the intent of giving staff time off, it helps for us to be preoccupied as well. I'll be spending quite a bit of time with taking one grandchild at a time and spending 3 days with them. That's my primary objective. But before that, Saturday morning, Sherwood Forest Estates annual meeting that I've been attending every year since I've been in office. Highland, same thing with on Sunday, Highlands Fire District Pancake Breakfast, where we have a table with information, and they get several hundred people rolling through there. So it gives us a chance to just provide information about the county and have a informal interaction with everybody. Tommy will be teaming up with me on these. Downtown Mile. I'm going to try and run. I'm going to run with my grandkids instead of trying to assert myself. I'm not going to be able, if I could keep up with them. Let's see. I am not attending the Flagstaff Parade, but I am attending the City of Williams Parade, 4th of July at 6 p.m. And then, as noted, the NACO conference. So otherwise, Tommy and I will be interacting with community more specifically on individual items that come in associated with that. And as far as the emergencies, just quickly, just to say, I knew y'all would be here. You would take care of it really well. You surely did. Compliment staff. Did have a chance to check in with the sheriff and Chief Deputy Axland, and they, just asking them how their guys are doing, and their folks said they're tired. It's been a lot in handling emergencies, but they're doing what they need to do. But it's been a lot. But just we were able to check in over lunch on that. Similar idea. Reached out to Kim as far as the Health and Human Services because they play an important element associated with emergencies as well. Similar piece. Our people are out there. They're working really hard. I compliment you, Chair, you, Geronimo, and the board, but you guys in particular. It's impacting your areas more so. Your particular districts, you're there, you're interacting with community, and unfortunate, but considering the circumstances, you're doing what needs to be done, and really appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And I do not think that Supervisor Fowler is with us and Supervisor Begay isn't, so I'll go ahead and do this chair's report as well as District 1 report. First of all, I also just want to thank so much the staff our fire crew, the first responders, our resilient community, and all of the volunteers that have come out to help due to, of course, the pipeline and haywire fires. And now, of course, our resilient community again, and so many of our volunteers that are stepping forward to help as we enter into an early monsoon season, both for museum fire flood areas as well as possible additional flooding due to pipeline and haywire. So, again, I want to thank so many people for that. And I know that it's going to take all of us as we move forward on this monsoon season, but to members of the community, and I know I speak for the board and for our wonderful staff, Coconino County is going to be here with you, and we're going to be there to help. So, and I also want to thank Tom O'Halloran and his staff. I mean, they were, and Vice Chair Vasquez and myself were basically in the back room of the EOC the whole time this thing was at least majority of the time this thing was going on with pipeline and haywire. And day 2, Tom O'Halloran, Representative O'Halloran, is there asking how we can help, and calls, of course, from our 2 senators. Also, how can they help? And also came to see what they could do there at the EOC. And then to President Nez from the Navajo Nation, who also came in and offered the assistance of the Navajo Nation, and has offered hay and other assistance to those that have been affected by the pipeline fire. So again, it takes a big community to really build the kind of community we want to live in, where we want to raise our children. And once again, Coconino County has proven that and has risen to the occasion. So I want to thank all for that, and Vice Chair for all of your special efforts on behalf of your community there in District 2. I was honored actually to be asked by NACO to testify before the U.S. House of Representatives at the Natural Resources Subcommittee on National Parks, Forests, and Public Lands. Thankfully, I was able to do that virtually because, of course, we were in the middle of a fire during that time, and was able to testify on behalf of the PACS Act and the Lodge Act. PACS Act basically gave our national parks an additional tool in their toolbox to assist them doing management and infrastructure work on our national park system by allowing them to enter into partnership agreements and MOUs with not only federal agencies, which they can do now, but non-federal agency and our tribal agencies as well. And also on the Lodge Act, which also helped our national parks develop employee housing and some non-employee housing, again, through establishing and allowing greater partnerships with federal and non-federal agencies, and also with our federal partners, and just reflecting the needs of our national parks, and also, quite frankly, saving taxpayer money by allowing different partnerships to develop the needed work that needs to be done with our maintenance and upkeep of our national parks. Also, I did a follow-up phone call with Havasupai Tribal Council. As you know, they remain closed because of COVID. Senator Kelly and his staff invited me down to meet with the Havasupai Tribal Council. And this was a follow-up meeting, see how they're doing and what we can do to continue to assist them as they move forward and get beyond COVID. And then the siren you talked about, and it affects districts 1 and 2. It is an additional mechanism for emergency notification. It's consistent with our rave notification. It just gives another way to warn our citizens and residents there, especially those that are affected in the museum flood area. So really appreciate to see that up and running. Wasn't there to see the official test, but I know Vice Chair Vasquez was. The museum mitigation efforts continue, even though in the midst of this, we've had 2 other fires. The museum flood mitigation efforts and sediment reduction is in place, is ahead of schedule. and just in time, since our monsoons are hitting here a little sooner than we were expecting. And then last but not least, I want to, wish everybody a happy July 4th. It is a time truly to celebrate our democracy, who we are as a country, and come together as family and friends. And the July 4th parade in Flagstaff's got to be one of the very best. So I wish everybody a happy 4th of July and hope you enjoy time with your family. Supervisor Ryan, I know you're going to have the grandkids, and I'm sure Supervisor Vice Chair Vasquez will be out with his family as well. So happy July 4th, and we will try to give everybody a much needed break, and certainly appreciate all the extra efforts from the county staff and county employees. You guys, as always, you rock it, and we really do appreciate it. So thank you. So with that, we are moving on with our agenda, so we don't have to have our hardworking staff be here until midnight. And at that, I believe that I'm turning this over to you, Deputy County Manager, because we have a presentation from our treasurer, Sarah Benatar, and I'll have you tee this one up. And you're on mute.
I'm 2 for 2 now, Madam Chair. My apologies. Madam Chair, I'm very pleased to, of course, welcome Treasurer Sarah Benatar to discuss with us a number of issues related to treasurer's deeds. Treasurer Benatar visits us regularly, and we're always happy to have her counsel and information from the treasurer's office. So with that, Treasurer Sarah Benatar, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy County Manager, Chairperson or Chair Horseman, members of the board. I'm actually going to go ahead and share my screen and just jump right in. Hopefully you can see that. Move this over here. Okay. So my presentation today is really focusing on conveyance of land to the state of Arizona. And there is a possible, I will be requesting a possible action item as part of my presentation on this topic. So I'm just going to start with kind of the timeline with property taxes. And I'm specifically having on here 2015 taxes because the presentation today will focus on a category of delinquent taxes, specifically 2015 or older, that have not sold at the tax lien sale and are considered assigned to the state. But I'm going to walk through the whole process because it is a little complex. So just a quick timeline. In August 2015 property taxes the rates were adopted by the Board of Supervisors, and they were mailed in September of 2015. 2015 first half were due November 1st. 2015, if they were paying full year, it was due by December 31st. If they were paying, because you have the option of paying either your full year property taxes by December 31st of each calendar year, or you can split it in two. First half would be November 1st before they are considered delinquent, and May 1st for second half before they're considered delinquent. So for 2015 taxes, that would have been May 16 for second half. Then at that point, anything that remains delinquent gets sold at the tax lien sale in February 17. So from August 2015, really September, when we actually, because August is when the board adopts the rates, that has to be done by the third Monday of August up until February. So the early fall, late summer of 2015, and then it won't go to lien sale until February 2017. So when that happens, there's two things that categories that these delinquent taxes fall under once they go to lien sale. They are either investor held. That means that, for example, the 2015 taxes were sold in February 2017. Investor held means that there was a successful purchaser. That means that an investor bid and successfully won and made the payments to hold the lien on the property for unpaid property taxes. The second category is assigned to the state, which sometimes you will hear referred as a county held lien. But those are the liens that we are, no one bid on. We were not able to sell during the tax lien sale, and we continue to offer it over the counter. But that lien hasn't been satisfied. No one has made the redemption. So those are considered assigned to the state. And those are the ones I'm going to be focusing on the rest of this presentation on. So there is a completely separate timeline for delinquent taxes when they are purchased by an investor. That's everything from when they can actually begin the foreclosure process to when that expires. Not going to talk on that today. I'm really going to focus on the timeline for delinquent taxes that have been assigned to the state. So using 2015, because that's what we're going to be really focusing on today, 2015 and older. So February 2017, no successful bidder on 2015 taxes. That means that we then assigned it to the state starting in March of 2017. So that's the month right after the lien sale. We start offering it over the counter. So between March 2017 and February 2022. So that is 5 years after it's been assigned to the state. It can then begin to qualify to be for a treasurer's deed, which is conveying the property to the state of Arizona, which is why I'm picking on the 2015, because 2015 sold at 17 sale, 5 years later would have been February of 2022. So that from 17 to 2022, we continued to sell these tax liens over the counter. They were never redeemed by the property owner and no investor purchased them. So February, they were able to begin the process. So here we are in June. I am bringing to you a list of tax liens that are 2015 and older that have been assigned to the state that are ready to begin the process. So now we're going to kind of go over the process, because my request today is that the Board of Supervisors apply for the treasurer's deed for 2015 and older properties that have been assigned to the state. So really, it's what's the process? What does this all mean? It's very defined in statute. So when it is not, so right now, the board is the body that actually has to apply for a treasurer's deed. I bring you the list, the board decides, yes, we want to apply, no, we don't want to apply. Once the board says, yes, we want to apply, it starts a process that we cannot stop. So that process includes a title search. We have to mail a notice to all the interested parties, all the identified parties with a legal equitable interest in the property identified in the title search. We have to mail them a notice. We have to do a publishing in the newspaper. And in the cases where we were unable to mail a certified notice to those identified parties, we then would have to post on the physical property, essentially everything that would be in the notice that we would mail. So there's a whole process. This does take pretty significant amount of time. But that is, again, the process when you're talking about conveying property to the state. So there's, of course, costs associated with it. I do want to, before I dive into cost, point out that statute does say that the costs incurred by the county treasurer for this process is a charge against the general fund until it's recovered through either the property owner redeems a lien, which means that they paid off the entire lien. And that includes any outstanding interest that's accumulated on the property, the lien amount itself, and any other fees that are set by statute. Or we sell that piece of land after it's been deeded to the state through the tax deed sale process. So that is added to the final cost, which is what we consider the starting bid when the tax deed sales do happen. So that's kind of just quickly in a nutshell. So once the board has applied for a treasurer's deed, the there's statutes into talking about what the property owner can and cannot do. And so there is a window where the property owner could still redeem what we call redeem the lien, which is essentially they pay all of the outstanding taxes, interest, fees on the property. Once the board has begun to apply, has said we're going to apply for treasurer's deed on these parcels, they cannot redeem it until after the treasurer has identified our costs for the process. And that is added to the total cost for them to redeem. They have up until we issue the deed for the state. And once that's been issued, they can no longer redeem it because the state of Arizona then is listed as the owner of the property. And then at that point, once we have finished the whole process and put everything and completed the deed and issued the deed to the state of Arizona, which the board is doing on behalf of the state, then the county, through the clerk of the board's office, holds a sale of the land held by the state under tax deed. So we call that the tax deed sale. It's different than the tax lien sale. So sometimes, we'll have individuals who are asking us, when's the tax deed sale? That's what they're referring to, this process, not the actual tax lien sale. So the difference is the lien is we're selling an interest. You own the rights to the lien for delinquent property taxes, which means after a certain period, you can begin the foreclosure process, but you have up to a certain point to do it. The tax deed sale means that you are actually purchasing the land. Because the property has been deeded to the state and we are selling the actual land itself. So kind of the tax deed sale process, I wanted to highlight that quickly. So I have to, by the first Monday of, well, I say I, but we work with the clerk of the board's office on these. Since our office does have experience in doing the annual tax lien sales, we have in the past and will continue to do so, offer our services and support to the clerk's office in conducting the sale. But we help prepare the list, which is supposed to be done by the first Monday in November of each year, which is the property held by the state by tax deed. If we are to do a sale, we then have to advertise in the newspaper on the sale, and then we hold the auction of the sale, which after the advertising and the bids have all been received, then the board would actually have to accept those bids before the sale can be finalized. And there's this whole process outlined in statute. So again, the actual conveyance of the property to the state and the sale of it is all outlined in statute. So as of today, I will be honest, we have not deeded property to the state in over 15 years. We are currently the only county in Arizona that is not doing so. All other counties have started up to do so. So we are the only ones left who haven't. As a result, we now have 957 properties that are ready to be deeded to the state. That is a total of $1.77 million in outstanding taxes, interest, and fees on those 957 parcels. I will say, when we last prepared the list in 2019, there was under 400. So every year that we allow to go by, the list will continue to grow. Because if we don't do it today, and we say we'll wait a year, I am then expanding that to 2016 taxes and older. Wait 2 years, it's 2017 taxes and older, et cetera. So as each year goes by, more and more parcels will be added to this list and the cost will continue to rise as a result of it. So my proposed timeline is to begin the deeding process for the 957 properties that are ready to be deeded to this state. This list has been scrubbed to make sure these are ones that truly are ready. There are no questions left on these properties. So the process would be, of course, I have today on June 2022. Ideally the board would say, yes, we want to apply for treasurer's deed for all the qualifying liens assigned to the state as identified by the treasurer. Then from July 2022 to December 2024. This is going to be a very long process. The treasurer is working on deeding. That's a lot of properties that we have to do. Title searches on, notifications via certified mail, postings in the newspaper, and possible postings on property. On top of our daily work, which is not just collecting property taxes and managing the back taxes and enforcement, collection enforcement, but of course, all of the banking, investment, debt service, and financial services our office offers. So this would give us plenty of time to do the process and to do the process correctly. If we do this, I would request that in August 2023, I would provide the board with an update on how the process is going. And then we'd be looking at January 2025 as the earliest for us to complete the 957 properties being deeded to the state of Arizona, which then would be ideally having a sale in March 2025. So that's about 3 years for us to complete the process. So like I had mentioned, there's costs associated with this. So I'm going to break each one down. The biggest chunk of cost will be a title search. So depending on the property, if the property is in a platted subdivision, it would be $75 per parcel. If it is not in a platted subdivision, it would be $150 per parcel. That is a good quote, and that is actually very much in line with, if not less, than most of the other counties are being quoted right now. I went ahead and estimated on the high end, saying 100% of the 957 are going to be $150. I know that is not the case, but I'd rather overestimate than underestimate. So that would be $143,000 just for the title search. Certified mail, that's also going to vary. This was an average cost. The reason is a good chunk of these properties actually have addresses outside of the country. And so doing certified mail within the US is very different than doing certified mail internationally. So this was a very good average cost per parcel in terms of how much it would cost us to do this via certified mail, about $6,500. Publishing, we got, actually, it's more of a flat fee. So we estimated this based off of how much we pay for our tax lien sale advertising, which is about $2,000. And then posting on property, it actually says that we must follow ARS 11-445, specifically D in that statute for mileage reimbursement. So we actually, I want to give a shout out and thank the sheriff's office for assisting us in those calculations, because they are very well versed in that. They helped us out on trying to make that estimate. So we're talking about $159.41 per parcel to do this deeding process, which, sorry, my camera is right over this, but it is just under $153,000 to clean up our books and to get all these 957 parcels deeded to this state. So the question then becomes, why are we doing this now if we haven't done it in over 15 years? And there's a number of different reasons. So we are continuing to have costs associated with them staying on our books. So I mail out annual notices to all those 957 properties. Additionally, I'm required by law to mail out 2 delinquent tax notices. So they are also receiving 2 additional pieces of mail. So they're getting 3 pieces of mail from us every single year. We also then have to include them in our advertising at the annual tax lien sale. So they're included in our publishing. Which of course, if you're talking about almost 1,000 and we usually publish about 2,500, this is a good chunk of what we are advertising. So again, it's adding to our costs for advertising every single year. And then other departments are continuing to mail them information as well. For example, the assessor's office, they're on the books as valid taxable property. The assessor's office is continuing to mail them their notices of value, for example. So as a county, we're continuing to incur these ongoing costs. And as we think about how, at least, I know our office and many others have seen an increase, postage is going up, paper is going up, Services is going up. And, we still are experiencing a very bad paper shortage. So all those costs are continuing to rise. So we are continuing to have these regular expenses with them staying on our books. Additionally, we're continuing to have property included in our property tax calculations, not just for the county, but for all the taxing districts where that property lies. So they're including them when they make their tax rate calculations. But quite honestly, we're just not going to collect on them at this point, right? We're talking about 2015 or older, and some of these on these lists go back to the 90s. They haven't been paid. So we now have districts that are continuing to have to include them. They're going to have uncollected, higher uncollected rates. And also, we have charges of interest that we are continuing to accumulate that will just are continuing to remain uncollected. And then, as I had mentioned earlier, we're going to see a continuance of more and more parcels being added onto this list. So as I had mentioned, July 2019 was the last time we prepared the list, and it went from 397 to 957 from in a almost 2 year period, on a 2 year period. Sorry, 3 year period. I'm already losing a year. So in a 3 year period, it went up from 397 to 957. That's a lot. And we'll continue to see that grow. And as we continue to kick this can further down the road, those costs are going to grow and grow and grow because, title searches will probably increase over a period of time. And then mailings will continue, the cost of postage will continue to increase. So that's why we felt we're at a good point where it's time to kind of tackle this, and but we want to be realistic, which is why we have asked until, quite honestly, 2025 to do this whole process, because it is going to take us a significant amount of time, and I want to do it right. I don't want to rush it. So what we are looking for is kind of I have two on here. So the first one is we are asking that the Board of Supervisors elect to apply for treasurer's deeds for all the properties, and it's listed in the attached resolution, which is 957. And then, that we are also asking that this Board of Supervisors, through the clerk of the board's office, conduct a tax deed sale after the treasurer has completed this whole process. So not hold a tax deed sale until March of 2025, the earliest would be our request. So that is my presentation, and I am happy to answer any questions. And I'm trying to stop sharing my screen.
Well, thank you, County Treasurer. We really appreciate that, and for that very thorough explanation on the whole treasurer deeds and why we haven't done it. Now I kind of understand why we haven't done it in 15 years. On the other hand, it sounds like not only is the county, and correct me if I'm wrong, but not only is the county losing potential monies due to taxes, et cetera, but it's also costing the treasurer money to continue to hold these delinquent property taxes, interest, fees, that we continue to hold that in abeyance is costing us additional funds. Is that a good way to say it?
Yes, Chair Horstman, you are correct. That yes, it's continuing to cost us money, and we continue to lose out on the tax revenues from them as we continue to keep them on the tax rolls.
And, I know that, and I want to hear from the rest of the supervisors on this, but, we do have a responsibility for the members of our community to use their money wisely and to collect money appropriately and wisely. And it sounds like as this goes on, not only are we losing revenue coming in, but since it's costing us money, it kind of puts us in a position where we really don't have a choice if we're really working on behalf of our taxpayers and our residents here in Coconino County. I'd like to hear from other members of the board if anybody has any comments, or I'd entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, if I could. And I've been away, so I haven't been able to follow up on this one. But I initiated a conversation with you, Sarah, and I did with Kim Musselman about, we have all these properties that we just see recycled through. And, I don't know what it would entail. So, it's one of those, part of the thinking, that I had introduced to you was, is there a different way that we can approach these? We see these cycle through, and one is obviously conveyed over the state. Initially, it'll cost us, but it takes that away from us and saves money in the long term, which is a good recommendation from you. But we're also, we have kind of chronic issues associated with land planning related to these parcels. And thought, is there a different way to get out of the box and the county take a proactive approach? Potentially, and the reason I talked to Kim Musselman was more associated with housing opportunities, working with other groups. Is there a way that we could capture these parcels, maybe rezone these parcels and put them back out there in a different model? It could be a housing model, it could be a private sector opportunity, although if they're not selling out there, there's a reason for it, on that. They're associated with paper subdivisions, and a lot of times they're either in mostly in District 3, or District 1, but quite a few in District 3 as well, and they're scattered throughout, most of the county. So that's one of the ones where, I kind of get back to, before we launch into this, providing the opportunity for exploration of staff to see if we have opportunities as it relates to these. And I could see Mark's up there, because it makes sense. It would be on this type of one. It would be. I know we would be inhibited to some degree, and yet we do have certain powers that we can address some of the zoning components also. So that's the piece that I like the recommendation for what you're trying to do from the efficiency standpoint. I'm not sure if we've had enough time to explore some of these other questions.
So Supervisor, I will say this. The property is not owned by the county or the state at this time. It is actually owned by individuals. So what we can and cannot do, I think, is pretty limited. I will let Mark, who is the attorney for my office and other departments at the county, answer that. Whereas, this process moves the property into being owned by the state of Arizona and the Board of Supervisors is doing this on behalf of the state. With that, I will turn it over to Mark to kind of dive into everything else.
Yes, so as Treasurer Benatar laid out, this is a pretty clear statutory process with defined steps. And nothing about that process would foreclose the board from looking at other opportunities such as rezoning and things of those natures to make them more desirable in the hopes of getting better tax revenue and stopping this cycling problem. But I don't believe there is any way to do that in lieu of the scenario that Treasurer Benatar has laid out. We would still need to follow this because as the properties stand now, I mean, there's more of a cloud over them because they still, in name, have an owner, and these taxes are accruing, and these liens are accruing, and there's this cloud. So what Treasurer Benatar has laid out would be the process of cleaning some of that up and selling the actual properties rather than cycling these liens. And so I think what you're proposing, Supervisor Ryan, is something the board could look into once you look at the total properties and see. I mean, I imagine there wouldn't be a one size fits all to all the properties. So there would be a requirement to look through them all. But what Treasurer Benatar today proposes would facilitate that process, not inhibit it. It wouldn't be an either or. And so if that's the desire of the board to look at some of those options, it would still make sense to approve what the treasurer has requested today, get the ball moving forward on that. And as the treasurer laid out, there's lots of steps and there's going to be a lot of work from her office. So there will be plenty of time for the board to look at some of those other options in parallel. But in order to be able to facilitate any of that in the future, it makes sense to move forward with what the treasurer has presented today. Did that answer your question?
Okay, I'm pulling his Sue. No, actually, I started that. I got a lot of feedback on this. But even so, I think we could get through this conversation in this format. It does. You relieve my concern of if we stepped into this, we would, if it barred us from exploring those opportunities, I would have been reticent. To hear that it fosters that opportunity, it relieves that concern. And so I certainly appreciate it. And not knowing, it's a big ask. It's something that's not solved overnight anyway, from what I'm proposing, as well as what we wrestle with currently and what's being proposed. So thank you. I really appreciate that. Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mark and Sarah.
Can I just add, Supervisor Ryan, that the reason too why we have asked for such a long timeline is to really give us enough time, and also give us enough time to explore anything that comes back from the board. As you had mentioned, that would give us plenty of time to look at those options, but continue with the process. And as Mark said, it really fosters our ability to be able to explore those other options in doing this.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion on the resolution.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair has a comment.
Sorry, Chair, I did want to say something before you moved on, and just that I agree with the recommendation. I think we do need to address this. I did have a question about timeline, but it was answered in the previous answer, so I'm no longer going to ask about that. But I did just want to say that I think we do need to deal with this sooner rather than later, so that we're not basically losing taxpayers' money because of leaving these deeds on the roll. So I just wanted to state that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I agree with you 100%. How's that? So thank you. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate that. Any other comments?
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, one comment, or excuse me, question for the treasurer. Madam Treasurer, in past years when this was an option for the board, so it is an option for the board to do this each year, is that correct?
It is correct. We had not done it. The direction from the prior Board of Supervisors was not to do it, so we didn't bring it back. But we do have a new board, which is why we're bringing it back to the board.
Sure, sure. And is there anything, well, I guess I would be asking the county attorney's office if there are any timelines for the board and statute on these kinds of decisions, but we can deal with that at another time. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair.
Yep, yes, Supervisor Ryan.
I can help you with the motion if you'd like.
I would love that, Supervisor Ryan.
So, Madam Chair, I move that we approve resolution 2022-39, approving that the Board of Supervisors acting on behalf of the state in accordance with ARS 42-18261 to apply for and receive the treasurer's deeds to properties as defined in attachment A. Does that capture all that we need there?
Certainly looks like it as far as I'm concerned. Okay. Anything, Deputy County Attorney, we need to add, or does that capture what we need for a motion to go forward?
That is good, Chair.
Thank you. We have the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous, so it has passed. And thank you, County Treasurer, for bringing this to our attention and for the great work you do here for Coconino County and keeping us up to speed on what we need to do for our citizens. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Horstman, and thank you, supervisors and members of the board.
All right, moving along, we have item number 69, discussion and update regarding staff regarding the process of requesting and submitting potential legislative items to NACO, that's the National Association of Counties and County Supervisors Association. This was something that needed to be done, I believe, by June 21st, and we have, in fact, submitted the resolutions that we have in the past that will be presented here at the national conference for counties and county supervisors in Denver, Colorado, coming up, that it looks like all members of the board will be attending at least portions of it. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Trey to present on the resolutions and what we are looking forward to doing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to be with you all. Thank you, supervisors and staff and managers. It's great to be with you again. So as you mentioned, I just wanted to review one more time the state and federal legislative policy development that Public Affairs is employing, as well as give an overview of the 2022 NACO Annual Conference, an overview of the schedule of who we have attending so far, as well as an overview of the NACO resolutions that were submitted, Madam Chair. So without further ado, we'll get started. I'm just going to reiterate the information that I shared at the last board meeting. It's been a month. There's been a few emergencies since then, unfortunately. So wanted to refresh your memories. First, we are planning for the 2023 legislative session and 118th Congress now. We just finished the last one. We're moving on to the next one. We have shared with the elected officials and leadership team the 2023 legislative proposal form by the County Supervisors Association. We have asked the departments to submit their legislative proposals by August 1st for state priorities. But we will use that form to collect and revise ideas for federal policy priorities as well. So just to give you a review of that process, we have a call for legislative proposals for the August 1st deadline. Public Affairs will then analyze the submitted legislative proposals. From there, Public Affairs will develop policy priorities from the legislative proposals and the submissions from departments, as well as the legislative proposals themselves, maybe an amendment to state statute or a change in federal law. And then this we'll present to the Board of Supervisors on June 28th and August 9th. So today we haven't received any legislative proposals yet. So my presentation is shorter than I expected because we haven't received any yet. They're taking advantage of that time. As you all know, we've all been very busy. So that deadline is August 1st, and on August 9th, I do anticipate having potential proposals to submit to the Board of Supervisors.
Very good. And if I could, just for clarification, we had talked about NACO. You're talking about CSA and our state legislative policy development. And I know just here in a minute, we will be turning over to NACO and our upcoming resolutions submitted for that. Just didn't want to confuse either myself or members of the public or other members of the board. And I know that Supervisor Ryan sits on our behalf for CSA legislative. And if he has any comments on this, I'm going to turn this over to him before we move forward. Any other comments, Supervisor Ryan?
Actually, responding to this, what Trey's putting together, they obviously will hear from staff on what they think would be proposals, and having his group help to make suggested priorities for us that we can evaluate, say yay or nay. In terms of that, it makes perfect sense on that. You might need to do a little bit of development work yourself, Trey, on some of these if the departments aren't, such as short-term rentals. If we haven't gotten things, and you know the play on that one. So anyway, there might be a couple more out there. You haven't heard from board members either, I would assume.
Nope.
Okay, and so it's the opportunity for the board to, hey, this one's been hanging back there, can you work with staff and see if they have a recommendation associated with it, and it can be brought to the board for us to evaluate as well.
Yeah.
That's, with that, the other piece is Trey's laying out the schedule. The important piece is that CSA is delaying until after the first week of August so that they could start to put the packets together. And that's the beginning of where we're moving towards in October, that we'll be going in like we did last year to advocate with the other counties and see if we could put together a really good list associated with it. It would be helpful if you have a general sense of what other counties are, if you've got hints, Trey, of what they might be proposing, just so we know that it's in play when we come together on our August meeting, just to understand. And a lot of times they don't get it in until last minute. So we'll see how that plays out. They're just simple comments. I wasn't prepared to comment at this point, but just wandering through that one, Madam Chair.
You wandered greatly. Thank you. But one of the points I was trying to underscore, you just did, and that is that we're not going to be meeting in July, and then we have an election, and they're going to want, CSA is looking for the county's legislative input in our proposals and our resolutions by August 15th. That does not give us a whole lot of time. And I think that's what you're underscoring as well, Supervisor Ryan. So, I'm going to have to say, although I know we have as a board talked about various state priorities, and I'm assuming that those will be put into a resolution format by you, Trey, for us to review. And I think it would be good for if you could get out to all of our other board members, if any individual board members have anything additional that they want to add or discussions. You may want to meet with them during July because there's a very short window before we have to submit this to CSA by August 15th. So just my comment on that. And it looks like this, the legislative priorities will be discussed and established at the legislative summit conference on October 5th. Is that right, Trey?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Yeah, so I think that's good. It's good to try to thank you for this update and warn us now, and because we want to make sure we proceed and do what we need to get this done. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I will, we're dividing and conquering between staff and I on working with department directors, making sure that they know our elected officials, making sure they know our process, they know what's available, and then also scheduling meetings with the Board of Supervisors so each supervisor can submit whichever legislative proposals or resolutions you want to submit as well. Yeah. And so doing that work over the course of July.
That would be great. You know how I feel about active water management districts. We need to do something about rural water. So
there's a few that I've got on my list, Madam Chair, that I would bring up in a meeting with you. So, and that goes for several of you. So we're definitely, we have a short window, but we're prepared.
All right, very good. Thank you so much, Trey. Any other comments before we move on to the federal? Move on.
Okay,
all
great.
Right, Trey.
So the NACO policy resolutions were due by June 21st. And we submitted our previous resolutions from last year. And then we're also going to do legislative proposals and policy priorities separate from the state to help us sort of build that out and then bring them together in the fall. So as we start for the legislative session in preparation for that, I'd like to do separate processes just so we can get a sense of how our federal and state programs are related. Sometimes they are related. Sometimes there's areas of state policy that impact federal and vice versa. And then, of course, I was just planning on, as part of the CSA Summit review of the legislative proposals that have been submitted by other counties on the September 6th work session, also talking about any federal legislative proposals or policy priorities that we have received by that September 1st deadline. And just like we're doing with the state, we'll work with department directors. Once we finish state, we'll prepare for the summit, then we'll move into federal. We'll remind our staff about the September 1st deadline, and then work to develop these legislative proposals and policy priorities, as well as the board offices. The great thing is for the board offices, we have the policy resolutions for NACO, and then again, a running list of the things that we know that you all work on, that you're passionate about and interested in. So without further ado, these are the resolutions that were resubmitted to NACO for consideration. And then from there, I will go into, from there I will go into NACO. I just was expecting, one second here.
And as I understand it, they were submitted through public lands, which of course I sit on as the county's representative, but also through the Rural Action Caucus, which Supervisor Fowler is on that steering committee. Is that correct?
That's correct. I just want to make sure, just because my slides, this is not the, for some reason, it's not showing my presentation with the NACO. So 1 second, Madam Chair, I have to stop sharing my screen.
Okay.
Because this should be. 1 second, Madam Chair.
No problem.
It did not pull up the latest presentation.
Well, while you're doing that, let me just also provide some information to the board as well. We got an email this morning from NACO, and they are looking, of course, for those that have submitted resolutions, need to present those resolutions virtually on July 11th in front of their Finance, Pension, and Intergovernmental Affairs Board, and then to also be in person, which we will be on July 21st at the annual conference, also in front of the Finance, Pension, and Intergovernmental Affairs to present our resolutions. And so I intend to be there on behalf of the board to present the resolutions from our county. However, I know that Supervisor Fowler is on that steering committee for Rural Action Caucus. So I think anything presented by Rural Action Caucus, as long as they'll let us split up our presentations, I'll do the public lands and then ask her if she'll be willing to do the Rural Action Caucus resolutions. Just seems to make the most sense. Since we both sit on different boards on behalf of the county. So with that, let's go ahead and take a look at what we've submitted.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Chair. So part of my presentation was going over the annual conference information and then going into our resolution. So I have that up. The annual conference will be July 21st through the 24th in Adams County, Colorado. You all are very familiar with the NACO annual conference, but for members of the public, it's the largest meeting of county elected and appointed officials from across the country. Participants from all counties come together. They decide on NACO's federal policy agenda. They collaborate on a variety of policy issues, engage in information sharing, and really think about how to improve the work that counties do to help our residents and citizens. At this meeting, as you were just noting, Madam Chair, we have key policy steering committees and adoption of the NACO County Government Platform, as well as policy resolutions. In terms of who's going so far, this is who I have, and this is a running list. So by all means, we can continue to add to it. I have you, Madam Chair, attending the conference in person. I have Supervisor Lena Fowler attending the conference in person. My last conversation with you, Matt, was you were not attending in person. I do not know about District 2 or District 4. And then, of course, I'm planning on going, as well as Greg Nelson. And then I also have Jay Smith, the Forest Restoration Director, going as well. Deputy County Manager Lucinda Adriani will not be going. County Manager Steve Peru will not be going. Andy Bertelson will not be going, to my knowledge, and neither will Sue Brown. So that's the running list I have so far, and happy to add to it.
Go ahead, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, Trey, and I just brought this up at roundtable because it just happened last minute. NACO's reached out to me to ask me to moderate a connecting counties and military installations. Work session, Saturday, July 23rd, 8:45 to 10. So not the intent to attend the conference, but I need to help. And this is that they're thinking about developing a REPI group, and we've been pulled into, and I presented to before. They're asking me at the last minute, could I go and do that? So just heads up to you that I wanted to reach out to. We didn't have a chance. This came in last night, so I haven't had a chance to talk to you about it yet. Okay.
Look forward to assisting you on that, Supervisor Ryan.
And Vice Chair Vasquez, do you have an update?
Yes, I will be attending the conference in Denver.
Thank you, Supervisor. Okay, Madam Chair,
Yes?
may I proceed?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
okay. So in terms of the key policy steering committee meetings, we're going to be pretty busy. I just wanted to give you a smattering of what we will be attending. So on Thursday, July 21st, we have subcommittee meetings for the Public Lands Policy Steering Committee. That'll be on Thursday morning. Also on Thursday morning for Supervisor Fowler, we will have the subcommittees on community, economic, and workforce development policy steering committees. And then on Thursday afternoon, the Public Lands Policy Steering Committee will have its business meeting. Then the Community, Economic, and Workforce Development Policy Steering Committee business meeting will occur on that Thursday afternoon as well. Then on Friday will be the Rural Action, the RAC meeting. And then also on Friday afternoon, we will have the WIR Board of Directors meeting. And the Arizona caucus for the general session for NACO, which will be on Sunday. The Arizona caucus will be 5:30 to 6:30 on Saturday. Once I receive the details and the information on that caucus meeting, I will share that with you, but I have not seen details for the Arizona caucus yet. That is usually jointly organized between the County Supervisors Association and the Arizona Association of Counties. So once I receive that information with you all, I will be sure to share it with you. And then on Sunday, July 24th, that morning will be the NACO Board of Directors annual business meeting and election. And then finally, they'll have a closing celebration on Sunday, July 24th that evening. So that's kind of what to expect from our annual conference. Happy to answer any questions.
I think you also need to add on there, and you probably received this from Paige, that about appearing on July 21st in front of the Finance, Pension, and Governmental Affairs to present our resolution. And they say that's at 3:30 p.m. I'm assuming that's 3:30 p.m. Colorado time, but it's not clear. So you may want to get confirmation on that. And then, of course, put it down there. Thursday, the 21st is Public Lands, which I'll be at that. And so I can't believe they would be doing that in conjunction with Public Lands. So they may have it maybe Eastern time, who knows? They seem to have a problem when we're during different jurisdictions. So that would probably be worth finding out and making sure we're on top of that, because both myself and I think Supervisor Fowler are going to need to attend so that we can present our resolutions for the steering committee.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. And when I go into the NACO resolutions that we resubmitted, I'll talk about that as well. And we will plan for that as well. I just wanted to kind of note the overall schedule, but by no means an exhaustive list. So we'll definitely make sure that's added.
Thank
and
you.
those details are worked out.
Thank you.
In terms of the resolutions we resubmitted, the first one was submitted to the Public Lands Policy Steering Committee. And this was the proposed resolution, which would support federal funding to promote and expedite building private forest industry in regions with low to no value trees. This is one that we have submitted in the past. Obviously, it's very important to our forest restoration initiative and the work that we do there. And so you can see there the proposed policy that NACO would support federal funding, financial incentives, and the removal of administrative roadblocks to attract, promote, and expedite the private wood products industry in regions with low to no value trees to allow consumption of forest products, including biomass as a pathway to forest restoration and reduction of the risk of catastrophic wildfire. If there are no questions, I'll keep going.
Please do.
The next proposal is one, of course, that's near and dear to this board's priorities, which is the proposed resolution supporting robust remediation of abandoned uranium mines as a critical priority for the United States. This directly addresses or seeks to address the issue of abandoned contaminated uranium mines and their threats to public safety and the environment. So the proposed policy would urge Congress to enact legislation for the aggressive treatment of abandoned uranium mines across the United States to protect public health and the environment. And this would also support the Board of Supervisors' position on the Grand Canyon Protection Act, which also seeks to make temporary or to make permanent the temporary ban on any new uranium mining permit.
Mhm.
Happy to answer any questions.
Please proceed. If there's any questions, I'm assuming the supervisors will speak up. So please go forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next resolution is the proposed resolution supporting the use of Federal Emergency Management Agency pre-disaster mitigation grant funding to engage in forest thinning and restoration activities on publicly owned lands. This was submitted to the Public Lands Policy Steering Committee. And as you all might be aware from years past, FEMA funding is not currently allowed for forest thinning and restoration activities on publicly owned lands, even if they pose a serious risk of disaster to local communities. So what this policy is seeking to implement is a proactive approach to forest thinning and to allow for that FEMA pre-disaster mitigation grant funding to be more proactive than reactive. So it would call on Congress to pass legislation increasing appropriations for and allowing the use of Federal Emergency Management Agency pre-disaster mitigation grant funding on publicly owned lands for forest thinning and restoration activities, including using FEMA flood mitigation assistance for forest restoration to help reduce the threat of catastrophic wildfire, post-wildfire flooding, and debris flows. So this is a very timely proposal. The next one was also submitted to the Public Lands Policy Steering Committee. It is a proposed resolution supporting additional law enforcement on public lands, which we have submitted in the past and have continued to note as a problem. As you all are aware, there's a lot of demand and use of our public lands, which is wonderful, but there's also a shortage of federal law enforcement on public lands. And there are also longstanding policy barriers that have prevented the Forest Service from hiring more federal law enforcement for public lands, not just the Forest Service, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the Bureau of Land Management, across our public lands management agencies. And so what this resolution would do is it would urge Congress to provide federal funding and necessary resources to federal agencies to enable them to rehire federal law enforcement so they routinely patrol and respond to law enforcement issues on federal land. And that, of course, conserves our local law enforcement resources for the other public safety issues that we face in the county. Unless there are questions, I'll move on to the next one. The next one would support remediation of abandoned buildings on tribal land. So this was submitted to the Community Economic and Workforce Development Policy Steering Committee. There is an ongoing issue on tribal lands with abandoned buildings that were once schools, they were federal offices, and they've been since abandoned by the federal government. However, some of those buildings pose a public safety hazard, or they are in essence somewhat of a public nuisance. They're dilapidated, they're no longer in use, and they need to be restored. And so what this would do is it would urge Congress to provide that federal funding and necessary resources to remove those dilapidated buildings and restore federal buildings in tribal communities so that they are not a public safety threat and they are not a blight on those communities. That concludes my presentation, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you. Any comments or questions from other board members? I did get a text from Cheryl on behalf of Judy Begay that she's planning to attend as well.
Noted, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, comments?
Just quick comments. I like they're tidied up quite well. The FEMA one, after hearing the discussion of where FEMA draws their lines, I don't know if we're hitting our head on a wall, but if we could get that to happen, that would be wonderful. So it's one that, as we go through this year, we should evaluate our opportunity. Hopefully we can do it, but sometimes you beat your head on the wall and you might have to pause for a second and say, are we getting anywhere with this?
Yeah.
So,
Sometimes, even if you're beating your head against a brick wall, you need to raise the issue.
yeah.
And sometimes the more you raise the issue, maybe more awareness gets created. So, so someday we get to put our head through that brick wall and actually break through the barrier there. So, but yes,
Yeah.
I know it's sometimes it's frustrating. We've been going after some of these, which seem to me as no-brainers, and yet we're having difficulties with them. So,
So one last piece is, because we might be in a defense associated with these policies, and I could see on the law enforcement one, sometimes the sheriffs may weigh in. Let's double check with Driscoll on this. But the whole idea that we don't have the capacity for the amount of impact that's being caused. If we go with some of that understanding of the impact that it causes to us and how we can't handle that volume, it will help with whether you're presenting Patrice or Lena's presenting on it to help validate what our story is. So you may already have that in background, Trey, but if you don't, just a suggestion.
yeah, I know Trey and I will be meeting here before July 11th, which is when they're going to want to do the virtual meeting, just to make sure we've got everything in order and to make sure we underscore those our points. So I think that's great input, Supervisor Ryan. And I do think we got some of that from last year from Sheriff Driscoll.
Good.
All right. So moving, I think, is that it, Trey?
That concludes my presentation, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
All right, very good. Thank you very much for that. And
just one quick, I don't know if my questions are quick, but Madam Chair, just one piece is, okay, so these are NACO resolutions, and this is what we might be able to promote there, but we will have national issues, and you did note that, but it helps us kind of foster our understanding of process, Trey. So we have other items that bubble up that have impact, and we try and put something together when we go back in March, but usually we try and align that so that towards the end of the year, we have an understanding of, generally where we're going. Sometimes they're consistent with the NACO things, but they go beyond it or may have an independent scope. Process on that, you're hoping to, where are you with that? Because you're putting together your package. Okay.
Yes, let me just share my presentation with you, the part that talked about that. 1 second. Yes, this is is my screen being shared?
It's not right now. There it is. It's coming. There we go.
Okay, let me just get to my part of my presentation that talks about that. There it is. So this is the part of the presentation, Supervisor Ryan, that talks about that. The call for federal legislative proposals. We wanted to get through the state. I wanted to see if there was any that would be submitted before June 28th, so that you weren't overwhelmed with like, is this federal, is this state? And because we have the CSA deadline is August 15th, that's more of a controlling deadline. So for the non-NACO pieces, Supervisor Ryan, there will be a call issued in the next week or two for the federal legislative proposals, and we'll use a similar form as well as policy priorities. And then we can use that as part of our NACO platform, anything that may not get accepted by NACO, or I kind of wanted to see what would happen at NACO to see what kind of federal legislative proposals we would do outside of the NACO process. So that was kind of my vision for balancing those two, because like you said, sometimes they're related, sometimes they're not. Sometimes NACO is the partner that we want to partner with to advance our policy priorities federally. Sometimes we're better served using our own resources to do that. So I tried to contemplate that with the separate federal legislative proposals.
And usually we get more traction with what we put together. Yes, we get some success with NACO, kumbaya, and great if we can move it. Reality is usually it's what we're doing on the other side of it. And an example would be the timber over on the Miller property in Rogers Lake. Railroad still retains the timber rights associated with it. we want to try and approach it. That's a small one. It's not the best example, but it's not something you would run through NACO. It's something we would run on the other side with our legislative component. So that's, but that helps me out in terms of your calendar and where we might be, but as well as staff. And you hope to put this together by?
So I hope to put this together for the federal legislative proposals. I hope to be using the time when we're finishing up state and getting that all operational at CSA, also having positions on the other proposals on the state side, then working on just receiving these federal legislative proposals, and then having a review of those sometime in the late August, early September timeframe. And then my goal would be, this is just a more earlier than later, is to do a Board of Supervisor approval at the September 6th work session, so that you're reviewing reactively what is submitted at CSA, and then you're adopting or approving whatever federal legislative proposals or policy priorities with direction to staff about how you want to work federally in the fall as we go into the new Congress. And then we're also preparing for the state program and the legislative session.
Okay, so that modifies our clock. Usually we have them together later in the year. It's good to be ahead, which is good. It is pretty aggressive, but it does make sense to be ahead of the legislation. But we want to keep an eye on that in terms of, is it real or not? It looks good. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair Ryan, Supervisor Ryan, and thank you, Terry Williams. We appreciate that. So, and the staff that's going to be out there with NACO is, and I apologize, you put that on the screen. It's going to be you. It's going to be Jay Smith and Gregory. Is that correct? Is there anyone else?
That's all I have at this point. I don't know about district directors in terms of, that's the next part of the list that I have to finalize.
Very good. So just noting that it looks like the full board's going to be out there. So we want to make sure that we have appropriate staffing as may be necessary. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. So moving on.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
We are actually ahead of schedule a little bit. Our next item is 3:15 for an update on pipeline and haywire fires. If you like, we could take a brief break. The one thing that we know right now is that we are time certain at 3:30 for flood district. So we have a bit of leeway. We can continue ahead of schedule with pipeline haywire. Wes Deason will be giving that report, and he is here. Or we could take a short break and come back, give him a little bit more time and still make our 3:30.
All right, why don't we do 5 minutes, take a 5-minute break, and that will still be ahead of schedule. How's that? So why don't we go ahead and take a 5-minute break and we'll proceed. So
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right.
We're clipping along, Madam Chair. Thank you.
We still have lots more to go before we sleep.
We do. We do indeed, but it's good stuff. All the information's been great too,
So. By the way, it looks like the district directors have kind of weighed in. I don't think any of them are planning to go to Colorado. So just food for thought as you kind of look at this.
And I know, Madam Chair, and I know you're also aware is that we're concerned about staffing here should.
I understand. And by the way, I think that a lot of us whose districts are most affected by possibility of post wildfire flooding, may or may not end up going. We'll have to see, we'll see how things go. It's during the middle of our monsoons, and if there's some substantial damage to our community, then we won't be going to Colorado.
Well, let's hope Colorado is a well-attended conference. We may ask one of the DDs to see if they could change their plans, but we'll figure it out, Madam Chair. We'll make sure we have plenty of staffing.
Very good.
Yeah, I was just checking in with Tammy. Actually, since NACO's asking me to moderate, they'll probably pay for mine, but I'm just in and out. So I will be around in unique circumstances, but this day and age, you guys probably could be in the primary role on that, most likely would be. But just, all the what if factors can play into it.
Yes, we will have a lot of what ifs, that's for sure. We hope there won't be any what ifs, but there could be.
We would love it. It would be the best.
That would be good. So, all right, well, why don't we continue to move forward? We have a very busy agenda and a very busy evening. So let's go on. And I think we have presentation, discussion, and direction regarding the pipeline and haywire fires. And I'm going to turn this over to Deputy County Manager Sue Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your comments, and I would invite Deputy County Manager Bertelson to join me if he has any comments to add also. We, of course, are at the end of the pipeline haywire fire response, thank goodness, and with it comes a whole host of other ones, but we wanted to bring to you a quick update on that fire and also on fire restrictions in general, just a bit of additional information. Andy, do you have anything you want to add and to introduce Wes as well?
Yeah, Wes Deason is here, our county emergency manager. We all through these emergency events get to know each other very well, and we get to know the incident management teams as they come to our communities and at the federal level help battle these wildfires. And Wes does a great job in setting up our emergency operations center and supporting that effort at our local level and representing our citizens as a local government the best that we can. And our citizens have sure been through a lot these last couple of months. And thankful for the staff that help support that effort. The sheriff's office is always a big part of that. And when you look at a law enforcement agency, there aren't many better agencies than our Coconino County Sheriff's Office in that regard. So with that, I'll just turn it over to Wes to talk about the fire, the dynamics of that fire. And as we all know, our focus is now shifting to these post-fire flood efforts, which we'll talk about after this, but we'll give the podium to Wes to talk about the fire and the efforts associated with that.
Good afternoon. Thank you, sir. Chair, Vice Chair, board members, thank you for your time. I'll be pretty brief today. I'm kind of your what if guy. Unfortunately, if I call you, it's usually going to be a problem for you. So I guess I'm your what if guy, which I don't know if that's good or bad, but anyway. So, all the news we have on our fires is good at this point. Pipeline and haywire are both at registered at 95% containment. The pipeline fire is going to be contained at about 26,528 acres. and the haywire at 5,575 acres. So combined, that's about 32,000 acres of urban interface burn, which is of course a big concern of ours, and we've seen the tragic results of that. And then we fold in the tunnel fire, which is just over 19,000 acres. So really, Flagstaff and Andy mentioned it, our residents have been through a lot. 52,000 acres of urban interface fire is pretty tragic and pretty difficult for everybody to deal with. So the recovery efforts that are underway are so important at this point. The Great Basin Team 2, Type 1 incident management team that came in to handle the fire demobbed yesterday. That's always a good sign because they turn it back over to our local authorities to control and command, and that's always an indication that the fire is well under control and is in final mop-up stages. Really, what's going on now with our local crews and what the Great Basin team did for their last week here was suppression repairs, roads that they had graded, has trees that need to be taken down, things like that. They try to work to restore the forest back to, as much as they can, pre-fire conditions. The dozer lines that were put in place for fire breaks, things like that, they go through and they mitigate those so that they become a natural part of the forest again. They did focus on access up to Lockett Meadow and into the inner basin, making sure that the access roads in there were graded and back in good shape. The Bear Team assessors are still on the ground. They're taking a look at some of the rain gauges that were up there, along with our contractor, J.E. Fuller. I know they've replaced 2 of them. I'm not sure if they've replaced the other 2 yet or not, but those are, of course, we've seen that over this weekend. There are a critical set of eyes for us, if you will. And the Bear Team's also looking at some archaeological sites up there that may have been impacted or some concerns. I just heard about that today. I don't know the details on that in particular. Really, though, we're in a stage of monitor, patrol, and mop up. So they're out there. There are still some stump burns out there. We've all learned from the past, some of those stumps can burn underground for weeks, or I'm told even months. So those types of mop up efforts are still underway. There is some heat still on the fire, looking at the latest IR mapping. There has not been IR mapping last night because the Type 1 team left. There is still some heat on the fire. There's a few little hot spots that are being addressed, but nothing that's going to push our perimeters at all. We should be in good shape. They are using firefighters and some limited aviation assets to hit those hot spots. The EOC remains active. We continue to staff it out of emergency management. Really, the 2 principal functions there are logistics and finance. We're working very closely with Jeremy to continue tracking costs related to these fires. And logistics continues to support both the fire, the IMTs or other local teams, and a lot of the ongoing preparatory flood mitigation efforts that are underway as well. I will caution that unfortunately, we can't turn our heads away from fires. We still have a fire threat out there. There's no question about that. We are starting to see more monsoon activity. Good chance tomorrow that we may see some drier storms as they start to moisten up over the next couple of days. And that brings us a threat of lightning, of course. But we are turning our eyes really toward post-fire flooding. Been a significant amount of work done by our public works and our flood control district and all that with J.E. Fuller. So really, our job right now in emergency management is for coordination. On Friday, last Friday, we had a very good call with DEMA. That is our touch point with the state for resources. And that is our touch point through to FEMA should we need additional resources or declarations, those types of things. So we had a very good coordination call with them. I've also been in touch with my county counterparts and all the neighboring counties for any kind of assistance, be it staffing, be it equipment, whatever it might be. All those loops have been closed, so we're in very good shape. Fire restrictions. Complicated conversation this year, a bit more so than in the past. The Forest Service upper echelon seems to be moving away from stage 3 forest closures, total forest closures, and looking more toward specifically identified area closures like Walnut Canyon or something like that. I don't know the reasons behind those discussions, but we certainly saw that play out this year. We work always in coordination with the Forest Service. They have the science. They've got a 16-point scientific method that they utilize for assessing the appropriateness of closures. We work with the Forest Service, the Weather Service, of course, very regularly. In fact, Brian and I talk almost daily during this time of year. And we really have to balance a lot of things. There's fiscal impacts that are balanced. There's recreation that's balanced, all those things that come into effect. So it's not a simple decision. And I think this year we were faced with a bit of a different decision because of the shift with the National Forest Service and how they were looking at it. We coordinate very closely with all of our partners every Monday. We still have a call every Monday. Actually, this last Monday was the last one for now. And I would probably emphasize right now is a good time to point out that we could potentially go back into restrictions sometime down the road this summer. If the monsoons wring themselves out and we end up with a really, really dry August, or we don't get good rain, I am always working with the partners to look at whether or not we're going to need to reconsider re-entering some stage of restrictions. So that's a possibility. One of the things that I am trying to learn more about, and I can tell you, I think is something that we can probably message better, and we're gathering information now. We'll get with Trey. Is they're not permanent, but they're essentially permanent closures that the Forest Service has in place around Flagstaff. It's quite a large area. The current order was put in effect in March of this year and expires in March of 2024. So it's a 2-year standing order that prohibits essentially any camping, forest fires, campfires, anything like that. And it's a pretty significant area. There are maps. The executive order is very complicated to read because of how they had to outline the area, but there are definitely maps available that show that. I think that's something that we could probably amplify a bit through public affairs and make more knowledge of. But it's really about urban interface. This entire map that constitutes the closures that the forest has in place, again, essentially permanently, is really about urban interface. I think we can certainly do better about that. I'd be happy to put the websites in the chat if you'd like. Greg Nelson provided those this morning. I had one of them. I did not have the other one. The other one is specific to really Oak Creek Canyon area and south of us. But I can definitely put those websites in the chat, or I can provide them to you at a later time. Other than questions, ma'am, that's all I have. Back to you, Chair.
Thanks, Wes, and thank you for all you did here. I mean, extraordinary service, of course, to the folks here in Coconino County, and really appreciate all of your time, overtime, you name it, you were there, and just want to thank you so much. And please do, would you mind, instead of putting it in the chat, would you mind, I don't know if I got that from Greg Nelson. I may have, but I don't see it. So if you wouldn't mind getting those sent out so we have those websites, that'd be great. So.
Yes, ma'am. I will do that right now.
All right, thanks. Any comments or questions for Wes? Supervisor Ryan.
Just quickly, seldom mention your name because it's just assumed you're doing just a great job, Wes. Really appreciate it. Appreciate what your staff are doing, and it goes beyond that. And you know, everybody in the county really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I also wanted to say thank you for all your service and during these trying times and these fires, especially considering you were affected by them as well with evacuation orders, and yet you were out there doing your job and alongside several others, either from emergency management or the county sheriff's office, who were impacted personally, but still out there working on the front lines, helping people and helping us get through with your leadership. So really appreciate you and thank you for all you've done.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And, I will say just a very brief comment, all the way from policy, the board members, all the way through the county manager's office, all the way through every department in the county and our partners at the city and everybody else, the response has just been absolutely overwhelming. I've said it before, the teamwork and camaraderie that exists in the county is when things need to get done. I have not seen it elsewhere. And I worked at local levels, I've worked at state levels. What we can get done here is pretty exceptional. Sometimes we have to figure out stuff afterwards, but really when it's time to get the work done, it gets done. And it's a pleasure to be part of the team. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And thanks again, Wes. And you and your staff, you just did a great job for us all. So thank you. All right. So I know, is there any other questions or comments? Because I understand that we do have a time certain on the flood control district at 3:30. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair. Our folks are coming in for the field who are with the flood district and public works right now. And they know that they have to be ready to go and online, and props to Chris Duza, who's already here. But most of them will be time certain in front of the camera at 3:30.
All right. Well, I just hate keep taking breaks, but I don't know unless there's of course, and we're limited to our agenda, so that really is not much we can do, folks, except take a break. So I guess we'll see you in 15 minutes. So
you know how it is, Madam Chair. We end up getting other business done real quick at the other on the side. So
you know, we try. It's hard. There's a lot going on. So
yeah.
But good. All right, 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right.
Lucinda and Sean, do you need to test anything? Test a microphone or video?
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you and I can see you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Lindsay.
Testing, testing, testing.
We can hear you.
Here too.
Great, we can hear you.
Mike, you probably need to speak up a little bit.
Okay, this is Mike Lopker.
That's great. Perfect.
Great, thank you.
Chris, you want to test?
Can you hear me now?
Yep. Can't see, but can hear you.
And Corey's just
I
joining.
didn't know if you wanted to see me because I've been out in the field all day.
No, they need to see that. And Sean. I'm sure Sean's
Yes, I'm here.
driving. Great. Okay.
Mr. Lopker, always a pleasure.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Good to see you.
Thanks. Nice to see you too.
You bet. You're our Al Pacino, you know.
Corey, do you want to do a test?
Yeah, can you guys hear me good?
Yep.
Great.
Okay. And then Corey, remember your 2 slides will go, and then we'll go to your you'll bring up your screen and show the modeling.
Great. Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, great. All right. So Sue, if you want to let the chair know, we're good. Or I can, either way. And what I usually recommend is that we don't have our video on until except for when we're speaking, just so it's easier for people to track. Lindsay, do you want Sean to go ahead and bring up the slides? I'll do the intro and then I'm going to turn it over to Brian, but do you want to have him bring up the intro slide or not?
I would wait until the supervisors turn their cameras. So
Great.
we know we get quorum. Yeah.
Yep, great. Thanks, Lindsay. Hey, Corey, you're not muted, just so you know.
Thank you.
We can hear you working away.
All right, how we doing? Hey, Lucinda. You're muted, but it's good to see you.
Oops. Yep. I'm good to see you. And I think we're all on and ready to go anytime you are, Chair.
All right.
And this is flood control district, just a reminder.
Yes, and I have that. I've got myself all prompted, and you know how efficient Lindsay Daly is. I got these great cheat sheets. So I'm very, very ready to go and do this. So are we otherwise, Sue Brown, are we ready with everybody?
We are very ready, Madam Chair.
All right. So with that, and we're really right on time, which I love. We are here for a flood control district matter. And so members of the board, I need a motion for us to resolve as the flood control district. I need a motion for us to resolve as the flood control district. Vice Chair Vasquez.
A motion that we resolve into the flood control district.
Very good. Do I have a second? I think I have a second by Supervisor Matt Ryan.
That's a second. Sorry, I had my mute on. Yeah, that's 3 times today. Sorry.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any objection? It is unanimous. And again, it looks like we are back from a break. It looks like the board that are here, Supervisor Ryan, Vice Chair Vasquez, and myself. Is that correct? Are there any other board members on, Deputy County Manager?
Madam Chair, I do not see anyone connected at this time. If we see them, we'll bring them to your attention.
Thank you so much. So at this point, we are the Flood Control District, and I am going to turn this over to the Flood Control District Manager, Administrator Lucinda Andriani, who present on this item and introduce those who are presenting on the item. So thanks, Lucinda. Take it away.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Control District Board of Directors. As you are well aware, we've been in another Herculean effort to address the threats that have been created by the recent pipeline and tunnel, to some extent, much more so pipeline fire that occurred out in the Schultz flood area, as well as expanded beyond that. And so we're now couching that flood area east of town as the Schultz pipeline flood area. And we're going to provide an update today. I've got a series of presenters that are going to provide some specific information. We've got probably about 30 to 40 minutes of presentation. We're going to try to move through this fairly quickly, and then you'll have an opportunity, of course, to ask questions and make comments at the end. To that, I wanted to point out that just earlier today, in fact, it may be probably is still underway, the city is holding a council meeting today, and they're getting an update on the flooding impacts that are expected from the pipeline fire relative to the Schultz Creek watershed. And as we know, it did burn about a quarter of that watershed, and that is creating a heightened threat of flooding within that area. That area is just west of the museum burn scar area, the Spruce Wash watershed. It's the watershed to the west of that. This flows down into Flagstaff through and comes out at Highway 180 there, right around the community development, county's community development office there. And then there's a little bit further out 180, there's a newer fire station there. It crosses in that area is where Schultz Creek comes down and then crosses the Highway 180. There's also a crossing a little bit further out, but the main flood threat is coming from the primary tributary out of Schultz Creek. So we're not going to cover that in this update today. We will bring back an update on that area. That modeling has just been completed, and I did have an opportunity to review that with the chair a day or so ago with Joe Loveridge with J.E. Fuller, who ran that modeling. We also will have updated modeling for the east side flooding. Corey Helton with J.E. Fuller will be presenting that this afternoon for us. So everybody's been doing double duty, lots going on with a fairly broad extent. One thing important to understand is on the east side, we have 8 watersheds that have been impacted. One watershed that's particularly significant in terms of the impact is the watershed at the furthest to the south of to the Timberline area, the government tank watershed. That watershed, my memory is it only burned about 30% or so of that watershed in the Schultz fire. And unfortunately, this time, the upper steep portion of the watershed has now burned. It's burned severely. And we're seeing some we will see some very, very high level of flows into that area. And in fact, those flows are going to extend down into Doney Park. And we're feverishly putting mitigation into place and in those areas, as well as between the Highway 89 landfill road and Doney Park to try to slow that water down and allow it to soak in before it arrives in Doney Park. So, and certainly the other watersheds have been affected. Most of the rest of the watersheds, Lennox also had a pretty significant impact to its watershed as well. Again, some additional severe burn there. The rest is largely moderate burn, but still definitely seeing an increase in flood threat throughout that entire area. And particularly, again, those watersheds that were not mitigated post or during the Schultz flooding, Copeland and Peaceful, those in particular, those people did not choose to pursue flood mitigation, although we have many of them out there that are interested now, which is fantastic. Did not pursue mitigation at that time. There was not support for that, which we respected, but they are obviously at very high risk because there's no mitigation. The other corridors, the 2 paintbrushes at the south, Campbell, Brandis, and Upaki trails do have mitigation, but it has its limits given post-wildfire flooding and that we're seeing certainly well in excess of 10 times the amount of flow that we would in normal conditions. So anyway, we will launch into this. We will again do the Q&A and allow you to have comments at the end. And I just want to reiterate, like we did with the public meeting on Thursday evening, if there are public members watching that have questions, they certainly will share the website, or excuse me, the email at the end, and you can send us those questions. And we've sent out an FAQ, initial FAQ, and we're continuing to update that. And want to strongly encourage everybody to be checking that website, the Schultz/Pipeline flood area website, frequently through the day, because there's a lot of updates and emails going out. And again, if we do not have your email, please email us with your email and contact information, because most of the updates are going to be provided through email. That's the fastest way for us to get you information. So we want to use that as our primary method of communication. But those emails are also being posted on the website as well. So as well as a lot of other information. So with that, first up is going to be Brian Klemowski with the Weather Service, a really key partner to our efforts here. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to Brian.
All right, thank you, Lucinda. Board of Directors, as we all know, the monsoon began early this year and it's already well underway. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide and we'll roll right through these. We've had a fast start. All you see here is just the precipitation totals through today over much of the Flagstaff area. You'll see this is already in excess of 1 inch for a lot of the northern parts of Flagstaff, a little less to the south. What you don't see here is the over 2-inch amounts up on the northern part of the peaks for the pipeline burn area. Things have started quickly and we anticipate it to continue in its kind of usual traditional fashion. Next slide, please. Let's take a look at the flood that we had just a couple days ago on June 26th. Very heavy rain on the order of about 1 to 1.5 inches fell over the Lennox-Wapatki Trails drainage, the watershed there. Much of it fell within about 15 to 20 minutes. Just to throw a couple figures out there, between about 0.4 and 0.73 inches fell in just 15 minutes. These are very high amounts. Luckily, it didn't last a long time, so it accumulated 1 to 1.5 inches. And as you can kind of see where the arrow is, that circled yellow area is that watershed. Much of it was hit by that rain and it drained down into the Wapatki Trails area. Now, one of the things I want to stress is this wasn't that unusual of an event for the peaks. This is the magnitude of event that we're going to see several times this year across some of the basins here and the watershed. So this one, sure, it was a heavy rain. Sure, it had some strong impacts, but that's just the nature of the beast we're dealing with here, is the highly responsive watersheds that were burned, that a strong event, not that unusual, is going to cause very rapid and a significant response. Next page, next slide, please. All right, so what are we going to expect over the next couple weeks? The typical ebb and flow of the monsoon over the next month. It's going to get wet over the next couple days. So Wednesday and Thursday, we're going to see a definite uptick in our activity and a heightened threat for flooding. Then things are going to taper off later on in the 4th of July weekend. And we might get a nice little dry break next week. But we see the rains returning and the cycle of the monsoon continuing through July as it typically does. Next slide, please. For the duration of the monsoon, we see that, and we're anticipating a slightly above, or at least a season which is leaning above normal in rainfall. What are the impacts of that going to be? We're looking for a continued enhanced threat of flooding over the burn scars. This is something which will continue. We're going to see it enhanced on those days or those weeks. So we have multiple days in a row of precipitation, and the National Weather Service is looking forward to continue to work with the county and the city with issuing the warnings. We had some very constructive collaboration over the last 2 events. We're looking forward to it as we continue through the season. Thank you. Oh, and I have an extra slide here. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see this one.
I added it in here, Brian, so we got it covered here.
Excellent, thank you so much. Yes, of course, the National Weather Service, in coordination with the county, will be issuing our flash flood warnings. This is one of the multiple ways that that those in the warned area will be warned. These warnings are part of the wireless emergency alert system. That is, anybody who is within that polygon that we issue the flash flood warning for will actually receive this on their phone as it appears there on the screen. This is for anybody within that polygon. It could be a tourist that's from out of the state that just happens to be driving through the area when the warning is issued. They will get this alert, or anybody who is living in that area at the time will receive this alert. There are multiple layers of warnings that are going out to make sure that everybody is notified when we have these flash flood events. And just to give an example of the collaboration, I believe on the first event that we had on Saturday, the WEA, or the Wireless Emergency Alert, the iPause messaging and the rave alerts all went out within 1 minute of each other, which is really phenomenal collaboration and great to see. Next slide. And that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Brian. And our continuing partnership with the Weather Service is really critical. And Mike Lopker is going to cover how we monitor for flood events, and that communication with the Weather Service is just really, really critical as we see these monsoon cells form, and they're communicating with us how they're analyzing those and so forth, and providing that information. And it did this weekend was a great example of that teamwork and their expertise coming to the table. So thanks again, Brian, to you and your amazing team.
Before Brian
Sure.
leaves, can I ask a question real quick, Lucinda?
Sure.
And Brian, thank you. You've been great in all the public meetings and really providing information to the public. So thank you so much. You are certainly a part of our team and really have done a great job here for our community. One of the questions I have, and this is so hard because it gets asked to me all the time, when we're looking at these and looking at these flood models, we talk about a 25-year event, 50-year, 100-year, and it almost seems like it's meaningless. And so when you're because they seem to be happening a lot sooner than every 25 years or every 100 years. So when you're talking, for example, at Lenox and Wapatki, when you have 1 to 1.5 inches in 15 to 20 minutes, what is that considered? Other than what you said it is that a 25-year or, how does that measure into what we usually hear?
Great question. And there's so much confusion over this topic. So let me try to clarify that. There's a common atlas, which is used to look at rainfall return intervals. It's called NOAA Atlas 14, okay? And it was built a number of years ago from a pretty limited data set, unfortunately. So it gives approximate values of, or I should say, return intervals of various rainfall rates. If you look at NOAA Atlas 14 and look at let's say the greatest rainfall rate measured from the gauge there last Sunday, I believe it was 0.73, 0.75 in 15 minutes, that would be considered, I believe, a 5-year event, okay? But that's a 5-year event at a single point, okay? At a single point. That means if you have multiple points, which we do, of course, across an area, then it's much more common than that. Actually, I have a nice little accumulation here that if you look at, let's say, a 10 to 25-year event, which is 1 inch in 15 minutes, we've had 36 of them over the past 10 years in the Flagstaff area, just in our rain gauges, okay? So that's the difference between a point return interval and an aerial return interval. So it will be much more common when you look at an entire burn scar of this size and 9 different drainages. Does that help you understand this kind of concept of the return intervals?
It does, and the only problem I'm having with this is I think it's very confusing to the public.
Yep.
When you are talking about a 25-year or 50-year, 100-year event, because in their minds, it's just something that happens every 25 years. And obviously, as you've already pointed out, Brian, it's certainly much more common than that. So great. And
It's actually a probability, right? It's actually what we're trying to transition to. And it's hard because people are in the industry are used to using 25, 50, 100 year, but it's really a probability. So there's a 4% probability that a 25-year event will happen, right? So
yeah,
we look at the probabilities, and when you add up all the data, you are going to see that overall probability. But one thing to always remember too is that these fires also create different weather patterns and
Sure.
like pipeline. So So that's probably playing into it to some extent as well. Obviously, you gotta have the monsoon in the air. For 2 years after museum, we didn't have a monsoon in the air, right, Brian? So we didn't see any events, but I mean, you've got to have that moisture, but you can see, and we certainly saw that with Schultz. So, and Corey can touch on this too when we get to looking at the modeling.
Thank you. I know we have a lot to get to, but that is, I think, an important point when we're talking about this to, really talk about what we're really talking about. Are we talking 1.5 inches of rain, 2.5 inches over, whatever, just, I think that's helpful for people. So thank you.
And I think what's important is the modeling is based on 2 inches in 45 minutes. And that was selected based on looking at the data over the Schultz history and what were the larger, moderate to larger events that created flood events, right? That actually had flood impact. So, so we'll move on to talk a little bit more about the event that occurred on Sunday. Sean, go to the next slide here. And as Brian noted, we had a significant rainfall event. It was measured about 1.5 inches in the gauges. And over top the highway at 89, we did have reports of upwards of 3 feet of water going through Wapaki trails. And it carried with it, typical of what we call first flush. We did see a significant amount of sediment and also some level of debris as well. And that always influences the mitigation. Next slide, please. We did have one home with interior flooding. Many other homes did have flooding that impacted the exterior of the homes and impacted certainly around their homes. But most of this rainfall event, although we did have rainfall in some of the other areas, really the major impacts were in this Wapaki Trails development, which is at the farthest north end of that 89 corridor affected by the pipeline and Schultz fires. The mitigation worked really well. That picture at the top there is coming across that fan. The fan captured just over 4 feet of sediment. And the terminal trench that's there, which is being cleaned out as we speak, filled up with sediment and debris as well. So, but they did function, and it did direct a significant amount of water into the mitigation. Certainly impacts would have been much, much greater if we had not had the mitigation in place at the same time. It was designed to the 5-year post-wildfire storm. So this obviously exceeded that. So next slide, please. So I'm going to cover just really briefly a little bit of history and overview in case we have members of the public. Most of the directors are familiar with this, and go ahead to the next slide, Sean. The Schultz fire, and this is important because Schultz is still playing very much into the impacts that we're seeing right now. And so it's really important to understand that the limited recovery that's happened on the mountain, if you look up there, you see brush, you see grasses, and so there's been some return of some of the aspen on the higher slopes, but many of the areas, are still have very limited regrowth, and that's not unusual in this type of terrain, particularly, and an area that we're experiencing a drought as we're overall. We're experiencing a drought, and comparatively, the severe burn that occurred during Schultz over a very large portion affected again these same set of watersheds. However, the one kind of to the there's one there that looks kind of like L-shaped there down at the bottom. I don't know if Sean, if you can take your cursor. There's one down at the bottom here, that L-shaped. That's it. That's Government Tank. And you'll note that not that much of that watershed, particularly a lot of the steeper slope, had not burned during Schultz. Unfortunately, that has burned in its entirety. the watershed to the south, Offenhauser, which flows into the Silver Saddle, confluence of Silver Saddle and Highway 89, was not affected at all by the pipeline fire, and very, very limited effect by Schultz. Although people in that area will remember we had about 100-year events back in 2013 that did create flooding in that area. And that area is also influenced by the radio fire, which was back in the 70s. Next slide, please. With the Schultz fire and then flooding, the district and its partners, primarily the Natural Resources Conservation Service, spent over 30 million. We spent certainly in excess of 50 million in all the mitigation as well as response to the flooding. And we also got a sizable grant for that Copeland detention basin shown on the map here. These are the corridors that were mitigated. Mpaki Trails at the north, Brandis, which is the Thames Brandis watershed, the what we call Upper Campbell, which flows into Campbell Avenue, and a corridor the large channel that was constructed there. Downstream of that are two twin berms, and I'm going to come back and talk about those as well. And then North Paintbrush, or you'll also see it referred to as Siesta Paintbrush, and then South Paintbrush. Those were the corridors where we had, where people wanted to move ahead, and we were able to secure the drainage easements that were needed to complete that work. And then also that Copeland detention facility, a very large detention facility that's over 80 acres, partially with funding, large component of funding from federal highways. Next slide, please. And after the tunnel fire, people will remember that we held a series of 3 meetings with the Copeland, Peaceful, and Thames watershed areas, and Civil Tech Engineering. Civil Tech had done all the downstream engineering, off-forest engineering for those Schultz measures that I just showed you. And they had identified 36 homes at high risk for flooding post-tunnel. They went back then after pipeline, reevaluated those, and all that assessment information in the form of what we're calling recommended mitigation exhibits all went on to the webpage for the Timberline, Mpaki Trails, and Fernwood area last Friday. We're working with community members out there, those that have been identified for installing barrier, and have shown how many sandbags are needed. And Chris will walk through the detail of this in a few minutes. Chris Duza with Civil Tech. We're also continuing to work with Natural Channel Design that designed all the on-forest measures, flood mitigation measures as well. And again, just want to reemphasize, there's the email. We really need everyone to email us their contact information with email so that we can effectively communicate with you. We still have a number of people in the area whose homes have been identified needing barrier, and we do not have contact information. So we're going to be sending letters because we've tried every source we can to find contact information and have not been successful. And that primarily where the barriers are called for is in Mpaki Trails. In fact, today they finished up placing, I think they will be finishing up placing a barrier there today, as well as the Paintbrush area. We've identified a series of homes all through Paintbrush Lane area, very hard hit during Schultz, and will be again this time very likely. And then just south of that, again, the Heppel switchback areas at very, very high risk for very high velocity flooding, and there are several properties there, 4 or 5, that need barrier. And again, several of these areas we do not have contact information. I think Mpaki Trails were in pretty good shape, but beyond that, we're missing contact info. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Corey Helton with Jay Fuller. Jay Fuller's did all of the flood modeling for Schultz, did all the flood modeling for Slide, museum, and now again, of course, tunnel and pipeline. And literally what you're going to see, the modeling with the updated burn severity map from the burned area response, burned emergency team, burned area emergency response team, BARC map. We love our acronyms. Which is basically the map that shows the burn severity, now has been integrated into the modeling, and this is the latest modeling. I want to note that the modeling for Doney Park is still running, and we expect to have that tomorrow. However, if you go to the website, we do have the preliminary modeling there for the area that's at the highest risk of flooding in Doney Park. And if you have one of those homes in Doney Park that's identified, it'll identify what you need to do for mitigation. It's ponding in that area. So unfortunately, you're going to need to put sandbags around your home in some of the cases, and many of those low-lying homes there, particularly if your home is on grade. And so please take a look at that information. And then tomorrow, the final maps will all be loaded onto the webpage, the depth maps. So, but the rest of the map, the rest of the exhibits showing where mitigation is needed are already there. Timberline, Wupaki, Fernwood are already all loaded there. So, all right, go ahead, Corey.
Thanks, Lucinda. So I'm going to be touching on quite a bit of the stuff we've kind of been looking at already with the recurrence interval, burn severity, and showing you a little bit of that information. Let's go to the next slide. So this is kind of a depiction of where our burn scars are. And so you can see the 2010 Schultz fire there in the green, going up on top of the mountain. And you can kind of see the red is showing how it went higher up on the mountain. And that is the pipeline fire. And then also to the west there, you can see the museum fire from 2019. So it crossed over a little bit into the Schultz fire as well. And then
Yeah,
again,
Sean, if you can use your cursor and kind of follow Corey around there like you did Thursday, that'd be great.
Great, thank you, Sean. And so on the purple line, kind of, yep, going through there, that is the tunnel fire. So this whole side of the mountain has been heavily impacted by the fires of the season as well as past fires. So the blue lines are kind of showing flow paths coming off of the mountain and coming down into Timberline area. And we'll look at this a little bit closer with the most recent model results that we have. And so onto the next slide, let's go ahead and talk about what the flood modeling summary is. The tunnel and the pipeline fires, they cover the east flank of the peaks, and they're indicating a significant increase in flooding. So what we've modeled in our model is the 4% chance of happening in any given location in any given year, but we've applied that recurrence interval onto entire watershed. And so what we have so far is we have the results for the Timberline area, the Wupaki trails, and the Fernwood areas. And as Lucinda had mentioned, we are still running the portion that is within the Doney Park. So we won't have those results to look at right now, but I'll go ahead and start sharing my screen. And we'll just look at it a little more closely. So on what I'm showing on my screen right here is the burn severity. So this red areas right here is the high. These green or yellow areas are moderate burn areas. So, and then the blue down in here and down in here also is the low burn severity. So this is the low burn severity for the tunnel fire in here, and then going up in here is the pipeline fire. So as Lucinda had mentioned, we have 8 watersheds. We got government tanks coming through here, coming down, and this is what's going to come over into Donny Park. We got paintbrush and siesta paintbrush that are flowing to the east here, going towards the landfill area. And this area right here is called the Twins, diverting flows away from the landfill, and a series of berms through here trying to capture the water and retain it. And so this was post-Schultz fire mitigation measures that were implemented, and they did a successful job of that. Now we haven't had flows coming over in here. Our models suggest that they are going to come into here and continue that way. So mitigation measures are going to be taking place in this area, but I won't go too much into mitigation with my talk here. We got Upper Campbell and Gloria. We got Copeland coming down into the basins in this area. Peaceful Way, Thames is the Brandis corridor at this location. So these were post-Schultz mitigation measures as well. And then going up into Lennox and Wapaki. I think what's worth noting is a lot of these watersheds are 100% impacted by fires. And the one that we had the flows with recently, Lennox and Wapaki trails, that whole entire watershed has been impacted by the fires this season. So some portions of it, high burn severity, a lot of it has been impacted by a moderate burn severity, the yellow in here. And then the rest of it has been inundated with, or has been impacted by a low burn severity. And I'll just show you that result real fast for Lennox and Wapaki. So it's been 100% burned. 5% of it was high percentage. 53% of it was moderate. 42% of it was in the low burn severity. But again, the whole entire watershed has been impacted by the fires, and that's going to have a huge impact on the amount of flow that comes out through the season. So as I start zooming into Lennox and Wapaki, let's keep in mind that's where we had the flooding this past weekend, and that was within an hour. That was about 1.2 inches of rainfall, as measured in some of the gauges at least. And what we're modeling here is 2 inches of rainfall within that 45-minute period, and accounting for all of the impacts of the fire. So I'll go ahead and start zooming in to Lennox and Wapaki, and we can kind of start seeing what that looks like. And I'll turn on a little bit more so you can see the roads names. And those are the parcels as well. So what we're looking at here is this light blue is 0.2 of a foot to 1/2 a foot of depth. Then 1/2 a foot to 1 foot is the darker blue. And if you want to reference this legend on the left-hand side, you can kind of see that too. The darker green is 1 to 2 feet. The lighter green is 2 to 3 feet. 3 to 4 feet is this lighter orange. Darker orange is 4 to 5 feet. And then in this area, we have a few locations that are greater than 5 feet. So with the storm that happened on Sunday, we did have flows that broke out of the terminal trench and came down along this direction. It took out some fences along here, took out some gates, came around here, and the one house that did have it, it did break off into here and drop into their front door at this location. So that is kind of what we experienced on Sunday in the Paki area, shifting down a little ways. Where it crosses the highway here, it did not overtop the highway at this location, but it did fill the capacity of the culverts going underneath the highway here. At this location, it all spilled down here as shown in the models here, and continued this way. Keep on moving downstream. It did overwhelm the culverts again at this location, the box culverts at this location, and it did overtop the highway at this location and came over here and backed up to this. So we're showing more overtopping and backing up back in here with the 2-inch event than what happened on Sunday. But that's what we have modeled here is the 2 inches versus what occurred at 1.2 inches of rainfall. So now we're kind of moving our way down into Thames and Brandis. And here's the Brandis channel that was post the Schultz. I believe it has about 450 CFS flow that it can handle, and that is being overwhelmed in a few locations with the 2-inch event and spreading through the neighborhood here. So shifting down a little bit further into Peaceful Way. So this is the Brandis Road. Coming down, here's Kevin's Way Road. And then over in this area is the Fernwood neighborhood. So here's Sunset Boulevard. So all the depths are less than 2 feet within the Fernwood area. The basins are filling up. The models are showing that this basin area would be overwhelmed during the 2-inch event. If it were to occur on, it's worth noting that if that were to occur from the north, as well as coming in from the Copeland watershed, and so it would take that sort of 2-inch event in all of those locations to kind of come in, fill up the basins before it would overtop. So it's probably worth noting that in the 2018 event that this basin did not overtop, but again, if we have the volume coming in from the multiple locations, it would overwhelm it and overtop it over here. And feel free to stop me at any point if you have any more questions on any of the locations. Here's Campbell Avenue, and that's going down towards these flows coming off of here do go towards, this is the Twins area again, coming in towards the landfill, and a significant amount of storage is taking place at these Twins and allowing the waters to infiltrate. There's some mitigation measures that are going to enhance these locations. And keep on coming down this direction here. And this is our southern government tank watershed coming in at this location. So this is our solar panels as you're driving out 89, just past the landfill road where you had the solar panels there, so as a reference point. And again, our models, this model continuing into Doney Park is running right now, but I can kind of summarize it for you here a little bit. So here's the Cromer School. These will combine in this location, and work its way down over in here, and then it pools up in this location before spilling out of Donny Park. So here's Silver Saddle, Cromer School, and it has a ponding effect in this location. And that's
So Corey,
course.
can you show the on-forest mitigation too? And I just want to point out that the fans that we're seeing there, those areas like the Campbell, and that's Siesta paintbrush there, and that's the restored alluvial fan that was constructed in 2015. Those two at paintbrush, and then Campbell in 14, and those are accumulating a lot of water, sediment, debris. As I mentioned for Wupaki, just that one event, we got 4 feet of accumulation of sediment. And so they are working, overtime right now with that type of event. But they are really critical to this. And on the Campbell, we're out, they are just finishing today now, cleaning that all out from the fire. It burned, and they've repaired that, and that should be set to go now. But if we did not have those fans, we would be seeing just this is bad flooding, but we would see certainly volumes of water far greater even than what we saw for Schultz. So fortunately, we were able to get this level of mitigation into some of the areas, and it is making a pretty big difference. But again, those corridors that weren't mitigated are going to be really affected, particularly government tank.
Yeah, and these purple areas are the end of those fans where they're terminal trenches, and they're helping to divert the flows into the Campbell Avenue corridor.
Right now on paintbrush, we have both a storm drain and a channel system, both that run through there.
Right. So you can kind of.
And I'll talk about later, but we're looking at, given the additional burn now, what more can we do, of course, on forest as well. So although we've maxed out a lot of that alluvial fan area, it's really driven by the topography. So, all right, anything else you wanted to share, Corey? So this is, we're seeing, this is very, very reminiscent of Schultz, and really the factors that'll play into it is how many watersheds are affected at any given rainfall event. And therefore you could see things accumulating and contributing further and further downstream into Donny Park. So.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Appreciate all your work. Corey's has had a lot of sleepless nights getting all this modeling done. Plus, Corey has been out. We had 4 rain gauges that were damaged from the fire. He got out and repaired those, as well as setting up all the monitoring and thresholds for the warning system and everything. So Corey's just done a tremendous amount of work over the last 2 weeks preparing for all of this. So thank you, Corey. All right, Sean, go back to the slides again. Okay. So we have a tremendous amount of mitigation effort underway. I drove through the flood area today, and there's just, it's a tremendous amount of activity. Go to the next slide. Some of the things, as I mentioned, they're completing the repairs on the Campbell Terminal Trench. They had repaired the Wupaki Trails Terminal Trench last week. They're now back out there again, taking the sediment out that accumulated from that event on Sunday, as well as removing the 4 feet of sediment on the fan that accumulated there as well. Fortunately, both the 2 paintbrush terminal trenches did not burn. So that's really fortunate, nor did Brandis. So they're in good shape. We're in the process. We've gotten approval, and in fact, they're working on this today and should finish up hopefully tomorrow morning, of placing barrier where you saw that southern flow come out of the government tank watershed, come across the highway, and then that government tank flow splits. Some goes north toward the twin berms up toward East Campbell Avenue, and some goes to the south down through to Doney Park. And on that southern flow, we're installing barrier. We got very rapid approval from the Forest Service. They've been working with us very closely and very cooperatively. And we're placing barrier there now, again, to slow down the water. That's all cinders through there, allow it to soak in, and doesn't mean it'll capture all the water. The level of event will dictate that. And there's just so much water coming from government tank that it's going to be a real challenge. So also further to the north, as I mentioned, the twin berms, those are between Highway 89 and the landfill road, just east of the end of Campbell on the east side of the highway. We're expanding those right now, and also scarifying them so that they can receive more flood water with additional sediment in it. So that project I think gets underway tomorrow. We've also cleaned out the Girls Ranch Road berm. It did get sediment this last weekend as well, and that was cleaned out yesterday, and they're working to downstream of kind of the Copeland Channel that goes through the private property area, the segment that's on Forest Service that takes the water out to the Cinder Lakes. We're cleaning that out as well right now and expanding that capacity back to the original capacity. So also all the channels, the channel on the highway from Brandis down to the detention facility, and then Copeland or Campbell, Brandis, those channels have all been cleaned up over the last week or so here, and some minor repairs made as well to those. So that's some of the bigger projects that are underway. Next slide. This shows those barriers that are going downstream of Landfill Road. There's the pipeline that comes through here. That's kind of that cleared area. Johnson Ranch is to the left. And then these are the barriers that's being placed, and through that flow, again, to slow that flow down before it reaches Doney Park. So, and Christopher Tresser, our county engineer, pointed out that people may ask, why can't we do this further up the mountain? And one, that the terrain and the type of soil that's there doesn't afford us that benefit as it does in this area where you've got the cinder type soil where it will absorb a great deal of water. The USGS estimated that the Cinder Lakes can take up to 1.5 billion gallons of water. We had that study done during Schultz as well, because all the water from the north gets pushed out to Cinder Lakes. And that effort has been very successful to date to keep a lot of water out of the Fernwood and east side of Highway 89. Next slide, please. And then when Chris is going to jump in and talk about the flood assessments for the homes and how we've set this up, and again, really want to encourage people, go to the website, look at the recommended mitigation exhibits, and they're all broken out by area, and you can go in and find your exhibit, and it'll tell you whether or not your home is recommended for mitigation, and if so, what type of mitigation. So he's going to walk through that. And then Chris, when you're done, I want to come back and give them an update on how many bags we've produced, as well as efforts underway to increase our sandbag production, as well as barrier that's being placed, and how we're managing that as well. So go ahead, Chris. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Lucinda. Next slide, please.
And I should say that Chris, again, just to mention that Chris did all the off forest, all the mitigation except for one of the corridors for Schultz. So he's very intimate with this area, understands these watersheds, and knows the mitigation that's in place there since he designed all of that. So he and his team stepped in and has done just a tremendous job with putting together the recommended mitigation exhibits and so forth for the Timberline, Wupaki Trails areas.
Thank you, Lucinda. So a little bit about the flood assessments. Lucinda mentioned earlier after the tunnel fire, we had a team go out after the tunnel fire and look at primarily, it was the Brandis, the Peaceful, and the Copeland corridors. And we actually went door to door based on some of the modeling after the tunnel fire that Corey and J.E. Fuller had prepared, and met with individual homeowners where the modeling had shown significant depths going across their properties. And we looked at homes that may be at risk. And those were the 36 properties that we had identified for the tunnel fire. And then, of course, the pipeline fire occurs after that. So the Wupaki Trails watershed, the government tank watershed, and to a large degree, the paintbrush watersheds, north and south paintbrush, really had minor impacts from the tunnel fire. So after the tunnel fire, when we had the pipeline fire, and given the prediction of an early monsoon season, we did what we called paper assessments. And these assessments, so we did not actually go out in the field and knock on doors and meet with residents. Instead, what we did is we took some very preliminary modeling that J.E. Fuller, that Corey had prepared and Joe had prepared over at J.E. Fuller, without the benefit of a lot of information about the burn severity. And we used that as our basis to start doing paper assessments and looking at depths and velocities and trying to determine homes that were at risk and where we would recommend sandbags and where we would recommend Jersey barriers. So there's 3 firms that are assigned to work in this whole area. Civil Tech is primarily working in Lenox and to the south in the Timberline area. And there's other firms working in the Government Canyon and on the other side of the highway in the Fernwood area. So there's 3 firms actually working in the area. So we produced maps that were color coded that are posted on the website right now based on that initial modeling to make people aware that they were at risk and whether or not we were recommending sandbags or Jersey barrier for those particular properties. So again, we've tried to contact those property owners by email where if we have their contact information. If not, I know the county has been using all kinds of resources to try to get a hold of those people, but everything is now posted on the website for all those areas. And so again, as these exhibits are updated and they're changed, we'll be updating them on the website, and we're just encouraging people to keep checking the website and look at their property and see if anything changes as we get further refinements on these models. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the determination on whether or not we're recommending concrete barriers versus sandbag. I know that, a lot of people, their immediate reaction, the homeowners are, of course, they want the concrete barriers. They want a higher level of protection. We're trying to use the sandbag or the concrete barriers that we have for the homes that are at the highest risk. We do have a limited amount of barrier that's available right now. I know that we're working on getting more barrier and there's more barrier on the way, but for the immediate short term, we're trying to protect the homes with barrier that have the highest risk. And so what we're looking at is the depth of flow times the velocity for that. So if that meets a certain threshold, then we want to have barrier protecting the home on those properties. If it's less than that, and it's still in an area that may be getting inundated, we're recommending sandbags. So in order to place the concrete barriers, very similar to what we did in Schultz, there's a cooperator agreement. It's a simple agreement that the homeowner signs that allows the contractor to go onto their property and place the barrier. So we're in the process of obtaining cooperator agreements. We've obtained, I believe, all the cooperator agreements in Wapaki Trails. We've gotten most of them in the paintbrush area and some in the Heppel switchback area. But again, we'll be out again tomorrow talking to homeowners and trying to obtain those cooperator agreements for the properties and the homes are at the highest risk. Okay, so again, there's lots of information on the website. I think we have just about all of Wapaki trails with the concrete barriers will be placed today. We've been taking sandbags out on pallets and placing them in the street out in Wapaki trails in front of the properties all along the street for homes that will be mitigated using sandbags. You know, we are not placing sandbags on those properties right now. We're asking the property owners to do that, and Lucinda can speak a little bit more about that. But the good news is, I believe by the end of today or tomorrow morning, I know we're expecting some rain tomorrow, we should have all the barriers in Wapaki Trail in place. I will mention one thing in Wapaki Trails. You know, what we saw in that first flood event was maybe a little deviation from what we've seen in the model. I think when the fan above Wapaki trailed filled in with sediment and it aggraded, I think more water went to the west than to the east, maybe a little bit more than what the model was predicting. And I think that was a function of, as that fan filled up, it just filled up in such a way that it pushed more water to the west. So I do want to mention that, you know, the maps that we have out there, the mitigation maps, again, these were paper assessments based on very preliminary modeling. It was a good exercise for us to get out there today and look at what happened and talk to a lot of the homeowners out there and see what happened. And as a result of that, there were, I want to say probably 3 or 4 more properties that we switched from sandbags to concrete barriers, because it certainly appeared like more water was going to the west towards their properties. That's what they saw, that's what they experienced. So I just want to make sure that everybody knows, whoever's listening, including the board, that this is a work in progress as we refine the models, as we see things in the field, as more barrier becomes available. You know, we want to do the best we can to protect these properties that are at highest risk. So we are making those adjustments in the field as we go along. So next slide, please. So this is a pretty good example of a snapshot of what one of those exhibits looks like. This is at the north end of Wapaki Trails. You can see with the red, a house that's recommended to have 240 feet of barrier. And actually on the left side, you see there's 2 homes there that are recommended for sandbag barriers. So this is a good example. Again, you know, going out and looking where it seemed like more of that flow got pushed to the west. We actually switched that out, where now those 2 homes there have Jersey barrier, and the barrier has already been placed around those homes. So we're providing a typical exhibit and a number of the anticipated number of sandbags to protect the properties on the exhibit. And again, there's a note on those exhibits saying that, you know, based on field conditions, we may change things out in the field, which we were doing today, again, as a result of the flood and as a result of being able to get out there and to look at things a little bit more closely and talk to the residents. So, but you'll see these type of exhibits that are posted on the website all the way from Wapaki Trails to the south through Timberline, through Fernwood, through the paintbrush area, through Hutchison Acres, you know, all the way down through Doney Park. Again, next slide, please. So with that, if there's no questions, I'll turn it over to Mike.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add a little bit more information about other efforts that are underway. And then also, Chris used the word protect. We can't protect anything. We're trying to mitigate impacts, because, you know, we could get a much larger rain event potentially, and we can't mitigate against every flood event and every rainfall event. So again, critical that people buy flood insurance, because that's the only way you can address impacts to your home financially. So, and we'll come back to that at the end. It noted there, Sean, go back a slide or 2 there at the bottom. It noted some some numbers, some big numbers relative to sandbags. Keep going back right there. So with barrier, we had another 3,000 square feet or another 3,000 linear feet delivered today. I think in terms of what we need, we're continuing to procure barrier, but just so we have it if we end up needing it at other locations. But what has been really challenging is that we're looking at probably somewhere when you add in the Donny Park area and the ponding effect there, we could be looking at somewhere of 700,000 up to 1 million sandbags. And that, tremendous amount. And we've produced about 100,000. So been working with Wes Deason, our emergency manager, and he has been working with the state Department of Emergency Management and with Department of Corrections. And we are establishing a massive sandbag production facility at the Winslow State Detention Facility, state prison. And I think we're going to have upwards of 60, 70 individuals there making sandbags, and then we'll have them transported back to the area. We're also bringing in every Conservation Corps crew and other DOC crews, Department of Correction crews that can come off site. I think we've got another 2 crews coming to work here locally to make sandbags as well. But, again, we need there are self-fill stations throughout the area. We've added 2 more in the Donny Park area. And we really encourage people to make bags as well. And we really do ask, we will be, as we get the ones that are pre-filled, those will go to the priority areas. And we ask that people who've not been identified for mitigation, that you leave the bags for those that are. And if you need to use some self-fill, go ahead. We will continue to restock those self-fill sites, regularly. So, but know that we're reaching out. I know that DEMA is having conversations as well with the National Guard. Typically, they don't get mobilized until there's a state declaration, but those conversations are underway as well. But being able to utilize the facility in Winslow, that's a tremendous benefit. And I really kudos to Wes for working with them to mobilize that resource, because we need a lot more sandbags than we're currently able to produce. And it's been challenging getting resources this year. So with that, I think we're turning it over to Mike to talk about the monsoon season flood monitoring. And Mike is our past deputy director at Public Works, and he oversees what we call the flood monitoring, flood director program that we have. Go ahead, Mike.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. About 10 years ago, we developed a process whereby we monitor the storm activity and the flooding activity. We call it a flood director program. And there's a person that's assigned to perform that function. Sean, can we have the next slide, please? So that person is on duty throughout the monsoon season, and they're actually on duty day and night. When one of the rainfall gauges reaches 0.1 inches in 15 minutes, the flood director, who has other duties generally, stops what they're doing and secures a site where they've got good internet connectivity, and they monitor the weather and the radar and the rain gauges. They receive text alerts when the gauges exceed designated thresholds. Those have been different from year to year, and now we've settled on a set that I'll tell you about in a minute. The other thing that the flood director does is mobilizes observers or field staff when thresholds are reached. One of the valuable things that the flood director has is a dedicated phone line and chat line directly with the National Weather Service during flood emergencies. So the National Weather Service will give us up to the minute information about what they're seeing is happening from their radar perspective. The flood director will also direct emergency management to issue emergency notification to the public or to call out other resources, police, fire, or utilities in the event that electric lines went down, say. Next slide, please. So this slide points out that there are actually two flood directors, one for Museum Schultz Creek, and the one we want to talk about tonight is Schultz Pipeline. The picture in the upper part of the screen is what the flood director watches. A lot of times there are no numbers like there are on that particular map. Those highlighted areas that have numbers in them, those are the rain gauges in the Schultz area up in the upper portion of that map. You can find that map and those rain gauges at the website that's listed on the bottom of this screen. The picture in the lower right of this slide, I'm pretty sure that's Corey Helton with J.E. Fuller, and he's double checking or repairing one of the rain gauges. That's what they look like if you haven't been up there and seen them. Next slide, please. Great, thank you. So the thresholds have been set for this year for the Schultz pipeline area. And I want to walk through this slide and describe what they are. So through engineering analysis and study, which you've heard a lot about already, we've set our thresholds this year. I want to direct your attention to the number one, in the big number one in the bottom right part of that graphic, where it says 0.25 inches of rain in 15 minutes. So a minute ago, I said the flood director would go active and secure themselves someplace to get internet and phone connectivity. And then they watch. And when the rain gauges hit 0.25 inches of rain, they begin to call out other resources. One of the principal resources they call out is field staff to go to the site and observe what's happening. We want to know what the water looks like, if it's full of debris, if it's got trees and rocks, or how much sediment it has in it, how dark it is. And so we get information from the field. They call in on a party line because there's sometimes more than one of them, and let us know what's happening actually in the field. From that information, the flood director then writes emails to a group to include, of course, the board of directors and management and others to let them know, here's what we see happening out in the field. And then that's also how our resources are called out. So at this point, the flood director also alerts the Emergency Operations Center, and they are very, very helpful at helping us with some of the resources they may need to be called out. Let's go to number two. So if it keeps raining, if it rains harder, if we get 0.40 inches of rain in 15 minutes, that activates other alerts. And a very, very important alert are what we call the RAVE alerts, which is an emergency notification to a select neighborhood. This was selected because these neighborhoods are the highest up the mountain, so they're the most likely to receive rainfall quickly. And so this number two at 0.4 inches for Schultz Pipeline will alert the following neighborhoods: Timberline, Pocky Trails, and Fernwood. So a text alert goes out to cell phones that are registered to a specific address in the area. And if, for example, someone had a home in Phoenix and they were registered to their home up here, they would still get that text alert. So it's dependent upon the address in the area and people signing up to receive these alerts. The alerts are also posted to Flood Control District and to county social media sites. Continuing to the big number three, if it keeps raining at 0.75 inches of rain in 15 minutes, the flood director will issue a Schultz Pipeline flood area, entire area alert to include Timberline, Wapaki Trails, Fernwood, and Doney Park areas. Again, the text message is sent out similar to an Amber Alert, and Also, the alert is posted on the Flood Control District and county social media sites. So that's what the flood director does. Again, watching day and night. They take a 7-day tour of duty, and we rotate through flood directors. So you'll be receiving these messages when there are rainstorms, and when they issue emails about the rain and activity, you'll be receiving that from some different people throughout the summer. Lucinda, I think that covers it for me.
Great. Thank you so much, Mike. And thank you for coming back to rejoin the team and bring your leadership and support for this effort. I really appreciate that. All right, next slide. We're going to talk a little bit about communications, and then kind of building on, just briefly on building on what Mike had shared. Go to the next slide there, Sean. So you'll notice that at that third threshold, that the area, the Timberline, Wapaki Trails, Fernwood area receives an emergency notification through the county's emergency notification system. And it shows where the director is working with the emergency management to issue that. Those are kind of preset so that they can go out very, very quickly. And those are issued by emergency management department and our department. And we actually utilize two systems as noted here. We went through this in a lot of detail. Wes Deason went through this in a lot of detail last Thursday, but just quickly, we have the emergency notifications through the RAVE system. That's the brand of the system that go to any residence that is signed up in that system. And again, you'll see in a minute here, I'll provide all the links, but you can go to that link and you can go in and sign up. You can sign up every device that you have, and you sign it up, and it's associated with that address, your home address or your property address. And, you know, if it hits that threshold, all of those devices throughout that area for the threat meeting that threshold will get the RAVE alert via the county system. Emergency management also sends it out through a second system called IPAWS for short. It's a public alert system. And that then, similar to what Brian described for the National Weather Service warnings, that their wireless system, this too is a wireless system, and it'll go to any wireless device that's within that physical, we call it polygon, or that physical area where the threat is underway. So sometimes people say, well, gee, I didn't get the alerts. You know, I live in Flagstaff, but I didn't even know that there was an alert went on out in Wapaki Trails. Well, frankly, we don't want you to get the alert because you are not being threatened. If your area is threatened by flooding in another area, you will get an alert for that area, you know, with where we have gauges and have this system set up, which is for Museum and now Schultz Creek as well. But if you're not in that area, you won't. But if you live in the area that gets the RAVE and you're at work or you're on vacation or you're down in Phoenix for a meeting, you will get the alert. So it's very, very important to sign up for these alerts. And of course, always make sure you know where your children are at all times. And, you know, make sure that you're aware of that, your pets, your animals, and make sure you know where your children are at all times. Right now, we're calculating that from the time that we get major rainfall into one of these gauges and it gets to the top of the neighborhoods, where it enters the neighborhoods, it's about 10 minutes, maybe upward, maybe 15, but it could be there as quickly as 10 minutes. So don't have a lot of time. And again, it's shelter in place. Stay inside. Do not go outside. Do not go out to watch it. Stay inside, please. Do not get in your car and evacuate. Do not evacuate. Stay inside. If you're outside, you're hiking, get to high ground, get away from the drainages. All right, next slide there, John. Communications. These are all the different communications. Shortly, you'll be seeing both on the website, it should be posted up this week, a flood preparedness guide for this year for the Schultz pipeline area, as well as we'll be mailing that out to everyone as well. It's that newspaper piece. Many of you that were in the Schultz area, you know, we produce those every year from between 2011 and 2015 or 2016. There's also the information here, very critical, as I mentioned earlier, National Flood Insurance Program. Your homeowner's insurance does not carry flood insurance. You have to purchase it. You can purchase it through an agent typically, but it's actually provided for by the National Flood Insurance Program, which is managed by FEMA, a Federal Emergency Management Agency. And that is the only way you can recover anything financially if you have flood damage within your home. And people say, well, gee, won't FEMA come in and help us if we get flooded? You have to meet a very, very high threshold of damage across an area. Typically it's several, over 100 homes, hundreds of homes. And you have to meet a certain financial threshold of damage. Then if you do meet that threshold, all you get is $35,500. Whereas the National Flood Insurance Program goes up to $250,000. Of course, that doesn't cover all the cost of your home, very likely in today's prices, but it's something. It's some ability to get some level of recovery. So, and then of course the call center number is here. But again, the most important way to communicate with us is through this email. The email is really the critical one here. Please email us your contact information, email us questions there. And then repeatedly be checking that website that's shown there. And then we also, again, put the rain gauge website link as well as the burn scar weather service. The Weather Service did a really nice job creating a Flagstaff area burn scar flood risk tool that they'll post up every day as well. So I think and it shows a 3-day outlook here, which is really helpful. So put those all into your devices and be monitoring those. Next slide, please. Again, just flood insurance. Some people have asked questions about the waiting period. We worked with Senator McCain after the Schultz fire because people did go out and purchase, but there was the 30-day waiting period and before it becomes effective from the date of purchase. And he was able to get legislation passed that provides FEMA with the opportunity that if the flooding emanates from national forest lands or federal land, that it can waive that waiting period. We have not gotten a decision yet out of FEMA whether that waiting period has been waived for pipeline or not, but they certainly did so for museum. So I expect that, but we do not control that decision. FEMA will control that decision. So, but again, go out immediately, get your flood insurance. Next slide there, Sean. I just wanted to touch on quickly, and I want to apologize to Brian and the National Weather Service. I as we were putting this together very quickly, I wanted to be able to acknowledge some of our partners. We've just got a tremendous number of consultants and contractors and partner agencies and nonprofit support that's just been tremendous, and including the National Weather Service. And just can't thank everyone enough for the support and the critical nature of working together with all of these entities that have responded very quickly to our needs. So thank you to all of them. We could not do what we're doing in terms of the mitigation efforts without their support. So I think that's it, right, Sean? I think that's the last slide. So directors, I'm happy to answer any questions, and certainly others that presented or could answer questions as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Lucinda and the team. Just as I've said all throughout the board meeting here today, just the extraordinary effort that has been done by the county staff, and certainly Lucinda, you and the Flood Control District and your team members are also part of that unbelievable, heroic, really, effort that's gone on, and just immediately we're in the midst of the fire, and I know you and your team are already taking a look at the impact that pipeline would have on Tunnel and because of Schultz. And that, really speaks volumes to the what the county has done and the level of protection, the level of public service that the county does for our community. And so again, thank your staff, J.E. Fuller and the team, been working really around the clock. And I want to acknowledge and recognize that. And I know also that there are two, as you indicated, two areas that we've been primarily taking a look at the east side, but there is going to be an effect also on the west side and the city of Flag. And I know this is going to be addressed by the City of Flagstaff board meeting here tonight. Unfortunately, it conflicts with ours, and so we won't be able to at least observe or watch that. But I think it's important to note that there is the Museum Schultz Creek, which does have an effect on the west side. And I know I have received an update from Andy Bertelsen about what the county has been doing to work with the city, the county as the flood control district, working with the city for city residents. And I really think it's important, although not to go into the kind of depth you just did, but just generally, just your involvement and the flood control district's involvement with the city of Flagstaff to do what we can to not only mitigate for Schultz Pipeline, but do what we can to assist the city for Museum and Schultz Creek. And you're on mute.
Sorry. I would like to address that. And I think first to talk about museum, we have completed all of the off forest work above the city. And tremendous amount of effort went into that. And we've completed all of that work, as well as most of the on forest work. There's one portion of the on forest work that we could not complete because of restrictions due to spotted owl breeding habitat. And so we'll come back in this fall and complete that element. So tremendous amount of effort went in. I really applaud Tiffany Construction, and who's out there now has moved all their resources from everywhere up here to help us mobilize a tremendous effort on the mitigation. But having completed all that construction work and natural channel design for their effort to engineer and oversee all of that. And now Alan's taking the lead with all those projects I identified on the east side on forest. He's taking the lead to facilitate those with the Forest Service. Yes, to date, the flood control district has spent just about $6 million in the response and mitigation effort for the museum flood area. We are now working very closely with the city to support efforts for the Schultz Creek potential flooding as well. And they're beginning to identify, the city manages the floodplains within the city, and they have that direct relationship and responsibility with FEMA. So at their direction, we're working with them to identify what are some opportunities. We've set up 2 sandbag stations. The district's paid the costs for all the materials for that, as well as we've identified some barrier coming in that's going to support some mitigation along some counties that are within some properties that are within the county adjacent to 180. And we've also had an engineering firm that's been started upstream and then worked downstream, started on the county area, identified about 7 properties or so that were at risk for flooding in the Crichton Lane area there. And they've all been notified of the mitigation that they need to install as well, similar to what's happening on the east side. And now they're working their way through the area within the city, identifying, what's at risk downstream. The modeling done by Jay Fuller, Joe presented that at the city meeting that's underway, I believe still now, or will be later. I wasn't clear on that. I was told 3:30, but then I just heard it's actually a little bit later. That modeling extends right now to the ditch pool within Coconino Estates along the Rio. This all flows into the Rio. And then the city's modeling will take over from them because they've done a tremendous amount of modeling working with the Army Corps relative to the Rio de Flag project and so forth. So they'll be doing all that downstream modeling because Rio really becomes a regional, flood system. So anyway, a lot of work underway. And fortunately, we are extremely fortunate that it didn't burn further to the west along the west side of the peaks. And just want to point out on my screen a background here, forest restoration, and that I just want to really applaud the board of directors of the flood control district that they have identified some significant funding for forest restoration. And the target for a great deal of that funding is the west side of the peaks. If those had burned in this fire, we would be seeing ultra catastrophic flooding through all of downtown Flagstaff, all the way through to Continental. And so that work, we still have to pursue that work. That still is critical. So I just want to get that every time I get a chance to get that, or we just keep doing this over and over, people. We can't keep doing this over and over. We've got to be proactive and get the restoration done. And we're working with the Forest Service to get those projects mobilized as quickly as possible. So thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Lucinda. Other board members have some comments. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. First off, thank you for the presentation, very enlightening. Did change some from the last community meeting and was wondering when the team plans on having another community meeting and possibly in person or hybrid available for the community.
Yeah, looking at, I think it'll be important. It's such a large area that's been impacted, and we need to be, there's such a level of urgency to act right now that I think it's important that probably the next 1 or 2 meetings still remain virtual. Again, too, I think things that have changed is people have so much more access to the information online, and they can immediately go there, get the information, and know what they need to go do. And so, and certainly, we've got a lot of people out and about, and we're really focusing on those really high threat areas right now, as Chris pointed out. So I just actually drafted up a text saying, we may want to go ahead and show the latest modeling soon, maybe as soon as tomorrow night, frankly, to get that out. And then those maps will be posted up to the webpage as well, showing what are the flood depths throughout the flood area. And I believe that the city will likely want to do the same for the Schultz Creek area, to post up those maps after they're presented and explained tonight. So, and encourage people to go on and, see the meeting is on YouTube from last Thursday. And if you can't participate, certainly all of this is recorded. All these meetings are recorded.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. And based on the fact that we have a threat of rain starting tomorrow, I think it'd probably be in our best interest to try to have that meeting tomorrow evening if possible.
Yeah, I mean, we were going to, as Brian pointed out, we are in the threat period, and it could, back in, I think it was 11, we had a pretty major, third biggest flood event in that year was September 13th, as I recall. So we're in it through probably a good part of September.
And are these most updated materials available online? How do we get these out to the community?
Yeah, it's all online. All the only piece that will not be online until tomorrow sometime. We'll be loading the flood maps, but we'll also be loading the recommended mitigation exhibits for Doney Park tomorrow. That model, because it's such a large confluence of 8 watersheds, as Corey mentioned, takes a very long time. And the power outages this weekend didn't help.
And then I had another question. While looking at the map, on the northwest corner of the Copeland Detention Basin, there's a berm right there. And I've had some constituents that live along there that are concerned about that, that it creates a bowl. And when I was looking at the map, it showed flooding in those homes based on the models. And so I was just wondering, what's the plan to address that berm?
Yeah, there's a home in particular that does get some backwater effect from topography there. And we've met with them and we're working on addressing that.
Okay,
So
great, thank you. And incidentally, some of the folks that I did speak with out there who told me that I was impressed. Their sandbags were exactly the way the maps put. So people are accessing it and they are using it. I saw some that didn't, but these folks I interacted with did say that they were able to download and place their bags exactly as the county stated.
fantastic. That's great.
Thank you.
No, it's been a tremendous effort, really, seriously, and thank all that have been involved in it. So, it would be great if we could get a copy of the materials that were just slides that were just presented. This is incredible information that we do need to get out to our residents. And number two, I would highly recommend that in your collaboration, communication with the city on this, that we can include the Museum Schultz Creek also on the county website. So I know a lot of that's coming from the city.
It's all on the county website as well.
So it will be in the severity maps, and
it will be
fabulous.
It will have its own link, so people don't have to go through everything. They'll have their own set of links. But museum is there and has been there since 19, and certainly Schultz Creek will be there as well with the data as soon as it's available. So.
Right, that's great. And I know museum is there, and I guess what I'm really talking about is, just like Schultz has been there, but now we're talking about Schultz tunnel pipeline, and the same here is museum and then Schultz Creek. We need to make sure that that's on the county's website. Not only does it involve those residents that are outside of the city limits within the county, but also the city of Flag happens to be within the county as well. And so I think it's important that we include that information.
Oh yeah, they'll all be loaded on. Absolutely. And I want to point out importantly, and I didn't say this earlier, I did on Thursday, but that the museum, the Spruce Wash Museum burn scar was not affected by either fire, either tunnel or pipeline. So that risk is still there, but it wasn't contributed to by those fires.
It's wonderful to have some good news, isn't it?
Good news. Yeah.
All right. And Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Lucinda, and everybody that's been working on this really tough situation. I have a couple questions. One is the new work in the museum area with the rain. How is that performing?
The notification system?
Yeah, how the notification system, that's the first part. And then
it worked extremely well this weekend. In terms of getting the alerts off the gauges and then, issuing the emergency alerts and so forth, and the communication with the weather service. It worked really, really well. Again, it's challenging because that water's coming very quickly. So.
And then on forest work, we only got part of it done. Was that, is there an impact associated with that or no?
No, well, what we had, in terms of the impact of Wupaki Trails, no, because they had repaired the terminal trench prior to that. That level of water in that short period of time overwhelmed that system, although the system worked as it was intended. Meaning it captured, up to 4 feet of sediment, and it did direct a lot of the flow into the channel that had been constructed there. But, given the additional burn in that watershed, now we're seeing a lot more water. And again, we had as you'll remember, Board Director Ryan, because you went through all of Schultz, we had to set a design storm that we could manage and construct to, and, and that we had to get easements from people, and we were talking earlier about the innumerable hours that we spent in Wupaki Trails getting the easement signed for the limited frankly, a fairly small channel that goes through there, but that obviously now probably needs to be expanded. So, you know, and in terms of long-term, we will be looking at long-term mitigation for all of these. Again, once again, we'll be looking at long-term mitigation and working with the NRCS. So I've already talked to them at least a dozen times about both emergency exigency support as well as long-term mitigation.
Which is good, but it also plays into the, as you noted, we could only design to a certain level. We can't be all things, and this has hit a capacity that we're not going to be able to address everything that's out there on it, which does beg the question of, you know, we, with time, as you did before, bringing back where we are with budget, what we can do. You know, obviously, we're going to see what we can do to match up the feds and see if we can get more money in. But, you know, that would be an important piece that as you do updates to us, you know, just so we can keep an eye on that. You know, and I was thinking about that when you said modeling. If I'm sure you're going to have the disclaimers in there. These are projections, etc. But at least we're trying to get information out to people so they can see,
absolutely,
you know, our attempts associated with it. And then Donny Park. Okay, we talked about it. We know we have the lake effect. We know it's moving in that direction. And there wasn't a lot we could do. I remember, you know, once upon a time, we had Paul Turner and his group out there and trying to figure out a way to get that water through. But I don't remember exactly, other than evaporative effects. Yeah, some could be conveyed downstream, but you know, have you guys had any discussions associated with that?
We, well, you know, after we constructed the on-forest measures for the corridor, Campbell corridor, between the on-forest measures and the twin berms, and then some berming downstream of the landfill road, we didn't have any more flood events that impacted Donny Park.
That's right. Okay.
Now we're seeing that impact again. Now the primary impact area, though, interestingly, is actually southeast now of Cromer School. As Corey pointed out on the map there today, that kind of Yancey Stardust area is kind of the east and southern boundary. And that area is where we're really going to see much more significant ponding. And that's because so much more of government tank burned and burned very severely. And so that's all flowing into that area now. So we're doing every emergency measure that we can. And you'll remember that the Bear team that came after Schultz, you know, for the Schultz fire told us that they can't, that the water would never exceed the highway, right? It wouldn't go downstream. And when we had the first big rainfall event on July 20th, and we had that 1.25 inches in 15 minutes over the entire burn area, where did it go? It went to Donny Park, right? And you'll remember all of that. It flooded that area. So we're trying to get, you know, mobilize that mitigation, but it's going to take a really significant number of sandbags.
Okay. Well, a lot of work to be done. Great need for sandbags and a lot more to be done. And I know a lot of people are working really hard. Just compliments out to Lucinda, you, our partners, all our staff, but there are many partners beyond the county that are involved in this. So thank you. And then, you know, knowing that both Chair Horstman and Vice Chair Vasquez, I know you guys are putting sleepless nights in there trying to do what you can from your perspective. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your continuing support. You've been through a lot of this, Supervisor Ryan, and you've always been really supportive and understanding, you know, what the impacts are. And yeah, we're trying to get as much done on forest in terms of emergency measures as we can.
I have a question.
And I know Vice Chair Vasquez, you've got a comment to make, and thank you, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Thank you, Lucinda. Sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt. I just wanted to catch the question before I lost it. So the question is, and I think you answered it, but I just want to clarify so I make sure it's clear for everybody that the two watersheds that were unmitigated before, the long-term plan is to revisit those and see if we can mitigate it, but it's not going to happen right away like right now. This is something down the road as we emerge from this summer.
Correct. And the reason for that is that we've got to go through the National Environmental Policy Act process for any measures that we construct, like we did for museum and for Schultz, to construct on forest. And then we need to have that continuous system from on forest at least to the highway. And frankly, with the volume of water now, I think we have to look beyond the highway and say, how do we get more water over to Cinder Lakes? We've certainly got the capacity there to store the water. So yeah, no, we're already having those conversations about what is this going to look like. And I've really been encouraging people in those areas. And now that would also include Government Tank. Government Tank didn't have that much flooding in Schultz. So we never pursued that for mitigation. We certainly will be looking at that as well. I don't know what opportunities are. Certainly for Copeland and Peaceful, we had conceptual plans and laid out. And so again, people decided not to move in that direction. We respected that, but I'm certainly hearing from many more than the residents out there and property owners now that they're interested in now moving ahead. So I'm hopeful that we can mobilize the federal and state and district resources and be able to accomplish some of those efforts.
Oh, great. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I really would like to suggest that when the next community meeting that's stressed, so folks know that is in our long-term plans, because I don't know if people realize that yet, or before during tunnel, we were telling them that we weren't going there. That wasn't what we're
right, because the impact had been so limited.
Yes. So, all right. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And again, drainage easements will be needed, so that they need to start talking to their neighbors and, generate that support.
And I think it's also important to note, there are so many volunteers out there now, United Way, the neighbors helping neighbors. And there's just been so many organized for the sandbag and creation and placements. And as you've said, we still need it. So for anyone that can, and we really need your continued involvement, because it's just begun and the monsoons have just begun, and the modeling does show that we are going to have some severe impacts. So it's important that we keep up with our volunteer work to try to get those sandbags out there. And this evening, in just probably less than an hour, we're going to be talking about flood control district monies and taxing. And quite frankly, when we are faced with the kind of expenses and needs that the county has been faced with because of fires and floods, I know that the majority of our community understands that this is a tremendous health and safety risk, and we, the county, need to be proactive to assist in taking care of our communities. So we'll be talking more about that, I'm sure, this evening here when we adopt our budget. So and I don't know if there's no other questions from the directors. I'd like to just give the wrap up to Lucinda, and I know we're already running a little late.
Yes, thank you.
Lucinda, feel free to give us a wrap up on this. And again, thank you and your team for all your efforts.
Thank you. And I just want to say to those in the flood area that we are with you. And I know that people are experiencing a lot of trauma that went through this with Schultz, and know that we are here for you, and that we are going to put on we're putting on the biggest flood fight we ever have in our history, and trying to do the best we can. And I know it's frustrating that we have so little time this year, and but we're doing everything we can to try to mobilize the resources. So hang in there with us. We care. And I've been through this with you for a long time, And I'm going to be here for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda. And I know that you will, and I know that so many of your staff and the county team is also there. This will only be the beginning of many discussions we'll have with our community on the monsoons and on the flooding. So thank you for your efforts. So with that is, I think, and correct me if I am wrong, we are now at our dinner break, which is going to be a short one. Because we come back at 6 o'clock for our special session, of which the majority of that special session is going to be budget adoption. And this is most important, one of the most important things we do as your Board of Supervisors.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
This is Yvonne View, the Deputy County Attorney. I just wanted to remind you to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
Oh, boy, you know,
Motion that
we only need to do that about 100 times in today's meeting. So yes, and thank you for that, for that reminder. So directors, we need to resolve as a Board of Supervisors before we can take a dinner break.
A motion that we resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
And I'll second that motion.
It
Yes.
is unanimous. We are at break until 6 o'clock and we will then talk about the budget. So
Thank you.
All
thank you.
right. All in favor? Yay.
Aye, aye. We're there. All right. Thank you. Okay. So Sue, I see that Vice Chair is with us, and is Matt back with us?
We do not have him yet, Madam Chair.
Do we have any other board members?
We do not at this time.
There's Supervisor Matt Ryan.
Yeah, I was hanging out, raising my hand, so I wandered off and did a thing.
You're allowed to take a break.
I have a loquacious 8-year-old here.
So do we have, we're 7 o'clock. Do we have the staff that we need to proceed?
I believe we do, Madam Chair.
All right, then I would like to go ahead and start. So Lindsay, are we recording?
Thank you, Chair Horstman.
All right, thank you. All right, and I see that Lena Fowler is trying to join us as well, so that's good news too. So good evening, members of the public. Today at 6 p.m. It's been a long day for those of us who joined us at our regular meeting, which ended probably less than 45 minutes ago. We are here today to actually adopt the budget. This is a very important responsibility here of Board of Supervisors, and something that we have been working on for months and meeting with all of the departments. So this is a culmination out of a lot of time and a lot of work by many people within Coconino County, and certainly with the members of the Board of Supervisors. So let's get started. My name is Patrice Horstman. I am the chair of the Board of Supervisors, and I am the supervisor for District 1 and District 2.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm supervisor for District 2 and current vice chair. Thank you for
District
being
3.
And hello, everybody. Matt Ryan from District 3.
Thank you. District 4. Judy Begay is not with us. I know she's had a family situation. Hopefully she'll join us before the end of the evening. District 5.
I am here. Thank you. This is Lena. And if I cut out, it's just not very good today. Thank you, but I'll be staying in.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. All right, we're going to start, as we do all of our meetings, with the Pledge of Allegiance. So for those that can, please stand, and the clerk is going to put on the flag and the Pledge of Allegiance so that we can all say this together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And we are moving on. And now is the time on our special board meeting for call to the public. Members of the public, this is the time for you to address issues to the board that are not listed on the agenda. We ask that you keep your comments to the board for 3 minutes. Obviously, this is a public meeting, so we ask for you to be respectful. Also, since these items are not on the agenda, the board may not ask questions or discuss this However, if necessary, we can certainly ask the administration to look into it or to put it on a future board meeting. So this time is the time for the members of the public to contact the board if you have questions or concerns, or to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. Lindsay, can you please explain to members of the public how they can access our board meeting and how they can be a panelist?
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if you would like to provide a comment, you can hover down at the bottom of your screen and a raise hand icon will appear that looks like a hand. And if you click on that, that will notify us that you would like to speak. If you're on the telephone, you can hit *9 on your phone, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak at this time.
Very good. Now is the time, members of the public.
Oh, we do have a hand raise, Salma Shams. I'm going to go ahead and allow her to talk.
Thank you so much.
Salma, if you just want to unmute.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, Selma, this is Patrice Horstman, Chair of the Board. We can hear you, and please, we look forward to your call to the public.
Okay, so we got a notice that we just recently bought a house in the end of April. Now we've gone through 2 fires, and now we're working on not having our home flooded. And we got a notice that they're going to raise taxes. And I mean, here we're, trying to put the pieces back together from the fire and now, flooding, and then they want to raise the taxes. We haven't even had a chance to breathe and sit down in the new home. I'm just wondering, what's the need for that right now?
Thank you, Selma. We appreciate your comments. As I indicated for you, that this is a call to the public and it's time for you to address the board on items not on the agenda. This is on the agenda and this will be addressed later on at the board meeting. So any other comments you'd like to make to the board?
No, I mean, other things I have are, I don't have the agenda, so I don't get to see that. I don't know how I could see that. But are they going to talk about other things that are being done to prevent? I know there are previous watersheds from previous flooding out in the Doheny Park, Timberline area. Is that another thing that's on the agenda?
Well, that was on earlier, but please go to our website for Coconino County, and a lot of your concerns and questions, in fact, you can find there on the county's website. So thank you for joining us this evening. Really appreciate your involvement and welcome to our community. I know it's been a difficult time, and hopefully it'll be behind us and behind you soon. So thank you for joining us, Selma.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other members of the public?
Chair Horstman, I do have Christine Lewert. I'm going to go ahead and allow to talk.
Thank you.
There you go.
Hello, I'm Christine. I'm in Florida.
Hi, Christine. This is Patrice Horstman. I'm Chair of the Board of Supervisors. You're before us and we hear you just fine. So you have 3 minutes to let us know what your thoughts are and to provide information to the board. So thank you for joining us this evening.
Okay, I have a question. I've been a vacant landowner of property in Coconino County, and subsequently have received a lot of mail from investors interested in purchasing some of the parcels I have. I have 8 parcels out there. And I did notice coincidentally that the woman who spoke before me mentioned the increase in taxes that will be upcoming soon, or at least up for a vote, I believe. Just wondering how that would affect vacant land as far as taxes. I've been paying taxes on the property since 1994. It was left to me by my father, and it's just sitting out there. So taxes are all paid, but I want to know what is going to happen if it does include, property that has no housing on it. that's my question.
But thanks, Christine. We really appreciate you joining us this evening. This is not the time, since it's not on the agenda, that we can really engage in a discussion. I would, however, refer you to the assessor's office, Coconino County Assessor, who may be able to answer some of your questions very specifically. And again, thank you for joining us this evening.
Okay, thank you for having me. Bye.
Chair Horseman, I do have Shay Davis that also would like to speak at this time.
Very good. Thank you.
Shay, if you can just unmute. There you go.
Great. Thank you so much. It's actually my wife's iPad, so it comes out as Shay. But I do have a question. I live at the base of the Dry Lake Hills, and with this new fire, we're expecting, based on FEMA maps, extensive flooding through Schultz Creek down to the Rio de Flag, which I know you're going to address. And then there's the museum fire, which there's been flood mitigation going on for at least a couple months with dump truck after jump truck going down Eldon Lookout Road. But the thinning project that was supposed to occur, which partially occurred until the museum fire happened, seems to have halted. And I was wondering, is there going to be a continuation of the thinning of the Dry Lake Hills to prevent catastrophic flooding of Flagstaff in the event that it burns?
Thank you. And since we only have your wife's name, could you please give us your full name?
Sure. My name is Nick Franceschini.
Thank you, Nick, and thanks for joining us this evening. As I indicated, this is our call to the public. Open meeting law does not allow us to engage in discussion or to answer questions. However, you raise very important questions, and many of those are in fact answered on the Coconino County website. If you take a look at that, if after reviewing that you still have some concerns, you may want to contact your supervisor directly or board of supervisor, who might be able to assist you individually with some of your questions and concerns. And we're sorry, but since it's not on the agenda, we really can't have further discussion on this, but I'm sure there'll be some further public discussion and meetings in the not too distant future on many of your concerns. So again,
thank you.
Thank you for joining us this evening. Lindsay, anybody else? This is great that we have members of the public who are attending our board meeting tonight. That's very, very good. We really appreciate that.
At this time, we have no other hands raised.
All right, well, this is the final call, members of the public, and want to thank the 3 members of our public who did address the board this evening. We appreciate your comments and your concerns. Any other members of the public, please, now is the time to address the board. Lindsay, anything?
No hands still, Chair Horseman.
All right, very good. Thank you. And thank you, Lindsay, for that. Members of the board, it is going to be a very interesting evening, going in and out of various, wearing different hats for various special districts that we also sit on and govern. And also because this is going to be a budget adoption process, and that these budget items are public hearing items. I would like to go ahead and present to you an outline of how we, the board, are going to proceed on this. If there are any questions, let's deal with them now. And hopefully we can get through our very lengthy final budget adoption in accordance with the agenda and in accordance with Arizona law. We are going to actually ask a staff presentation. After staff presentation, I'll then open it up for public hearing, for public comments, so that members of the public can in fact address us. We are going to, however, ask if there are questions or comments on each individual item from board members before we open it up for the public meeting. Now, what we want is the board should ask any comment or question to the presenter or to the department before the motion is on the floor. Once there's a motion on the floor, we are not going to take any comments or questions. So we want to make sure, and I will make sure after we close the public hearing and before we entertain a motion, I will ask the board if there are any comments or questions. So we will do that. Once there is a motion, there will be no further questions. We are opening for, I will open public hearing. I will close public hearing. The finance director, Siri Mullaney, will read the exact agenda title into the record. That is the exact agenda title that we need to make into a motion and a second and approve. Now, the reason for that is so that we don't, in our hurry, or we don't in our moving through this, state a wrong number. The numbers have great significance. So we want the finance director to read the exact agenda title. And then I will be asking a board member if there is going to be a motion. And you can say so moved based on what Siri Mullaney has read from the agenda, and a second and so forth, and we will call for the motion. Again, once the motion has been made and seconded, there will no longer be questions. Ask your questions before the motion. And then many of these motions are going to require a roll call vote. That means each individual board member will be called and each individual board member will answer yay or nay in public individually. The clerk will call out the roll call and of the record and will announce if the motion is passed. So any questions on the process or procedure we're going to use, or Siri, do you have anything further you would like to add on this?
Thank you, Chair. That sounds exactly right. I appreciate it.
All right, very good. Then members of the public and members of the board, we are now proceeding with our final budget adoption. We are on item number 72, and I am going to turn this over to Siri Mullaney, who will present this item and read this item to the board. So thank you, Siri.
And actually, I believe Deputy Manager Sue Brown is going to kick us off first.
I apologize. Sorry, Sue.
Not at all, Madam Chair. Thank you for that very thorough explanation of our process tonight. It's an example of the process that we have very carefully walked through for the last 6 months. It takes us a long time to develop this budget. It takes a good part of most of our employees to actually accomplish putting together all of the data and information that we are both statutorily required to provide and that we provide for complete transparency as well. We are happy to do it, but there are some folks who we absolutely want to give incredible thanks to, and that includes CFO Siri Mullaney, who is also the director of the finance department, HR director Erica Philpott, Fang Martin, who is our budget manager, Brandon Sepulveda, and budget analyst emeritus John Comer, who has taken another job, who is always helpful, and also 2 other staff in the board offices and in the county manager's office for their very helpful work. And Madam Chair, if you don't mind, to every single department and office in the county who has worked diligently to provide the information we needed to get to this point tonight. Just a brief mention of 4 of the major issues that we dealt with in this budget. Not all of them, but they're large and compelling. First of all, a compensation fund for the next 5 years. Is a critical piece of our ability to hire new people. As we all know, we, like everyone else in the world today, is dealing with the Great Resignation, and this compensation fund, we hope, will make a significant difference in our ability to retain and recruit our essential staff. Also, our debt restructure for Arizona State Retirement System in the amount of $56 million that will save the county quite a bit of money over the term of that restructuring. And a potential, we have included in this budget $67 million in potential federal grant funding. Should those grants become available, we can take them and expend them with this budget. And a very important part of that, we're looking forward to infrastructure money and certainly other monies that may come as the result of both the fire and the floods potential floods, excuse me. And our ARPA programs, American Rescue Plan Act programs, which continue, was a major part of our work this year. And we are very glad that it continued through these last months as well. And we will continue to update on those funds for the foreseeable future through FY26. With that, Madam Chair, again, a huge thank you to this organization for going through this very difficult process with such steadiness, dedication, and dedication to getting things done as quickly and as carefully as possible. With that, Madam Chair, I think we can proceed if you are ready.
I am absolutely ready. So thank you very much, Sue, for that good introduction. Get us prepared here for moving forward. So now we are now on number 72. This is Public Truth in Taxation Hearing. And I'm going to turn this over to Siri Mullaney to lead us through this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So our first item is a truth in taxation hearing. Much of what you'll see tonight is driven by statute, and this is no exception. This is required in order to increase our property tax levy, specifically our primary property tax levy, which goes into the general fund and really is used to fund county services. That includes our sheriff's department, some public health, parks and rec, our whole court system, and even emergency response. So the general fund also is used when there is emergencies in the community, most recently COVID, for example, fires and potential flooding. Really, the general fund is the flexible revenue source the county has and is really the first funding source when we have emergencies. Property taxes is one component of the revenue that goes into the general fund, and the request is to increase the tax levy. The current tax rate for the current fiscal year is 0.5180. And the recommendation for fiscal year 23 is to implement our maximum rate, which is lower than the current rate at 0.5094. So it is a rate decrease. However, the other side of that equation is the assessed values that are being taxed. And because those have increased, we are required to do a truth in taxation hearing to increase our overall total countywide levy by 2% or $205,000, which represents less than 1% of our total general fund revenues. To put that into perspective, there's a couple important points. First of all, Coconino County does have the lowest property tax rate of all counties in the state of Arizona. And so even with this levy increase, we would continue to have the lowest property tax rate in Arizona, in some cases by up to 8 times what other counties have for property taxation. So that's just one important piece of note. And then the other is noted in our truth and taxation hearing. So we did publish these in the paper twice. We are required by statute to do public notices and publishings, and we have fulfilled all of our statutory requirements. But one of those things is if we were not to do this increase, or if we were not to hold a public truth and taxation hearing, the most that we could charge would be 0.4994. But just sort of following that all the way through the impact to a taxpayer, for any taxpayer with primary residential property, the impact is $1 per $100,000 of assessed value. In other words, for a home valued at $300,000, the impact is $3 as a result of holding this hearing and asking for the increase. So I just wanted to point that out so you have the full perspective of the request and the truth and taxation hearing. And with that, I will turn it over to you all for comment and questions.
Very good. And I have some, but before I do that, I'm going to turn it over to my board members. Anybody have any questions or comments? Once again, remember, now is the time to ask your questions or to make your comments. Once we have a motion, we are not going to take further comments or questions from the board. So with that, other board members like to make a comment or any questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Vice Chair Vasquez.
Thank you. This proposed increase will provide us the funding for the budget that has been proposed for this year, correct? And this is part of it. I guess my question is this increase part of that budget that we're trying to look at, that we've worked through budget hearings and going to be approving later on tonight?
Thank you, Vice Chair and Chair and members of the board. Yes, Vice Chair, you are correct that the assumption of the rate that we are requesting was built into the budget assumptions that were adopted as part of the tentative budget a few weeks ago and are presented for you in the next item as part of the full budget adoption. So it does not reflect any change from what's been previously discussed at length with the board and departments.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from board members?
Just one more question. The difference, if we didn't raise this, how much in our budget, proposed budget, would we lose out of it? Like, what's the difference? And maybe it's stated there, but if you could state it for the record, please.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. The impact is an increase in our total primary tax levy of $205,735.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair. Oh,
sure. Supervisor Fowler, go ahead. Supervisor
So Siri, yes, Siri, if we do not pass this, then what does it do into our future budget? What impact? What's the impact?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Fowler, Madam Chair, members of the board. One of the assumptions, so as I know you're all familiar, but for the purposes of the public, Coconino County does do 10-year financial planning. We do take a very conservative and long-term approach to our financial outlook and building our expenditures. And one important component to those assumptions is the 2%. As stated, we do have the lowest property tax rate in Arizona. We have a very low primary property tax levy that funds our operations. And what that means is that we're heavily reliant on sales tax and more variable revenue streams. And so when we do not implement, if we were to forego this increase, a few things happen. One, we're losing one of the most stable revenue or dependable revenue streams that we have, making us more subject to variability, which could lead to changes in service levels to the community that's dependent on the economy, and all sorts of more negative, I guess, consequences as a result of not sort of annually staying on top of these increases. The other impact we see is that if the board chooses to forego the increase in 1 year, we have at times actually had that taxing authority taken away from us. That's not currently how it works. So the other consequence would be in the future, if we wanted to again resume sort of our full tax rate, it results in larger annual, almost a bump up to our taxpayers, a higher hit, if you will, in 1 year versus sort of a gradual, as I mentioned, $1 per 100,000 of value increase on an annual basis. So it's impactful, negatively impactful to the taxpayers when they're trying to work this into their budget, when we have to do more of a significant increase because we've gotten several years behind and we need the funding for our budget. And then again, also the potential negative impacts from the state or other legislation that could occur if they were to come in and then take that authority away from us.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just clarification, because we've had questions associated with it. People are moving in from other areas, and you'll find that our taxes are substantially lower than most states in the country. And comparatively, as Siri had explained, could be 10 times the rate trying to do the same processes in other counties within our state. We are a fiscally conservative board, but we do have duties to attend to. But the truth in taxation pieces are a statutory requirement, as noted by Siri. And Siri, and I know you stated this, but just to make the point, there is a formula. And actually, even when we have 2% plus growth, we're actually, the rate will be reduced per household. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so we will have a couple of these as we look at various budgets that we go through, but that's the part of truth in taxation. It seems like there's a big increase occurring, but when you find out the details on it, as Siri noted, $3 on a $300,000 house, and the cost of living is substantially higher. Paying employees is substantially higher, and if they can even have houses. So these are factors that we need to account for as we try and provide services. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Siri.
Thank you. And I do have a couple comments as well. You know, obviously this may be a rate decrease, but we do understand that this is an assessed value increase. And as we note, for a home of 300,000, it will have an additional assessed tax of approximately $3. And we know that we do not take any of these, make any of these decisions lightly. We understand that this affects every member who lives and owns property here in Coconino County. On the other hand, we also have a responsibility to take care of all of our residents and all of our residents' needs. And we have seen in the last few years the importance of local government and county government on really being the very first line to take care of our community and our community needs. And we've gone through this COVID epidemic, and I think everybody will say in the state and probably in the country that Coconino County rose to the needs, rose to what the needs of our community were. The same is true with regards to our response to our fires and our floods. You know, Coconino County has been there for our residents, for all of our residents. We are looking at forest restoration. We are looking at economic development. We're looking at our judicial system and the important changes that are taking place with regards to diversion and other important aspects of our judicial system. And so, although we do not make these decisions lightly, we do need to make these decisions in the very best interests of Coconino County and our residents here in Coconino County. And so I hope members of the public understand as we move forward why we are making the kinds of decisions that we are. And really, you know, it's a hard decision for us as supervisors. It's probably one of the most important decisions we as supervisors make, is setting the budget for our community. So any other questions or comments? And if not, I am going to go ahead and open this up for a public hearing. So any other questions or comments, members of the board? Then at this point, I'm going to open this up for a public hearing to hear from members of our community on this. And I am going to ask our clerk of the board to explain to members of the public how they can join us.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if anyone would like to make a public comment, if you hover at the bottom of your screen, a raise hand icon should appear that looks like a hand. If you click on that, it will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you're on the telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand that you would like to speak. Chair Horstman, we do have 2 hands raised at this time, Shay Davis and Selma Shams.
Very good.
Shay, I have allowed you to speak at this time if you would like to unmute.
Hi, thank you again. This is Nick Franceschini, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I was curious. I think Susan Brown mentioned the American Rescue Act had thankfully continued. And I know that we get money from FEMA and the Disaster Relief Fund and from Congress at times. And I was wondering, Siri, you suggested that this is a tax decrease ultimately based on the rate, but because of the estimated value of property, it's going to be an overall tax increase. And $3 on 100,000 or $9 on a $900,000, it doesn't really matter. What I'm curious is, all of this money goes into the general fund, which can be used for anything. And based on the money that we've got from the American Rescue Act, the FEMA and disaster relief, are we at a shortfall or are we in a surplus currently?
So, and I'm sorry, it's not, I know it's not Shay. What is your name? I forgot the name again.
Nick Franceschini.
Thanks, Nick. And thank you, for your question. And I believe that, Siri, I think you have answered that. If you can give just a very quick response, that would be great. And then we'll turn this over then to our next caller.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board. So yes, Nick, to answer your question, what is being proposed for the general fund is a fully balanced budget, meaning all of the resources available, including revenue and fund balance, is budgeted in expenditures. So they equal each other, if you will. Then in total for our county budget, we also have various restricted funding sources, as mentioned, ARPA or perhaps some federal dollars. And really some of that comes down to allowable use and timing. But again, we have a balanced budget, but we do have some sources that are restricted only for limited purposes versus, as you mentioned, the general fund, which is expendable for any government, qualified government purpose, which is still somewhat limited, but we can certainly supplement some of the federal programs or some of the other needs within those restricted funding sources with general fund when the need arises, or if there's an expenditure that maybe doesn't qualify in one of those districts, we can supplement with the general fund. But of course we can't go the other way. So if we have dollars available from one of those sources, it's restricted to those purposes and cannot go towards the general government services as these dollars do.
Thank you, and thanks for that, Siri. Our next caller is.
And Mr. Franceschini, would you mind spelling your last name for us for the record?
Franceschini.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us.
The next person we have is Selma Shams. Selma, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak if you can unmute.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. So like I said, we just recently purchased the property in April. And when applying for the loan based on appraisal, the house did not appraise at the asking price. It was $100,000 lower, for which we had to pay the difference. And now, like, our home is located off Brandis, which had major destruction during that first fire. So like in our case, in our neighborhood, I mean, the value, is gone down. So what do they do as far as the assessed values in that case? I mean, our whole forest now is like wiped out. The whole, like, I don't know exactly if you guys call it the timber line, if that's what the forest itself is called, like there's nothing left. And the letter that went out was saying that for a $300,000 house, on 100,000, it said the tax would be $50 per 100,000 based on the total proposed tax, including the tax increase. I mean, I'm not really sure I understand all these increases per 100,000, but when you're talking $1.3 million, that really is adding up to hundreds of dollars.
So thank you very much, Selma. And obviously that's something you probably individually need to discuss with the assessor on your individual property. But I think the question is, for those that may have been impacted by the fires, is that going to be reflected in their assessed value on their home?
Yes, better put, thank you.
So thank you, Selma and Madam Chair, members of the board. If you wouldn't mind following up with the clerk's office or sending an email, we can have the assessor's office follow up on the specifics of yours. They do follow statutory requirements, and I believe that there could be potential there for an adjustment based on loss of value given your location. And then the question I heard was about the $50 versus the $1. So I do want to clarify that, and thank you for bringing that forward. So this is a truth and taxation hearing related to the county primary property tax. There are actually 4 truth and taxation hearings on the agenda for this evening. And the one you are referring to is related to the flood control district. And so we will go more in detail on discussion of that when we get to that item. And there will also be a public comment period at that time, but we can address the question when we get to that agenda item.
Okay, thank you.
Very good, thank you. And it looks like they're, I'm not going to go through that. Okay, any other questions from members of the public?
Again, you can hit the raise hand icon if you would like to make a comment during this public hearing. And if you're on the phone, you can hit *9 to raise your hand. At this time, Chair Horstman, there are no hands raised.
Very good. Members of the public, this is the final call.
No hands raised, Chair Horseman.
Then at this point, I am going to close the public hearing, and I am going to turn this over to Siri to basically read the motion that we are seeing if a board member was interested in making.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors approve an increase in the primary property tax levy for Coconino County by establishing a rate of 0.5094 per $100 of assessed valuation for Coconino County and a primary tax levy of $10,589,976 by a roll call vote.
Members of the board, you have heard the recommendation from staff. Do I have a motion?
Moved.
So moved by Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Second the motion.
A second by Supervisor Ryan. This will be a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if supervisors can let me know if they support the motion by saying aye, and if you do not support the motion, say nay. I will start with District 1 Chair Patrice Horseman.
Aye.
District 2 Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez.
Aye.
District 3 Supervisor Matt Ryan.
Aye.
District 5 Supervisor Lena Fowler.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously with 4 ayes, and Supervisor Judy Begay is absent.
Very good. Thank you, Lindsay. We appreciate that. Members of the board, we are now on item number 73. Public hearing and consideration to adopt resolution 2022-32 approving the fiscal year 2023 final budget for Coconino County in the amount of $408,887,749. Now is the time for the Siri Mullaney to present this item, and then we'll take questions from the board. So Siri, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to just double check if Deputy County Manager Sue Brown has any comments to add before we proceed. Okay, great, thanks. And Deputy County Manager did provide an intro to this item when we first opened the meeting. And so the only thing I have is a reminder that this is the culmination of many weeks of budget discussions with the board. It's not something that is taken into lightly at just this meeting, but in fact was at least 2 weeks in a row of dedicated meeting time with departments to come up with this final recommended budget. So the total amount of $408 million does have the highlights pointed out by Deputy County Manager Brown incorporated, and all of the discussions are wrapped into this recommendation. So with that, I will turn it back over to you, Chair.
Thank you. And, you know, I think it's important, just this number is substantially greater than the number we had last year. And I really would like you to explain to the public, you know, why we have this number and why we adopt the amount and what happens if we do not include expected federal funds, for example, that are coming in, and how that limits the board and limits the county in expending funds.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the board. Yes, that is a great point to make. So a few weeks ago, we did establish our tentative budget, which set the ceiling for expenditures for the county. So included in this $408 million compared to last year, as noted in our opening discussion, $56 million of this budget is a placeholder in order to restructure our Arizona State Retirement System debt. We currently have an unfunded liability in the system that we are paying off at a higher interest rate than what we could potentially borrow. Of course, everybody knows interest rates are changing, but we could potentially borrow and save at a lower interest rate and save our taxpayers millions of dollars. So, you know, we will still be working with the board on potentially moving forward with that and asking the board to vote if it is in fact a cost savings for our taxpayers to proceed. But we need to have the placeholder in, because if we did not budget for it, $56 million is a large amount that we would have to reallocate from other county programs and services in order to find the capacity to save our taxpayers money. Our budget is a ceiling, meaning once the budget is established, specifically the tentative budget, it is the maximum amount we can spend during the year, regardless of if we have an opportunity to save taxpayers money or perhaps receive federal dollars. So the other major change in this budget is that we do have a placeholder for federal funding of $67 million. And some of that is placeholders because of the infrastructure plan that's already passed through Congress, where we have the opportunity for some competitive grants and some dollars that could come to Coconino County for projects that would otherwise be funded by our local taxpayers. So it's a great opportunity to receive federal dollars to help us with project needs that we have within our own community. And then also, we may have the opportunity to leverage some money that we have in our special districts, specifically flood control, again, to receive additional federal dollars so that needs that we have in our community that may originally cost our taxpayers millions of dollars could be offset by these federal dollars coming in for a savings for our local community for emergency project needs related to flood control and other things. So that 67 million is another cause for the increase. But once again, we don't have the ability to accept federal funding, state funding, private grants if we haven't built the authority to spend it into our budget from the initial get-go of adoption. And so that's where we are today, is requesting the expenditure authority of $408 million, although some of that is yet to be determined on if we will actually receive the revenue to go with it.
Thank you. So approximately, and I did quick math, and I'm not the mathematician here, but 123 million, quite frankly, is a placeholder amount in order to, in the event, in the hopeful event that we're able to save some money, substantial money for our community, that we will then get a loan, if we will, for 56 million for the Arizona State retirement, or go out, if you will, for funding for that, is a better way to say that. And also trying to put a placeholder in for what we hope is an expected 67 million of federal funding coming in to assist the county in various projects, including forest restoration, forest maintenance, and judicial spending. Is that a correct, Siri?
Yes, that's exactly right. Thank you, Chair.
All right, very good. Thank you. Any other questions or comments for members of the board for item number 73?
Yes, I do. So just curious, in terms of the last couple of years, or last year in particular, what percentage of the projected budget did we end up spending? So in other words, how close did we get to that spending limit?
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and Chair and members of the board. That's a really great question. So that has really varied year to year. I'll give you one example. In fiscal year 21, we actually did a debt restructure for our public safety retirement system. It was a lower amount, but we had not anticipated it when we did the budget. We had to do a mad dash to try to find the budget capacity in other areas and reallocate. And so in that year, we were very close to our expenditure authority because we had this significant debt restructure we hadn't planned for. In other years also, we have had unanticipated federal funding come in. And again, we've had to just try to find that expenditure authority in other places. And so some years we've been very close. In other years, not as much. So it really just depends on what those unique things are that we can't always, we try with our crystal ball to know everything that's ahead of us, but we don't always shoot it right on. And so there are years where we end up with a little bit of leftover expenditure authority that we did not utilize, in which case those funds carry over into the next budget year if they're recognized or realized revenues, or they just lapse if we never received revenues that we had planned for. So it can really vary.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, because looking at the placeholder for 67 million based on the emergencies that we've had previously in this year, there is a good chance that we'll be eligible for some funding. And so I really appreciate you building in that cushion, so that way we can accept those funds and you don't have to scramble to find savings so that we can access those funds. So thank
Absolutely. Any other comments or questions, again, from members of the Board of Supervisors before I open this up for public hearing? Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, actually, you did on the last one what I was planning on doing on this one, almost verbatim, but slightly different. I'll bring up a couple comments. Sometimes, I'm adapting to your procedure. Sometimes it's good to hear the public comment just to be able to respond to them. But this is working. As noted, we've been working through this for a number of months. Not only that, but for a number of years. We, once upon a time, took a look at our budgeting, if you look at a typical government entity in other areas, they're doing an annual budget and they're chasing their budget back and forth on an annual basis. We started working in 5-year projections. We also built in a 10-year projection. And with that, we knew that recessions would happen. So we have recessionary averaging that we have built into our budgets. So if we are in hard times, we will have more demands for service during a recession and yet not the revenues to come in. So again, we have that as part of our fiscal planning, great work from our financial team and what they do and the recommendations associated with that. So we do take it quite seriously, and we have worked over a number of weeks, number of years on doing this. This year's budget, I'll note that our focus really has a strong public health and safety component associated with it, and then the additional funding, federal money, some areas that we can focus even more so in the public health and safety arena. Mental health is a very strong component that affects our whole community and all our systems, whether it's the judicial system or health and human services. We've targeted specific pilot opportunities and focused money there, providing also the opportunity to take in and account for the impacts of COVID and backlogs that occurred associated with that. Beyond that, we talked about pay and filling vacancies. As noted, cost of living is very high here. And in order to provide the services, particularly during an emergency, but beyond that, whether it's the courts that we're doing or we're working in health, or it could be land planning, we have quite a bit of responsibility dedicated by statutory authority that we need to provide for the sake of community. It's very important that we're able to respond to this during emergencies. We have people out there that are night and day that are out there, and they are there on behalf of the community. Our sheriff's officers on the emergency when we had the tunnel fire were helping people get out of houses that were burning. It's not uncommon to have 5 major emergencies in a county of this size. Often they're forest-based, forest, fire, and flood. And so if you take a look at our focus, one is we definitely need to provide the services, and we are focused on the pay piece that Sue had noted, but we have forest mitigation components. We have flood control in the general fund as well as the flood control district, depending upon the impacts to community and being able to respond. We do attempt to recover the funds through the federal government and the state government. We get some funds, but it'll never pay for the full impact of an emergency, and we will carry costs associated with that. And so these are broader areas that we've worked through each of our various departments and offices, seeing how they're targeting initiatives, where they wish to be proactive, what we have the capacity to do. So we definitely have given a lot of consideration of what we've done. For those that are learning about our budget, I encourage you to reach out to us, not only this time of year, but look at what we have, not only on our website, but reach out to our various offices, not just the board, but it could be our county attorney. If you want to talk to the county attorney, it depends on the question that you have available. So, Madam Chair, I fully support the intent of this budget that we've created, focused on public health and safety in our community.
It's the first time I did it. So, okay, any other comments or questions again before we open this up for a public meeting? Supervisor Fowler, do you have any comments?
Not point. Thank
Thank you. And just one final for me, and I think I made my comments earlier, is in addition to what Supervisor Ryan has outlined, we also made a substantial commitment for both retention and recruitment to really meet the needs of our staff members and to meet the needs of our community. This has been a problem all across the United States, quite frankly, and it's something that we wanted as the board to address because it is important. We wanted to have high quality customer service for Coconino County and for our residents here in Coconino County. So any other comments or questions? Or at this point, if there are none, I'm going to open this up for a public hearing. Supervisor or Vice Chair Vasquez, did you have any concluding remarks?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I also support this budget and feel it reflects our values. And ultimately, the compensation package was a way to help our staff deal with the high cost of living here in town, and a way of showing appreciation for all their hard work so that we can provide the best services possible for our county. And with that said, I would be willing to put out a motion that we approve.
No, not to, you're jumping the gun, but soon.
Oh, okay, I thought
soon.
it was
So
there.
remember, members of the board, these are going to be a number of public hearings that we've got here this evening. So at this time, we are going to open this up to public hearing. I am going to ask Lindsay Daly just to briefly explain one more time on how members can address the Board of Supervisors on this public hearing.
Thank you. At this time, if you would like to make a comment on this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand at the bottom of your screen. Or if you're on the telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak and provide a comment. There are no hands raised at this time, Chair Horseman.
Thank you. Final call, members of the public, for public hearing on our budget item.
Still no hands raised.
Very good. Then at this time, I will close the public hearing, and I'm going to turn this over to Siri Mullaney to make the staff's recommendation to the board.
Thank you, Chair Horseman and members of the board. Staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors adopt Resolution 2022-32, approving the fiscal year 2023 final budget for Coconino County in the amount of $408,888,749.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Vasquez, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I make a motion that we approve the FY 2023 final budget in the amount of 400.
Well, I'm going to ask you again, we have a recommendation so that there is not going to be a difference between the motion and the actual amount. What we're asking is, if you would please, to consider just, if you want to make the motion, basically make the motion of the staff's recommendation. Again, it's just to make sure we have a correct record on this.
I motion that we follow the staff's recommendation on the budget.
We have a motion to accept the staff's recommendation for the fiscal year 2023 final budget for Coconino County. Do we have a second?
I'll second that, noting that it's a motion for approval. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very good. We have a motion for approval and a second. And this does not need a roll call. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. Thank you so much. Members of the board, we are now going forward to a fire district, and we need to resolve as a, let me look at here. No, we don't need to for this time. We get to stay as Board of Supervisors. We'll soon change our hat, but not yet. So number 74 is public hearing and consideration to adopt the FY 2023 final budget for the fire district assistance tax. And I'm going to again turn this over to Siri Mullaney to present this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. So this item is also a statutory requirement. Arizona Statute 48-807 does require the county treasurer to pay each fire district the proceeds from an amount Set by statute, there's a statutory calculation and to be funded through what is known as the Fire District Assistance Tax. It does require in statute for the county to set a rate that is equivalent to fund the needs of the Fire District Assistance Tax based on the statutory formula. In the statute, the maximum rate is not to exceed 10 cents per $100 of assessed valuation. Staff has done the preliminary calculations under the statute for the Fire District Assistance Tax needs, and thus is requesting and recommending that, as again required by statute, that the board does levy the maximum tax rate of 10 cents per 100,000 of value, which represents a levy of just over $2 million. Once these funds are levied, then again, under statute, we are required to distribute them back to the individual fire districts based on that statutory calculation. So as funds are collected, the county treasurer does do the allocation back to the fire districts, and there are no dollars retained for Coconino County purposes for this tax.
So this is 100% goes to our various fire districts here in Coconino County. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Very good. Members of the board, any comments or questions before we open this up for public hearing? Seeing Supervisor Ryan?
Yeah, since we have public here, as noted by Siri, this is a statutory requirement. You know, we're pretty much, we have to rubber stamp it no matter what. Is that correct, Siri?
Yes, that is correct.
That is correct. Although the rubber stamp is for a good cause. It's not all fire districts. It's not the incorporated communities, but it does fall outside and help cover the rural fire districts where they have limited capacity.
Right.
And so really, really important that that's there. So you've already calculated the formulas and you have the amount that we are required to approve. Thank you, Siri.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions from members of the board? Seeing none, I'm then going to open this up to a public hearing and ask Lindsay Daly to briefly explain to the public how they can join our public hearing.
Thank you. At this time, if you would like to provide a comment on this item number 74 for public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen, which will appear if you hover down at the bottom. And then if you're on the telephone and you would like to speak, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand to notify us that you would like to speak. At this time, there are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
Thank you. Final call, members of the public. If you'd like to be heard on our public hearing on the budget for the Fire District Assistance Tax.
And there are no hands raised.
And thank you very much, Lindsay. And at this point, I will close our public hearing. And I'm going to turn this back over to Siri Mullaney to make staff's recommendation on this motion.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Staff recommends that the board approves the fiscal year 2023 final budget for the Fire District Assistance Tax in the amount of $2,078,912.
We have a recommendation. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve.
Very good. We have a motion by Matt Ryan. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Lena Fowler, and this does not require a roll call. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. Thank you so much. So members of the board, now we are turning to Flood Control District. At this time, I will entertain a motion to resolve as the Coconino County Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor say aye.
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 It is unanimous. We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. At this time, we have number 75, a public truth and taxation hearing and consideration and adoption and possible action to adopt the FY 2023 Coconino County Flood Control District secondary tax rate. At this time, I'm going to turn this item over to Siri Mullaney to present.
Thank you, Chair Horstman and members of the board. And I do have some background information on this item, and then I'd also like to see if Deputy Manager Brown would also like to contribute. But just for informational purposes, once again, we did do the mandatory notifications to the public regarding our truth and taxation hearing for the flood control district. Our rate for the current fiscal year is 0.2620 per $100 of assessed value. And the proposal is to increase the rate to the maximum allowable under statute, which is 0.5000 per 100,000 of assessed value. So with the truth and taxation hearing, compared to if we did not hold the truth and taxation hearing, the impact is $24.68 per $100,000 of assessed value for any given property owner. And again, there was a lot of discussion during the budget process regarding this rate, but I would like to pause and turn it over again to Deputy Manager Brown for additional comments.
Thank you, Siri. I have no additional comments, but I'd like to turn it over to Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani for further comments.
Thank you. That's appropriate as our flood control district director. So good evening, Lucinda Andriani. What do you have to say?
Good morning or good afternoon.
Oh, it's been a long day.
It's been a very long day, a long 2 weeks. So good evening, board of directors. And as we discussed earlier today, we have many challenges that is confronting the flood control district, both short-term and long-term. Obviously, the most immediate now is we're probably facing the worst flood threat that we have experienced in this county, even beyond the threat that we had seen from Schultz. And so certainly the resources that are going to be needed are going to be significant. To date, just in 2 weeks, mobilizing the resources needed to address the 9 watersheds that have been impacted, we've already spent upwards of $1 million. So this is going to be a very long and take an extraordinary level of commitment to assist the numerous communities that are affected by this flooding. Then importantly, that's kind of the most immediate, and certainly we're continuing to face a flood threat from the museum fire in Flagstaff as well. We've been supporting the city and have done that to the tune of about $6 million to date since 2019, and have provided tremendous support to that effort and helping to mitigate the impacts of those. Just completed all the off-forest measures in the museum flood area, and the vast majority of the on-forest measures that have been completed, that could be completed at this time. So tremendous effort undertaken there, and again, to significant impact financially to the district. And then turning to the long term, I think what's really crucial is to understand that we can't keep doing this. And I think most taxpayers understand and would want the district to really focus on the future. And the future is, and this is an immediate future need, is that we must be proactive and continue to work with the Forest Service to implement forest restoration. And the key areas, continuing restoration of Bill Williams Mountain and the Williams area, and very well demonstrated by the recent pipeline fire, is the west side of the peaks. If that had burned further west, the pipeline, if that wind had shifted and not burned to the north and east and burned to the west, we would have unparalleled catastrophic flooding throughout Flagstaff and the western part, Fort Valley and all of that area. So the needs are great. And I believe that this investment that's being considered by the board of directors is probably one of the most important decisions that will be made by this county and this district probably for decades. And this will set the course. because the level of investment we're looking at making in forest restoration hopefully will turn this corner and we can stop the constant need to respond to these catastrophic post-wildfire flooding. So, which is the disaster that keeps giving. It's one thing to have a fire, you move through, but the flooding will continue for many, many years, as we've seen with Schultz and other areas. So with that, I appreciate your consideration of this recommendation from staff.
Thank you. And Lucinda, before you leave, also, we've had tremendous opportunities for federal funding and for federal funds, some of it which require a certain amount of matching. Does that also play into the recommendation that is being made here for the flood control district secondary tax rate?
Absolutely, and particularly relative to forest restoration, significant funds have been made available through the Federal Infrastructure Investment Act for forest restoration through the U.S. Forest Service. By the board of directors committing resources to forest restoration, we are able to now, in effect, attract and leverage that significant funding from the Forest Service to accomplish a lot more forest restoration beyond what we could certainly do with just our funds. So we're looking at a 4-to-1, potentially $4 to 1 with those federal funds. And so this would allow us to accomplish a great deal more in a much shorter period of time than if we had to only utilize the taxing capacity that the district has, which is limited. And so, and capped by state statute. So it is really critical. Certainly also being able to match the flood mitigation funding that comes from the Natural Resources Conservation Service that we've utilized on both Schultz and Museum, and we'll again now on Schultz/Pipeline, requires a match. And most of those federal grants require a match. And it was noted earlier by Director Ryan that one, FEMA doesn't come forward with a lot of money. They do reimburse us for some cost, limited set of costs, usually takes upwards of anywhere from 3 to 4 years to get those reimbursements. And again, it doesn't cover the entire cost. So I think for Schultz, for long-term mitigation, we spent over $3 million. We got $1 million, $1.1 million from FEMA for long-term mitigation. So although NRCS put in a considerable amount of money, more than that. So anyway, it's absolutely essential to be able to leverage those federal funds. Otherwise, that impact will fall locally.
Thank you very much for that explanation. Any comments or questions for members of the board?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment.
Yes, Vice Chair.
When this tax increase was proposed in May, we understood the need for it, but the actual catastrophic urgency that could happen wasn't there. Since pipelines hit, now we see the real damage that's been done and how many watersheds are damaged. It is crucial that we invest into this funding so that we can get the matching and leverage those funds so that we can protect our communities. Because we now have, prior to this, as we were looking at flood risk, we were really focusing on Museum flood scar, and that was one watershed. The Schultz area hadn't been so damaged and the mitigations were working. Pipeline erased that. Pipeline changed the game and damaged 10 more watersheds. And in that process makes this move of adding this tax that much more urgent and crucial in order to prevent more catastrophic events as we move forward. As Lucinda had mentioned, the flooding threat continues. It's not like the fire that once it's over, it's done. Now we have to deal with ongoing flood threat. And this is crucial to be able to protect our communities moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Ryan.
In this case, it is a larger levy. even so, it is a discussion of what we have been impacted with, what we're trying to do, how we're trying to mitigate. We're using a regional approach to attempt to work in multiple areas. And so I'll probably make my comments more so during this this piece rather than budget component on this. And so why? You know, one of the pieces is our discussions as we've gone out there, said we don't want a paradise where that's Paradise, California, where they lost lives, where they're you know, the area they live looks like where we live. We don't want that happening. We don't want a Boulder where they, you know, you're losing hundreds and, you know, close to 1,000 houses. We're in New Mexico for multiple California fires. We live in a fire-based ecosystem, and we started into a proactive approach, as noted by Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani, Flood Control District Director. She has been a champion here, but forest mitigation. Question came up, what to do about forest mitigation. We are trying to do it in areas that we can affect. We can't do all areas in the county. There are limited funds associated with it. Even so, we have what is it, forest resiliency. We're considering the possibility of, when appropriate, working with fire districts on the air curtain burners. We also have burn pits for people to bring green waste to and do mitigation efforts associated with that. There are costs associated with that. There are long-term strategies, and some of these are associated with fire mitigation, some for, and even more so, as noted by Vice Chair Vasquez, the impacts of the flood. That's the consequence that we have when, unfortunately, people get into the forest and they're threatening our economy and our communities. And we lost houses this time. And there is even further impact by the flooding there's further impact potential here. And we've already seen some earlier with the museum fire. And so is this an area that we're focused on, prioritizing and trying to be proactive? Absolutely. The one other piece is, and it's the long-term piece as we increase this levy, is that we work out relationships with our cities associated with it. They have a responsibility for stormwater. They have legislative authority for that within their own boundaries. We not only have to carry that, but also the regional flood control with this particular levy in the unincorporated areas. So that can fit into future discussions associated with long-term planning on this. So everything that's led up to this, what we're dealing with, the circumstances that people are in, I definitely support the intent to increase this levy to the 0.5 rate that we have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's not enough. This is, we just have to really work with our partners to be able to address the great need that is happening as a result of the drought that we're in. And this flood district is Coconino County Flood District. So it is not just within Flagstaff. It is supposed to be for all of the county. So it is so important for us to approve and really work with our partners on this flood, with the flood district, and approve this budget that is presented to us. And it's just really, we see the fire, we see the result, and and people say it is really heartbreaking, but the work is still goes on with the staff trying to deal with the aftermath and then the flood. So there's so much to be done and not enough money. So it is important for us as a board to really look into the future. Really thankful we have very good staff that are working on this on a daily basis. It's just not just for a while, it's every single day. So thank you, Madam Chair. So I support this.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And just a couple closing remarks. I agree with everything that my colleagues have just indicated, and also very much support the adopting the tax rate of 0.500 per $100 of assessed valuation. And the bottom line is, as we've stated many times, that, you know, the forest or wildfires and post-wildfire flooding remains the #1 health and safety risk to the residents here in Coconino County. We have to meet the needs of our communities, and that means we need to do what we can to address that risk. And Supervisor Fowler, you're 100% correct. It's not enough. It's not going to be enough. But we are also having a historic opportunity for us to be able to match our dollars 4-to-1 on some cases with federal monies to help us in our efforts for forest restoration and to help us reduce this health and safety risk for our residents. And so with that, I also support the recommendation for this increase. And I would, unless there are other comments to be made, I would at this time like to open this up for the public hearing and ask Siri to explain again to our public on how they can address the board for this public hearing.
Chair Horseman, at this time, I will go ahead and announce how you can make a comment for those in attendance. If you hover towards the bottom of your screen and hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand, that will raise your hand and notify us you would like to speak. If you're on the telephone and would like to provide a comment, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And again, this is for item number 75 on our agenda. And Chair Horseman, I do have Shay Davis, which may be Nick, that I'll go ahead and allow to speak.
And one of the things, Lindsay, do you have the information you need for the public record for all the individuals' names, addresses, that kind of thing? I just want to make sure you're taking care of that.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. Yes, if you do provide a comment, if you can provide your name and your address for our record so that we could put that in the minutes, I would appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. Nick?
You guessed correctly. Thank you. So this is for Siri. When you opened up with this, Siri, you said it was $24 per 100,000 increase. As once a city resident and now a county resident, I know there's a vast difference in my fire taxes. So in the city, the fire was all incorporated into one city tax, but now in the Summit Fire District, I pay an arm and a leg for those services. You did not delineate whether or not county residents versus city residents would be paying a different rate. And so I'm just curious if you could elaborate on that.
So just so that I understand, I think what you're asking is the rate for the flood control district secondary tax, the same whether you live within the municipality of Flagstaff or whether you're outside of the municipality within the county. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
Thanks. Siri.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Nick, for the question. And that's a great question. And I should have mentioned that the flood control district is a county-wide taxing district. So this does apply to residents in whether you're in an incorporated or an unincorporated area of the county. It is paid and assessed by all county residents. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Nick, for joining us this evening.
Madam Chair, further clarification, but it doesn't cover all lands in the county. We have a lot of federal and other lands beyond that it doesn't include. Probably want to note that.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan and Madam Chair. That is correct. We also have, so it applies to any taxable land within the county, and we do have many areas that where we are not allowed to tax.
We can't tax the feds. They can only tax us. So, all right. And any other members of the public?
Chair Horstman, we do have Selma Shams with her hand raised. I will go ahead and allow her to speak. If you can please state your name and address for the record.
Selma Shams, 13191 Ostrich Lane in Flagstaff. So like I said, we recently purchased this property, and on the disclosures, it was not stated that this is not considered a flood area in the Brandis area. But from what I'm understanding tonight, that entire area is considered a high flood area. And I know that watersheds have been repaired, and I've seen some in the neighborhood, which I think are phenomenal based on the action that I see occurring because of them. And I couldn't thank the people more for getting them up and running for those that have been damaged. I know they're still in the process. But is it also possible, like for, like drainage, like underground drainage to be part of that? And if it is considered a high flood zone, why is it not disclosed?
I'd be happy to answer that question.
If I can, please, however, I want to make a note that we are a public entity under the open meeting law, and we are here for various items that have been listed as an agenda item. And that has to do with truth in taxation for the flood control district secondary tax rate. So consistent with the agenda item, if you have something you can add, Deputy County Manager, please do.
Certainly, just in terms of the authority of the flood control district, the area that you're referencing is not a FEMA special flood hazard area. You are correct. And the impact of that, well, one, the maps and information that's available through the district and also our community development department identify what the flood risks are that originally resulted from the Schultz fire. And obviously we're posting up that information now from the subsequent fires, but related to Schultz and your purchase. So actually we put that mitigation in with the goal of avoiding those areas becoming FEMA special flood hazard areas. If in fact FEMA chose to designate that, and usually that's driven by the number of claims that are filed, then your flood insurance would go up dramatically. And so the goal was to get mitigation in, and frankly, we were successful in having FEMA hold off on that. The disclosure requirements for the title company and owners, that's something you'll have to take up individually, but with them. But in terms of that area, no, it is not a FEMA, and that is why, because we were able to mitigate, and there weren't very many claims then filed, and as a result, FEMA did not move forward with that remapping process. But that again benefited all the property owners in that area.
So it actually was a beneficial thing.
Yes, absolutely. You'd be paying, instead of paying $600, you'd be paying thousands of dollars.
Well, I'm paying $2,500 now to get it.
Now I don't know where that's coming from, but it's not as a result of a special flood hazard area.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for the clarification.
Thanks, Selma. Appreciate that. Any other?
Certainly. Also, ma'am, if you could please, we have the pipeline mitigation email. If you'll email over your contact information, I'm happy to talk to you. I'm very familiar with your property, and I'm very happy to talk with you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Selma. All right, very good. Any other, we are still at a public hearing on a truth and taxation matter. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address the board?
Chair Horstman, I have Cindy Wade, and I'm going to go ahead and allow Cindy to speak. Cindy, if you could please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Cindy Wade. I live on 5220 Pabst Way, also off the Brandis watershed. And I mean, one thought that I have is it's expensive to live in Flagstaff. And so, you know, I was here for the Schultz fire. I was here for all these fires, all the floods, been here, done that. And we're having to pay thousands of dollars for flood insurance. We have extra flood insurance because the regular flood insurance only covers up to 250,000. Now we're being taxed out the bazooka with everything that you guys have approved tonight. You need to take these things into consideration. We can't even afford to live here anymore. And I've lived here for 12 years. We own 5 properties in Coconino County, so super impacting to some people. And then, you know, our house, our depreciation on our house just went down. I mean, we can't even sell it because nobody wants to buy our house because it's all burnt up all around us. So, you know, we have financial issues and then we're having to pay more taxes. And I just think you guys need to take that into consideration, you know, because you guys are killing us. And during the fire, you guys just approved the whole fire response. Nobody was here. The fire truck, Summit Fire was across, like I could throw a rock at them, and they refused to come to our house when it was on fire. My husband put it out with buckets of water from our irrigation system. And they said, sorry, we have to go. That's our tax dollars. So you guys need to be thinking about all this. All these tax increases are really impacting us, and you're going to see people starting to leave Flagstaff.
Thank you for your comments, Cindy. We appreciate you being heard here this evening. Anybody else who would like to address the public hearing?
Chair Horstman, I do have Chris. Chris, if you can please state your name and address for the record. And you will need to unmute. Are you there, Chris?
Chris, we are recognizing you at this public hearing, but you need to unmute. And so you can join the board and be heard. Chris, we're sorry. We're going to give you one more time. If you can't, we can't hear you, so we're going to have to move on. Can you unmute? All right. Well, is there anyone else to be heard?
Chair Horstman, I do have Malcolm Alter, who has emailed in and would like me to read his comment into the record.
Very good. And then, by the way, Chris, if you want to maybe come back in and see if we can then get you unmuted, feel free to do that. So yes, please read Malcolm Alter, and you have his name and address, I assume?
Yeah, yes, thank you, Chair Horstman. Malcolm Alter, he just put City of Flagstaff resident. The City of Flagstaff residents provide about half of the flood control district income, soon to be about $5 million per year. To my knowledge, there is no mechanism by which city residents or city staff have input into the budget. The city has about 3,000 structures located in the FEMA flood hazard area. Although the city has a stormwater utility, the amount generated does not compare to the monies provided to the county flood control district. Furthermore, the city has identified through studies and master plan efforts undersized infrastructure that results in significant flooding throughout the city. These needs should not be ignored by the flood control district. I would propose that some type of formal communication be developed between the flood control district and the city to address all flooding concerns in the county. Again, that's Malcolm Alter, City of Flagstaff resident.
Thank you very much for those comments, and they have been read into the record. I see, is Chris still with us? And if so, let's give one more opportunity to see if we can get Chris unmuted.
Nope. Chris, if you can unmute.
And Chris, if you can't, feel free to provide written comments sending via email if we can't get you unmuted. Oh, no. Anybody else that we have for the hearing?
Again, if there's anyone else, if you want to raise your hand with the raise hand icon or hit *9 to raise your hand if you're on the phone. And I do have somebody named Bobby. Bobby, if you can state your full name and address for the record. You'll just want to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Bobby. If you could please.
My name is Roberta McVickers. I am not going to give my address. It's unprotected at this time, but I live in the 01 zip code area. And I first want to just say thank you all. I know you've been working tirelessly. I've been watching from afar. It's been really crazy. So I can't imagine how you guys are still standing up. But my question about this and concern for this tax is, it seems, if I recall, you had about a 3.5 million flood grant and then a total of $7 million for the museum flood response. Some of those efforts are going to be duplicated with the overlay of the pipeline fire. And I couldn't find anywhere online where these additional funds you're requesting with the tax, how they would be expended. And while you guys enjoy the trust of the community, and you certainly have earned that with all your hard work, I just think a little more information would be really helpful to try to answer a lot of questions. Was there an assurance policy in place? Are there any funds coming from that? Are there any more federal funds that are going to be coming? I understand you said you could match 4 to 1, but it's all kind of foggy, and it seems like there's going to be some duplication of efforts. And also my question is, what's the federal responsibility for helping with the reforestation and some of that flood mitigation? Or is it all in your lap? So I think that's the general gist of my comments and questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Roberta, for joining us here this evening. And this is probably a question for Lucinda Andriani.
Yes, and Madam Chair, this is Yvonne View, Deputy County Attorney. I just wanted to make sure that, I know that Ms. McVickers has talked about or asked a question about the federal government. And so again, this hearing is directed toward the flood control district secondary tax rate. Yes. and the property tax rate. So if we can just focus on that.
Thank you for that. And I think that's true for all of the questions. We need to stay consistent with the open meeting law and respond to the agenda items. So with that, if you can respond to the question through the agenda item, and we really can't at this point get beyond it. But Roberta, if you have questions that aren't being answered because we can't because of the open meeting law, then I'm assuming you can reach out to Lucinda Andriani personally, and she can discuss this with you more fully. So within the parameters of our agenda item, can you answer that, Lucinda?
Certainly, I think just at high level, and I'm certainly happy to go through the detail with you, but about half to about 2/3 of the funds right now are identified to use toward forest restoration and matching those federal funds that was discussed earlier. And then the remaining funds right now are really being largely utilized to respond to these catastrophic post-wildfire flooding. And so in general, that's what's taking place. Longer term, we would like to use it to be able to do more proactive work and in like our special flood hazard areas that we manage in the unincorporated areas with FEMA and in 2 of the jurisdictions within the county. But I'm very happy to talk with you, offline and provide more detail and discuss some of the rest of the question that you asked. Happy to do that.
Am I still muted?
No.
We can hear you, Roberta.
Someplace that it's posted that so I know you're busy. So is there someplace that those items are posted? If it's developed more in a document online on the county website somewhere?
Siri, can you point her to where the flood control district, the budget that's actually being approved tonight is located?
I found the materials in last week's packet, but it still doesn't delineate a whole lot, so. And I can email you later, so I don't want to take up your time.
No, we can, you know, Siri and I can provide that information, more of the detail.
Yes, and thank you. We can follow up with more detail. The required level of detail that we're adopting tonight is also available for taxpayers on our website. If you go to the finance page, there are budget schedules available. It is a little higher level. And so any specific questions you have or need for detail, we can certainly follow up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Roberta. Any other members of the public that would like to be heard on the public meeting or public hearing?
Again, hit the raise hand icon if you would like to provide a comment, or *9 if you're on the phone, if you would like to provide a comment. At this time, Chair Horseman, there are no hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then, I'm going to close the public portion of the public hearing. And at this time, I'm going to turn this over to Siri for administrative recommendation on the action for the board.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Staff recommends that the board approves an increase in the secondary property tax levy of the Coconino County Flood Control District by establishing a rate of 0.5000 per $100 of assessed valuation and a secondary tax levy of $9,403,100 by a roll call vote.
I have a recommendation from staff. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler, and this is a roll call vote. So Lindsay, could you take the roll call?
Thank you. Directors, at this time, if you would like to support the motion, please say aye. And if you would not like to support the motion, please say nay. And I will start with Chair Patrice Horseman.
I support this. Aye.
Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez.
Aye.
Director Matt Ryan.
Aye.
Director Lena Fowler.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously with 4 ayes and Director Judy Begay absent.
Thank you very much. Members, at this time, we need to entertain a motion to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Ryan?
Don't we have the budget piece?
Did I just move forward beyond? We have 76. And
Chair, if I can, we were on item 75 and we still have 76.
sorry, I'm on the wrong item. That's why. So good thing you're reading these numbers tonight, since I can't tell the difference between 75 and 76. So thank you. I apologize for that. I had moved us forward by one. So let's go forward here on 76. It's a public hearing, consideration and action to adopt FY 2023 final budget for the Coconino County Flood Control District. This is not a roll call, but it does, of course, require a public input and a public hearing. So I'm going to turn this back over to Siri Mullaney to present on this.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So this budget before you is for a flood control district, as just discussed a little bit in detail in the truth and taxation hearing. And so I won't go into too many specifics, but just want to point out that the majority of this is funded by the property tax levy, with a little bit of anticipated carryover of funds from the current budget year as well, which is why the budget is a little bit higher than the tax levy for this. All dollars, again, are restricted under statute to the purpose of flood control and cannot be expended for any other reason. And with that, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Members of the board, any comments or questions with regards to the adoption of the 2023 final budget for the flood control district? Directors?
Madam Chair.
Our Director Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I stated my reasons when speaking about the rate, because we are modifying the rate. I needed this substantiated. The budget's outlined and my comments are the same associated with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I would agree. I've made my comments as well in the earlier motion. Anybody else have comments to make? Vice Chair Vasquez.
No, just that this amount that we're approving will help us leverage more federal funding, and so it's crucial that we move forward with it. So I support it. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments from the board? If not, at this time, I'm going to open this up for our public hearing, and I'm going to turn this over again to our clerk, Lindsay Daly, to briefly explain to members of the public how they can join us and be heard for this public hearing.
Thank you. At this time, if you would like to provide a comment during the public hearing for item number 76, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand that will appear at the bottom of your screen if you hover down at the bottom. Or if you're on the phone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us you would like to speak. At this time, Chair Horseman, there are no hands raised.
Very good. Final call, members of the public. This is your time to be heard on our public hearing on the adoption of the final budget for the Coconino County Flood Control District.
There are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
Thank you very much. Then at this time, I'm going to close our public hearing. And at this point, I am going to turn this over to our Finance Director, Siri Mullaney, for a recommendation from staff.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Staff recommends that the board approves the fiscal year 2023 final budget for the Coconino County Flood Control District in the amount of $9,981,515.
We've heard the recommendation. Do I have a motion?
Moved.
Motion by Vice Chair Vasquez. Do I have a second?
Go ahead and second it, Madam Chair.
Second by Supervisor Ryan, and I do not believe this is a roll call vote. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? It is unanimous. The motion carries. So now, members of the board, we now need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion? Motion, Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second? Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Board of Supervisors, but not for long. Members of the board, I would entertain a motion at this time that we resolve as the Coconino County Health Services District. Do I have a motion? So moved by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Coconino County Health Services District. At this point, we are on number 77. This is another public truth in taxation hearing, consideration of possible action to adopt the FY 2023 Coconino County Public Health Service District secondary tax. And I'd like to turn this over to Siri Mullaney.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So this is another statutory required truth and taxation hearing. For fiscal year 2023, the recommendation in the budget is to maintain the same tax rates as fiscal year 2022, which is 25 cents per $100,000 of assessed valuation. So the impact of this is, again, because there is no rate change, there is an overall increase in assessed values on that were subject to taxes this year. So the tax increase is projected to be 90 cents per $100,000 of assessed valuation as a result of the truth in taxation rate hearing. The tax for the Public Health Services District is a restricted tax specifically for providing public health services. It's restricted by statute. It cannot be used for any purpose other than public health within Coconino County. And so again, with that, I will turn it back over to the board for any questions or comments.
Very good, thank you. Board members, any comments or questions? If there are no comments or questions, I will go ahead and at this time open the public hearing on this. So one final call, members of the board, any comments or questions? Then let's go ahead and open this to the public hearing. And I'm going to ask Lindsay Daly to let the public know how they can join us.
Thank you. At this time, if you would like to provide a comment during this public hearing for item 77, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen if you hover towards the bottom and it looks like a hand. Or if you're on the telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Any members of the public wanting to join us for the public hearing?
At this time, there are no hands raised.
All right, last call, members of the public, if you'd like to be heard on the truth and taxation hearing on the adoption of the Public Health Service District secondary tax budget for 2023.
And there are no hands raised.
Very good. Then at this time, members of the public and board, I'm going to close the public hearing portion of this. And at this time, I'm turning this over to Siri Mullaney for a staff recommendation.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Staff recommends that the board approves an increase in the secondary property tax levy of the Coconino County Public Health Services District by establishing a rate of 25 cents per $100 of assessed valuation and a secondary tax levy of $5,197,279 by roll call votes.
Very good. And we have the recommendation. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve budget as outlined.
Motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, second by Supervisor Leaner Fowler. We have a motion and a second. This is a roll call vote. So Lindsay, please make the roll call for the supervisors.
Thank you, directors. At this time, if you can let me know if you support the motion by saying aye, or if you do not support the motion, say nay. And I will start with Chair Patrice Horstman.
Aye.
Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez.
Aye.
Director Matt Ryan.
Aye.
Director Lena Fowler.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously with 4 ayes and Director Judy Begay absent.
Very good. Thank you very much. Lindsay, members of the board, we are now on item 78. Does not call for a roll call vote, but it is a public hearing on consideration and possible action to adopt the FY 2023 final budget for the Coconino County Public Health Services District. And I'm going to turn this over to Siri Mullaney to present this on behalf of the board, or to the board, I should say.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So our next item is the full budget for the Public Health Services District, which does include the secondary property tax just discussed, as well as support from the general fund in the form of a maintenance of effort and potential additional support as needed for district operations. And then pretty significant external funding in the form of federal and state dollars. primarily a large amount of funding for the Public Health Services District is in the form of COVID-related expenses that have grant funding and funding that has come into the district, but as well as other grant funds that are routine in nature from year to year that support other district programs as well. So that total is $28.4 million. And again, district expenditures are restricted for public health purposes. And this budget is reflective of all public health services within Coconino County.
Thank you, Siri. Any comments or questions from members of the board at this time? Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, as you take a look at this and the role that our Health and Human Services provide, very significant, particularly it seems like we're so caught up in our current emergency that it's almost to overlook the fact that the impact of COVID, what the health department, human services as well, needed to provide for the sake of the community was critical as we went through these past couple of years. And so the budget is outlined, as noted. A lot of it's federal money that's coming in, but money that's targeted as well. We mentioned mental health. There will be a component associated with that. That will, again, work together, not only in the legal system, but a little bit more with the community as well. So I fully support the intent of this budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good, thank you. And just a comment I will make, I fully support it as well for the reasons it's already set forth by Supervisor Ryan, so I'm not going to repeat them. So thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments or questions from members of the board?
Ditto. I also support this as an effort to continue with our public health and provide services for countywide for everybody in our county, and especially the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comments? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Once again, the public health just does not have enough funding for all it could do. And every time there's an emergency, public health is always there and doing the work out in the public with all of the partners. And that there's so much partnership with other programs in the community, and that's how public health is delivered, or health programs are delivered. And as we've seen through the pandemic, they're the first. They are the first responders, and they do not quit. So they really need this funding, and also. We have state mandates, and we have to pay those mandates, and we can't get around those. So I support this, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments or questions from members of the board? If not, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and open this for a public hearing. And I'm going to ask that our clerk again explain to the public how they can be heard on this public hearing.
Thank you. At this time, if you would like to provide a comment during this hearing for item number 78, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover at the bottom of your screen, or you can hit *9 on your phone if you've joined by phone, and that will raise your hand to notify us that you would like to speak.
Thank you. Members of the public, now is the time if you'd like to address the board for the public hearing.
At this time, there are no hands raised.
Very good. A final call, members of the public. This is your final time to address the board during this public hearing.
There are no hands raised, Chair Horstman.
Thank you so much, Clerk Daly. At this point, I will close the public hearing. I will turn this over to the Finance Director, Siri Mullaney, to make the recommendation from the staff to the board.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Staff recommends that the board approves the fiscal year 2023 final budget for the Coconino County Public Health Services District in the amount of $28,428,807.
Very good. You've heard the recommendation from staff. Is there a motion?
Motion that we approve the staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Vice Chair Vasquez. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. We have a motion and a second. And I do not believe that this is a requirement for roll call. So at this time, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. The motion carries. At this time, we are needing to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second? Director Ryan, do I have a second?
Dana did.
Second, Madam.
A second by Director Lena Fowler. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
And it is unanimous. The motion carries. Members of the board, we now need to resolve as the Coconino County Jail District. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Coconino County Jail District?
So moved, Madam Chair.
But motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Coconino County Jail District Directors. At this point, I would like to turn item 79 over to our Siri Mullaney, our public hearing and possible action to adopt fiscal year 2023 final budget for the Coconino County Jail District. So Siri, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The Coconino County Jail District is another special district where the revenues are restricted by statute to fund the operations of the jail district. The jail district is funded by sales tax, so we are not required to do a truth and taxation hearing, as this is a voter-approved sales tax that has gone to the voters in the past. So it is already set to continue. So the majority of the district funding does come through that sales tax, and we also have general fund support in the form of a maintenance of effort payment, as well as the district does collect a small amount of revenue from bed rentals to other third parties that rent space in the jail. So the total budget is $26 million for the upcoming fiscal year.
Very good. Thank you. And members of the board, directors, are there any comments or questions for this item?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Madam Chair, again, a very important role that we fulfill and the sheriff fulfills by running a jail district. There will be additional education programs for people to understand what we have in this budget, what they have been doing, and the dear need to be able to continue to do this. The programs that they have in the jail are very important, have been effective in reducing recidivism. So I definitely support it. Not only that, by keeping this district in place, it helps protect our cities from the costs associated with this, had we not had these districts. So with all that, Madam Chair, I support the budget as we had outlined.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions from members of the board? Vice Chair Vasquez.
Oh, just that I'm also in support because I would much rather this go through the funding that necessary to support our jail responsibilities through the county, go through the jail district tax rather than our general fund. And so I'm in support of this move or this budget. Thank you.
Very good. And any other comments or questions from Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the jail district funding is very important for our public health, and just the work that is done by our detention center. And also it's not just within Flagstaff, it is also out in Page. So it serves all of Coconino County and working with our cities as well. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you very much, Director Fowler. And just a comment I'd make, I also support this. I think it is important that this be handled through a county jail district tax rather than through our general funds. It would be very difficult for Coconino County to meet its responsibilities for the rest of the services that people in our community look forward to the county being able to fulfill. So I'm also in support of item 79. Any more comments or questions? If not, at this time, I would open this for a public hearing. And again, ask our clerk to tell the board or tell the public how they can join us here at the board for this public hearing.
Thank you. At this time, if anyone from the public would like to provide a comment for the public hearing for item number 79, you can do so by hitting the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. Or if you're on the phone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand to notify us that you would like to speak.
Members of the public, this is your time to be heard at this public hearing.
There are no hands raised at this time.
All right, the final call for the public hearing on this item. Please join us if you would like to make a comment.
And there are no hands raised.
Thank you. Then at this time, I will close the public hearing, and I'm going to turn this over to Siri Mullaney for the recommendation of staff on this item.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Staff recommends that the board approves the fiscal year 2023 final budget for the Coconino County Jail District in the amount of $26,032,383.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation from staff. Is there a motion?
Move
Supervisor Ryan,
to approve, Madam Chair.
is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any objections?
I turned my mute on when I had the vote. Sorry, Madam Chair.
I believe it's a unanimous vote, so thank you so much. And members of the board, at this time, we need to resolve, I should say directors, at this time, we need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
Move to do so, Madam Chair.
Motion by Supervisor Ryan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. We are now the Board of Supervisors for only a minute, because at this time I need to entertain a motion to resolve as the Coconino County Library District. Do I have such a motion?
Move to do so, Madam Chair.
A motion by Matt Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Library District Board of Directors. At this time, we have item 80, which is a public hearing and a truth and taxation. So it will require a roll call vote in consideration and possible action to adopt the FY 2023 Coconino County Library District secondary tax. And for this, I'm going to turn this over to Siri Mullaney.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Again, this is a statutory requirement in order to levy the recommended taxes for the Coconino County Library District, and it was properly noticed as required by statute. So one thing to point out is that the current tax rate for fiscal year 2022 is 0.2556, and the recommendation is to increase the tax rate by 0.01 per 100,000 of assessed value, or $1 per 100,000 of assessed value on a property, to 0.2656. And again, because there has also been an increase in assessed values, the full impact of the truth and taxation hearing is $1.92 per $100,000 of assessed value for taxpayers within the district. This district is countywide, so again, regardless of if you're in an incorporated or an unincorporated area, this tax rate does apply. This tax rate goes to fund all of the libraries within Coconino County. We have libraries in our incorporated areas, we have libraries in our unincorporated areas, and we even have a jail district library. So this tax is then returned to the jail district, or the library district administration for distribution and operations of all of the libraries, again, within the county. And so with that, I will turn it back over to the board.
Sarah, before you do that, as I understand it, there has not been a change in the library district tax for quite a few years. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was actually trying to find that while we were speaking or while we were preparing, because I had a feeling that would come up. And the last time the rate was changed was fiscal year 2014. So we're going on 10 years with that. So this is, yeah, the rate has been constant since then.
All right, thank you so much. And just as a note, my comment, I am supportive of this. I think the fact that they have not come to ask the members of the board or the community for a tax increase since 2014 is admirable. I also note the importance of libraries in Coconino County, both incorporated and unincorporated parts. It provides not only the normal library services that you might think of books, et cetera, but it also really provides an opportunity for access to internet, access to computers, which quite frankly are very helpful for many members of our community for job applications and to apply for services, et cetera. So it really is, the library is really full service and really provides important function, important service for all of us here in Coconino County. So I do support the increase in the library tax as requested. Any other comments from other members of the board?
Yes, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Yeah, for similar reasons, Madam Chair. I mean, every time, and Supervisor Fowler can speak to this much better than I. Every time I drive up to Tuba City Library and I see everybody parked around the library to use the internet service, so critical. You think of what we just went through with COVID, and it was, you know, one of the very few resources, and that occurred throughout the county, but particularly there. The use of the libraries have modified with technology, and many people are accessing them that way, and they need to stay current with current times. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other questions or comments from the board?
I also support the library district in this increase. It's something needed and necessary and helps some of our most vulnerable population in our community. If you, as was just stated, if you go to areas where either very rural or urban but poor areas, the library is an essential tool to be able to access the internet and access different services. And so I think this is crucial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from members of the board? Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just add that we do have a bookmobile as well. So it is an essential part of our community. Our libraries in Coconino County are the hub of the communities, and they just provide so many other services, student after school programs, computers, and just a lot of opportunities for the community. So thanks so much. I'll just add that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments from members of the board? Seeing none at this time, I will go ahead and open this for a public hearing, and I will ask that the clerk, Lindsay Daly, briefly describe to members of the public how they can join us and be heard during this public hearing.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if you would like to provide comment during this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. Or if you're on the telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand to notify us that you would like to speak.
Thank you. Members of the public, now is the time.
At this time, there are no hands raised.
Thank you. Final call, members of the public, if you'd like to be heard on the library district adoption of their final budget.
And there are no hands raised.
All right, at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to turn this over to Siri Mullaney for her to make the staff's recommendation on this matter.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Staff recommends that the board approves an increase in the secondary property tax levy of the Coconino County Library District by establishing a rate of 0.2656 per $100 of assessed valuation and a secondary tax levy of $5,521,589 by a roll call vote.
Very good. We have a recommendation. Do I have a motion?
That mute button, I'll tell you, I'm confused now. Long day. Madam Chair, I'll move that we approve.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second? Second by Supervisor Fowler. Thank you very much. And this is a roll call. So Lindsay, could you please take roll call?
Thank you. Directors, at this time, if you would like to support the motion, please say aye. And if you do not want to support the motion, please say no. I will start with Chair Patrice Horstman.
Aye.
Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez.
Aye.
Director Matt Ryan.
Aye.
Director Lena Fowler.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously with 4 ayes and Director Judy Begay absent.
Thank you, directors and members of the library board. We now, board of directors, we now need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
We need to do the budget next.
Madam Chair, that was item 80. We are now on item.
You know, I keep, it's so long and I keep going to the next one and I apologize. So I'm trying to get us through this and thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan, for paying attention. So
you all help me. I got to help you guys.
Thank you. So
you bet.
And I apologize. We are going to stay as the directors for the library district. And number 81 is now a public hearing. It does not require a roll call vote on consideration and possible action to adopt the final budget for the Coconino County Library District. And I am going to turn this over to Siri Mullaney, who so far has not made a mistake yet. I want to point that out. Thank you, Siri.
Oh boy.
Pressure song.
Yes. Well, thank you, Chair and members of the board. So we've already discussed a lot of the library district in our prior item, but I did want to point out that there is a difference between the proposed tax levy that was just approved by the board and the budget. And the reason for that is that part of the funds are also used for the Coconino County Law Library, which is done through a transfer. So that's not part of the expenditure authority, but it is a use of the funds. So all taxes being levied are being used within the district for district purposes. It's just the reporting mechanism of a transfer versus an expenditure. So with that, I will turn it back over to the board.
Thank you very much for that explanation. And members of the board, any comments or questions that the board may have at this time?
Madam Chair, I didn't note this in the truth and taxation piece, but we also heard from the impacts of Flag Public Library and the need for this as well when we did have testimony from the director at the time. So another reason for justification of the requested budget and modifications. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very good. Thank you. And any other comments or questions? Seeing none at this time, I am going to go ahead and open this for our public hearing for the final budget adoption for the Coconino County Library District. So I'm going to turn this over to Lindsay Daly to have her explain to the public how they can join us and be heard on this public hearing.
Thank you. At this time, if anyone from the public would like to provide a comment during this public hearing for item number 81, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen and that looks like a hand. Or if you're on the telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand to notify us that you would like to speak.
Thank you, Lindsay. Members of the public, now is your time to be heard.
There are no hands raised.
Very good. Final call, members of the public, for the open public hearing. You know how you can address the board.
There are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'm going to turn this back over to Siri Mullaney to get the recommendation from the staff on this matter.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Staff recommends the board approves the fiscal year 2023 final budget for the Coconino County Library District in the amount of $5,501,369.
Thank you. We have recommendation from staff. Do I have a motion?
Motion that we approve the recommended amount.
We have a motion by Vice Chair. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. This does not require a roll call. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. This motion passes. Now, members of the board, I should say directors, it is now time to return as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. Members of the board, I now need to ask for a motion to resolve as the Toho-Talani County Improvement District. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and second is made. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Toho-Talani County Improvement District Board of Directors. And at this time, I would like to go to item number 82, public hearing, consideration and possible action to adopt FY 2023 final budget for the Toho-Talani County Improvement District in the amount of $0. I'm going to turn this over to Siri Mullaney.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So the Toho-Talani County Improvement District was a road improvement district in the Coconino Village area. At one point, there were the residents of the district did vote to form the district, and they did have a special assessment in order to do some road improvements in that area. The district itself has fully completed all of the work within the district, and all of the special assessments have been paid by district residents. However, this district has not yet been dissolved. There is some active litigation, and under statute, for every district that is active as a special district, we are required to adopt a budget. So in this case, we are not recommending a budget. The recommendation is a $0 budget for the upcoming fiscal year.
All right. Well, I know this will be very controversial, but are there any questions or comments from members of the board at this time?
Just quickly, Madam Chair, it's in District 3, Coconino Village. But the note is, that we work together with legal and seeing if we can move forward and work towards dissolution associated with this. But for now, we need to approve the budget. So they're my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We'll hold that responsibility to you, Supervisor Ryan. So thank you. Any other comments or questions from members of the board? Hearing none at this point, I'm going to open this to a public hearing as required by law. And I'm going to ask that Lindsay Daly provide information on how individuals from the public can join this public hearing.
Thank you. If anyone from the public would like to provide a comment during this public hearing for item number 82, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover at the bottom of your screen. Or if you're on the telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand to notify us that you would like to speak.
Thank you. Members of the public, now is the time.
There are no hands raised.
All right, thank you. This is the last call on our public hearing.
And there are no hands raised.
All right, very good. Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing portion of this. And I'm once again going to turn this over to Siri Mullaney.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. And I just dropped all my papers. So, okay, the staff recommendation is that the board approves the fiscal year 2023 final budget for the Toho-Talani County Improvement District in the amount of $0.
Very good. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Very good. Supervisor Ryan. And do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. And I believe that this is just majority vote, not. So at this point, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We have adopted a zero budget. So at this point, members of the board, I should say directors, it is time for us to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of resolving as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Now, members of the Board of Supervisors, we need to entertain a motion to resolve as the Tucson Special Street Lighting District. This is near and dear to my heart. So do we have a motion to resolve as a Tucson Special Street Lighting District?
So moved.
So moved by Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by Supervisor Ryan. We are now the Tucson Special Street Lighting District. And with that, members of the board, I will turn your attention to item number 83. This is a public hearing for consideration of possible action to adopt fiscal year 2023 final budget for the Tucson Special Lighting District. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Siri Mullaney.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So our final item is the Tucson Special Lighting District, which is a special assessment only on the property owners within this special district. Again, this is a special assessment that the residents within the district did self-impose, and it is to pay for street lights on Highway 64 in Tucson. It's supported by a property tax assessment that becomes part of the tax roll. And the budget is used to pay the utility bills on behalf of the district. So the budget requirement for fiscal year 2023 is $11,400.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions for members of the board? This isn't my district. I'll just indicate that I'm definitely in favor of this. And as has been stated many times from past supervisors who have represented and had the pleasure of representing Tucson, we need to keep the lights on there in Tucson. That would be my comment, and I approve of the recommendation. Any other comments or questions of the board? Supervisor Ryan.
I think there's a song like that, but we definitely want to keep the lights on. Just one that, hopefully I see Mayor Vales on here. It might make sense that someday this be converted over to Tucson since they've incorporated, but there are discussions for the future. But anyway, the budget for now is very consistent with the all our other recommendations we've had in past years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that comment. Any other comments or questions from members of the board? Seeing none at this time, I would like to I'd like to open our public hearing on this. And I'm going to ask Lindsay Daly to explain to members of the public how they can join us for this public hearing.
Thank you. At this time, if anyone from the public would like to provide a comment on this hearing for item number 83, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand and that will appear at the bottom of your screen if you hover over it. Or if you would like to provide a comment and you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand to notify us that you would like to speak. And Chair Horseman, I do have Clarinda Vale that would like to speak.
Very good. It's wonderful that the mayor is with us. Thank you for being with us, Mayor. It's nice to have you join us this evening.
Absolutely. And you had so many things on your, I'm sorry, Clarin DeVille, 120 Shimmy Lane, Tucson, Arizona, 86023. You guys had so many things on your agenda. Interesting. That's the only reason I chimed in. And since this was on the end, I had to stay. And definitely that is something that we can look at. It just wanted to mention what the Supervisor Ryan had said. Definitely something that we could look at doing as well. But thanks for all your work tonight. Support everything I heard. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate you being with us this evening. Any other comments?
Good to see you, Mayor. Or hear from you.
Thank you.
Again, if there is anyone else that would like to provide comment, you can hit the raise hand icon or hit *9 on your phone to raise your hand.
This is a final call, members of the public, for the public hearing.
At this time, there are no hands raised.
All right, then at this time, I will close the public hearing and I will turn this over to Siri Mullaney for a recommendation from staff on this item.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Staff recommends that the board approve the fiscal year 2023 final budget for the Tucson Special Lighting District in the amount of $11,400.
Very good. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Appreciate that. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? It appears it is unanimous. Thank you so much. All right, members of the board, we are now, I should say directors, we are now at a final motion for us to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. And we have a second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, it is unanimous. Members of the Board of Supervisors, it has been a long evening. And I want to thank you all so much for your time and attention, and Siri for a wonderful job you've done presenting this budget. And, you know, it's a great accomplishment after all the time, energy, and work from our staff, from the departments, and quite frankly, from the supervisors themselves to get this done. And I think we can be very proud on the budget that we have adopted on behalf of our communities, and that provide the services that we absolutely want to provide here in Coconino County. And any other final comments? Thank you, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, Madam Chair, and it is late at night, long day. We're a little punch drunk, but you know, it absolutely compliments to Siri, to management, to all staff that put all their work into this. You know, there's been a lot of scrutiny over time. So even though today might seem rapid in terms of decisions, they've been prolonged decisions and a lot of dialogue associated with them. And so I'll tell Steve, you hung in there and you did a good job, and Lindsay, good job as well. So way to go, Siri. You and your team, you rock. Thank you.
Absolutely. So any other quick comments before we adjourn this very long meeting? Seeing none. Sue Brown, did you want to make a final comment?
Madam Chair.
Oh, Supervisor Fowler.
I'm sorry, I was trying to get, I just want to thank all the staff. This is a year-round process, and this is part of our county process, and this is how we provide service throughout our county. Just the essential services that is provided for our residents, our citizens, even the visitors that are traveling through the county. So I just want to thank all for working on our budget, working with us, and providing these services. Thank you. And I'd like to also thank those that have made comments from the community. That's so important, really happy to have community members join us during these budget sessions or any of our board meetings. So thank you so much. I'm sorry that I can't turn my camera on right now. Thanks.
Madam Chair, you are muted.
Now I'm doing it. I had to do it before the end of the day. Supervisor Fowler, well said. And yes, we want to thank members of our community for joining us. We always appreciate hearing from members of our community. And if there are questions or concerns, obviously, please get in touch with your supervisor. That's what we're here for. Or of course, any department heads or get your questions answered. We want to be here to serve you and to let you know our county government is hard at work for you. And we hope you've heard that here tonight with our discussion here on the budget and our approval here of the budget. So thank you so much. Vice Chair Vasquez, you want to take us out with some words of wisdom?
Sure. I just want to say thank you, everyone, for a long day. It's been, I think we're going on a record here. Was that about 10.5 hours total? So good job, everyone. It was a long process. We had several weeks of discussions to get to this point. I'm very grateful that we were able to get through this and move forward. And several of these moves that we made today were investments in our future, and really look forward to seeing them pay dividends. So, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And with that, we are hereby adjourned. Everybody have a good evening and rest up, be safe. And we will again, I guess it's going to be a while. We have July off. And I know the board, the staff is having a sigh of relief. So enjoy, I know it's probably not time off, but at least enjoy the absence of board meetings here for the month of July.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Everybody take care. Be
Good night,
well.
everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ta-ta. Bye-bye.